The Poem of the Man God, the first year of the public life. Chapter 72. Jesus, John, Simon, and Judas go to Bethlehem. 7th of January, 1945. I see, early in the morning, Jesus, who at the same gate meets his disciples, Simon and Judas. John is already with Jesus, and I hear him say, "My friends, I ask you to come with me through Judea, if it is not too much for you, particularly for you, Simon." "Why, Master?" "It is hard to walk on the Judean mountains, and perhaps it will be even more painful for you to meet someone who harmed you." "As far as the road is concerned, I wish to assure you once again that after you cured me, I feel stronger than a young man, and no work is heavy for me. Also, because it is done for you, and now with you. With regard to meeting people who harmed me, there is no harsh resentment or feeling in Simon's heart since he became yours. Hatred has gone together with the scales of the disease. And believe me, I cannot tell you whether you worked a great miracle in curing my corroded flesh or my soul consumed by hatred. I do not think I am wrong in saying the latter miracle was the greater. A wound of the soul heals less easily. And you cured me in one instant. That is a miracle. Because one does not recover all of a sudden, even if one wants to, with all one's strength. And a man does not get rid of a bad moral habit if you do not destroy that habit with your sanctifying willpower. Your judgment is correct. "Why do you not do that with everyone?" asks Judas, somewhat resentful. "But it does, Judas. Why do you speak like that to the Master? Do you not feel you have changed since you have been in contact with him? Previously, I was a disciple of John the Baptist, but I have found myself completely changed since he said to me, 'Come.'" John, who in general very seldom interferes, and never does in the presence of the Master, this time cannot keep quiet. Kind and loving, he lays one hand on Judas's arm, as if to calm him down, and he speaks to him anxiously and persuasively. He then realizes he has spoken before Jesus. He blushes and says, "Forgive me, Master, I spoke in your stead, but I did not want Judas to grieve you." "Yes, John, but he did not grieve me as my disciple. When he is my disciple, then, if he persists in his way of thinking, he will grieve me. It grieves me only to notice how much man has been corrupted by Satan, who perverts his thoughts. All men, you know. The thoughts of all of you have been misled by him. But the day will come when you will have the strength and the grace of God. You will have wisdom with his Spirit. You will then have everything to enable you to judge rightly." "And will we all judge rightly?" "No, Judas. But you are referring to us disciples, or to all men." "I refer firstly to you and to all the others. When the time comes, the Master will nominate his workers and send them all over the world." "Are you not doing that already?" "For the time being, I use you only to say, 'The Messiah is here, come to him.' Later, I will make you capable of preaching in my name, of working miracles in my name." "Oh, also miracles?" "Yes, on bodies and on souls." "Oh, how they will admire us then!" Judas is overjoyed at the thought. "But then, we shall not be with the Master, and I will always be afraid to do with my human capacity what comes only from God, says John, and he looks thoughtfully and somewhat sadly at Jesus. John, if the Master will allow me, I would like to tell you what I think, says Simon. Yes, tell John. I want you to advise one another. Do you already know it is advice? Jesus smiles and is quiet. Well, I tell you, John, that we must not be afraid. Let us found upon his wisdom of a holy Master and upon his promise. If he says, I will send you, it means that he knows that he can send us without any fear that we may do harm to him or to ourselves. That is to the cause of God, that is so dear to each of us, like a newlywed bride. If he promises to clothe our intellectual and spiritual misery with the brightness of the power his Father gives him for us, we must be certain that he will do so, and that we will be successful, not by ourselves, but through mercy, his mercy. All this will most certainly happen, providing our deeds are free from pride and human ambitions. I think that if we contaminate our mission, which is entirely a spiritual one, with earthly ingredients, then also Christ's promise will no longer stand, not because of any inability on his part, but because we will strangle such ability with the rope of pride. I do not know whether I have made myself understood. You have spoken very clearly. I am wrong. But, I think that after all, to wish to be admired as the Messiah's disciple, so close to him as to deserve to do what he does, is the same thing as wishing to increase even more the powerful figure of Christ among people. Praise to the Master who has such disciples. That is what I mean, answers Judas. What you are saying is not entirely wrong, but see, Judas, I come from a caste which is persecuted because it misunderstood what and how the Messiah should be. Yes, if we had waited for him with the correct vision of his being, we would not have fallen to errors, which are blasphemy against the truth and a rebellion against the law of Rome, so that we have been punished both by God and by Rome. We fancied Christ as a conqueror who would free Israel, as a new Maccabeus, greater than the great Judas. Only that. And why? Because rather than have regard to the interest of God, we took care of our own interests, of the fatherland, of the people. Oh, the interests of the fatherland are most certainly sacred. But what are they when compared to eternal heavens? In the long hours of persecution first, and then of isolation, when I was a fugitive, I was compelled to hide in the dens of wild beasts, sharing food and bed with them, to escape Roman power, and above all, the impeachments of false friends. Or when, waiting for death, I was already foretasting the savour of the sepulchre in the cave of a leper. How much did I meditate, and how much did I see? I saw the figure of the Messiah, yours, my humble and good master, yours, master and king of the spirits, yours, O Christ, Son of the Father, leading to the Father, and not to the royal palaces of dust, nor the deities of mud. You, oh, it is easy for me to follow you, because, forgive my daring, which avows itself to be correct, because I see you as I thought of you. I recognize you. I recognized you at once. No, it was not a question of meeting you, but of recognizing one whom my soul had already met. That is why I called you, and that is why I am taking you with me now, in this first journey of mine in Judea. I want you to complete your recognition, and I want also these, whom age makes less capable of reaching the truth by means of deep meditation. I want them to know how their master has come to this hour. You will understand later. There's David's tower. The eastern gate is near. Are we going out by it? Yes, Judas. We are going to Bethlehem first, where I was born. You ought to know, to tell the others. Also, that is part of the knowledge of the Messiah and of the Scriptures. You will find prophecies written in things, not as prophecies, but as history. Let us go round Herod's houses. That old wicked, lustful fox. Do not judge, there is God who judges. Let us go along the path through these vegetable gardens. We will stop under the shade of a tree near some hospitable house until it cools down. We will then go on our way. The vision ends. The poem of the man God, the first year of the public life. Chapter 73. Jesus at Bethlehem, in the peasant's house, and in the grotto. 8th of January, 1945. A stony, dusty, flat road, dried up by the summer sun. It runs alongside huge olive trees, all laden with small, newly formed olives. The ground, where it has not been trodden, is strewn with a layer of minute little olive flowers, which have fallen off after pollination. Jesus, with the 3 disciples, proceeds in single file along the edge of the road, where the grass is still green, protected by the shade of the olive trees, and consequently there is less dust. The road turns at a right angle, after which it climbs easily towards a large valley shaped like a horseshoe, on which numerous houses are strewn, forming a small town. At the right angle turn of the road, there is a square building surmounted by a little low dome. It is all closed up as if it were abandoned. "That is Rachel's sepulchre," says Simon. "In that case, we have almost arrived. Are we going into town at once?" "No, Judas. I want to show you a place first. Then we will go into town, and since there is still clear daylight, and it will be an evening of moonlight, we will be able to speak to the people, if they will listen to us." "Do you think they will not listen to you?" They have reached the sepulchre, an ancient but well-preserved monument, well whitewashed. Jesus stops to drink at a rustic well nearby. A woman, who has come to draw water, offers him some. Jesus asks her, "Are you from Bethlehem?" "I am, but now at harvest time I live in the country here with my husband to look after the vegetable gardens and the orchards. Are you a Galilean?" "I was born in Bethlehem, but I live at Nazareth in Galilee." "Are you persecuted too?" "The family is. But why do you say you too? Are there many people persecuted among the Bethlehemites?"
"Don't you know? What age are you?"
30.
"Then you were born exactly when— oh, what a calamity! But why was he born here?"
"Who?"
"The one they said was the Saviour. Cursed be the fools who, drunk as they were, thought the clouds were angels, and the bleating and praying were voices from heaven, and in the haze of drunkenness they mistook 3 miserable people from the holiest people on the earth. Cursed be they, and cursed be those who believed them."
"But with all your cursing, you're not telling me what happened. Why are you cursing?"
"Because, listen, where are you going?"
"To Bethlehem with my friends. I have business there. I must visit some old friends and take them the greetings of my mother. But I would like to know many things before, because we have been away, we of the family, for many years. We left the town when I was only a few months old."
"Before the catastrophe, then. Listen, if you do not loathe the house of a peasant, come and share a bread and salt with us, you and your companions. We will talk during supper, and I will put you all up for the night. My house is small, but above the stable there is a lot of hay, all piled up. The night is clear and warm. If you want, you can sleep there."
"May the Lord of Israel reward your hospitality. I will be happy to come to your house."
"A pilgrim brings blessings with him. Let us go. But I shall have to pour 6 jars of water on the vegetables, which have just come up."
"And I will help you."
"No, you are a gentleman. Your behavior says so."
"I am a worker woman. This one is a fisherman. Those 2 Judeans are well off and employed. I am not." And he picks up a jar which is lying flat on its big belly near the very low wall of the well. He ties it to the rope and lowers it into the well. John helps him. Also the others wish to be as helpful, and they ask the woman, "Where are the vegetables? Tell us, and we will take the jars there."
"May God bless you. My back is broken with fatigue. Come."
And while Jesus is pulling up his jar, the 3 disciples disappear along a little path and come back with 2 empty ones, which they fill up and then go away. And they do not do that 3 but 10 times. And Judas, laughing, says, "She's shouting herself hoarse, blessing us. We have given so much water to her salad that the soil will be damp for at least 2 days, and the woman will not have to break her back." When he comes back for the last time, he says, "Master, I am afraid we have been unlucky." "Why, Judas?" "Because she has it in for the Messiah. I said to her, 'Don't curse. Don't you know that the Messiah is the greatest grace for the people of God? Yahweh promised him to Jacob, and after him to all the prophets, and then just people in Israel. And you hate him?' She replied, 'Not him, but the one whom some drunken shepherds and 3 cursed diviners from the east called Messiah. And since that is you, it does not matter. I know I am placed as a trial and contradiction for many. Did you tell her who I am?' 'No, I'm not a fool. I wanted to save your back and ours.' 'You did well, not because of our backs, but because I wish to show myself when I think the time is right. Let us go.' Jesus leads him as far as the vegetable garden. The woman empties the last 3 jars, and then she takes him towards a rustic building in the middle of the orchard. 'Go in,' she says. 'My husband is already in the house.' They look into a low, smoky kitchen. 'Peace be to this house,' greets Jesus. 'Whoever you are, may you and your friends be blessed. Come in,' replies the man, and he takes out to them a basin of water that they may refresh and clean themselves.
Then they all go in and sit around a rough table. Thank you for helping my wife. She told me I had never dealt with Galileans before, and I was told that they are rough and quarrelsome. But you have been kind and good, although you were already tired. You worked so hard. Are you coming from far? From Jerusalem. These two are Judeans. The other one and I are from Galilee. But believe me, man, you will find good and bad everywhere. That's true. The first time I have met Galileans, I have found them to be good. Woman, bring the food. I have but bread, vegetables, olives, and cheese. I am a peasant. I am not a gentleman myself. I am a carpenter. What? You? With your manners? The woman intervenes. Our guest is from Bethlehem, I told you. And if his relations are persecuted, they were probably rich and learned, like Joshua of Ur, Matthew of Isaac, Levi of Abraham. Poor people. You have not been questioned. Forgive her. Women are more talkative than sparrows in the evening. Were they Bethlehemite families? What? You do not know who they are, and you come from Bethlehem? We ran away when I was a few months old. The woman, who must be really loquacious, resumes speaking. He went away before the massacre. I see that. Otherwise he would not be in this world. Have you never been back? No, never. What a calamity! You will not find many of those. Sarah said you wanted to meet and visit. Many were killed. Many ran away. Many, who knows, missing. And it has never been known whether they died in the desert or were killed in jail as a punishment for their rebellion. But was it a rebellion? And who would have remained inactive, allowing so many innocents to be slaughtered? No, it is unfair that Levi and Elias should still be alive when so many innocents are dead. Who were those two, and what did they do? Well, at least you will have heard of the slaughter by Herod. Over 1,000 babies slaughtered in town, almost another 1,000 in the country, and they were all, or almost all, males, because in their fury, in the darkness, in the scuffle, the killers tore away from their cradles, from their mothers' beds, from the houses they assailed, also some baby girls, and they pierced them like sucking baby gazelles shot down by archers. Well, why all that? Because a group of shepherds, who had obviously drank a huge quantity of cider to stand the intense night cold, in frenzy of excitement, stated that they had seen angels, heard songs, received instructions. And they said to us of Bethlehem, "Come, adore, the Messiah is born." Just imagine, the Messiah in a cave. In all sincerity, I must admit that we were all drunk, even I, then an adolescent, also my wife, then only a few years old, because we all believed them. And in a poor Galilean woman, we saw the Virgin Mother mentioned by the prophets. But she was with her husband, a rough Galilean. If she was the wife, how could she be the virgin? To cut the long story short, we believed. Gifts, worshipping, houses open to give them hospitality. Oh, they played their roles very well. Poor Anne. She lost her property and her life, and also the children of her oldest daughter, the only one left because she was married to a merchant in Jerusalem, lost all the property because their house was burned down, and the whole holding was laid waste by Herod's order. Now it is an uncultivated field where herds feed. And it was entirely the shepherd's fault? No, it was the fault also of 3 wizards who came from Satan's kingdom. Perhaps they were accomplices of the 3, and we foolishly felt proud of so much honor, and the poor ark synagogue. We killed him because he swore that the prophecies confirmed the truth of the shepherds and the wizards' words.
It was therefore the fault of the shepherds and of the wizards?
No, Galilean, it was also our fault, the fault of our credulity. The Messiah had been expected for such a long time, centuries of expectation. There had been many disappointments recently because of false messiahs. One of them was a Galilean like you. Another one was named Theodas. Liars. They, messiahs. They were nothing but greedy adventurers hunting for a stroke of luck. We should have learned the lesson. Instead.
Well then, why do you curse all the shepherds and magicians if you consider yourselves fools too? Then you ought to be cursed as well. But the precept of love forbids cursing. One curse attracts another curse. Are you sure you are right? Could it not be true that the shepherds and the magicians spoke the truth revealed to them by God? Why do you persist in believing they were liars?
Because the years of the prophecy were not complete. We thought about it afterwards, after our eyes had been opened by the blood that reddened basins and rivulets.
And could the Most High not have advanced the coming of the Messiah out of an excess of love for his people? On what did the wizards found their statement? You told me they came from the east.
On their calculations concerning a new star.
Is it not written? A star from Jacob takes the leadership. A scepter arises from Israel. Is Jacob not the great patriarch? And did he not stop in the land of Bethlehem as dear to him as his eyes, because his beloved Rachel died there? And did the mouth of a prophet not say, a shoot springs from the stock of Jesse, a scion thrusts from his roots? Jesse, David's father, was born here. Is the shoot on the stock cut at its roots by tyrannical usurpations? Is it not the virgin who will give birth to her son, conceived not by deed of man? Otherwise she would not be a virgin, but by divine will, whereby he will be the Emmanuel, because Son of God. He will be God and bring God among the people of God, as his name proclaims. And will he not be announced, as the prophecy says, to the people walking in darkness, that is, to the heathens, by a great light? And the star the magicians saw, could it not be the star of Jacob, the great light of the two prophecies of Balaam and Isaiah? And the very massacre ordered by Herod, does it not come within the prophecies? A voice is heard in Ramah. It is Rachel weeping for her children. It was written that tears should ooze from Rachel's bones in her sepulchre at Ephrata, when through the Saviour the reward would come to the holy people, tears which were to turn into celestial laughter, just as the rainbow is formed by the last drops of the storm. But it says, here, the sky is clear.
You are a learned man. Are you a rabbi?
Yes, I am.
And I perceived it. There is light and truth in your words. But, oh, too many wounds are still bleeding in this land of Bethlehem because of the true or false Messiah. I would never advise him to come here. The land would reject him as it rejects a stepson who caused the death of the true children. In any case, if it was him, he died with the other slaughtered children.
Where do Levi and Elias live now?
Do you know them?
The man becomes suspicious. I do not know them. Their faces are unknown to me. But they are unhappy, and I always have mercy on the unhappy. I want to go and see them.
Well, you will be the first one after about 30 years. They are still shepherds, and they work for a rich Herodian family from Jerusalem, who has taken possession of a lot of the property belonging to the people killed. There is always someone making a profit. You will find them in their herds on the high grounds towards Hebron. But this is my advice. Don't let anyone from Bethlehem see you speaking to them. You would suffer from it. We bear them because of the Herodians. Otherwise, oh, hatred. Why hate? Because it is just. They have done us harm. They thought they were doing good. But they did harm. Let them be harmed. We should have killed them, as they had so many people killed through their stupidity. But we had become stupid ourselves, and later there was the Herodian. So, even if he had not been there, after the first desire for revenge, which was still excusable, would you have killed them? We would kill them even now, if we were not afraid of their master. Man, I tell you, do not hate. Do not wish evil things. Do not be anxious to do evil things. There is no fault there. But even if there was, forgive. Forgive in the name of God. Tell the other people of Bethlehem as well. When your hearts are free from hatred, the Messiah will come. You will know him then, because he is alive. He already existed when the massacre took place. I am telling you, it was Satan's fault, not the fault of the shepherds and of the magicians, that the massacre took place. The Messiah was born here for you. He came to bring the light to the land of his fathers, the son of a virgin mother, of the line of David, in the ruins of the house of David. He granted a stream of graces to the world and a new life to mankind. Go away. Get out of here. You are a follower of that false Messiah, who could but be false, because he brought misfortune to us here in Bethlehem. You are defending him, so be silent, man. I am a Judean, and I have influential friends. I could make you feel sorry for your insult, bursts out Judas, getting hold of the peasant's garments and shaking him in a fit of violent anger. No, no, out of here! I don't want trouble with the people of Bethlehem or with Rome or Herod. Go away, you cursed ones. If you don't want me to leave my mark on you, out! Let us go, Judas. Do not react. Let us leave him in his hatred. God will not enter where there is bitter hatred. Let us go. Yes, we will go, but you will pay for it. No, Judas, do not say that. They are blind. We shall meet so many on my way. They go out, following Simon and John, who are already outside, speaking to the woman round the corner of the stable. Forgive my husband, Lord. I did not think I was going to cause so much trouble. Here, take these. You will eat them tomorrow morning. They are newly laid. I have nothing else. Forgive us. Where will you sleep? She gives him some eggs. Don't worry. I know where to go. Go, and peace be with you for your kindness. Goodbye. They walk a short distance without speaking. Then Judas bursts out. But you, why not make him worship you? Why did you not crush that filthy swearer down in the mud? Down on the ground, crushed, because he showed no respect for you, the Messiah. Oh, that is what I would have done. Samaritans should be reduced to ashes by means of a miracle. It is the only thing that will shake them. Oh, how many times will I hear that said? But if I should reduce to ashes for every sin against me, no, Judas. I have come to create, not to destroy. Yes, and in the meantime, they are destroying you. Jesus does not reply. Simon asks, "Where are we going now, Master?" "Come with me. I know a place." "But if you have never been here before, after you left, how can you know?" asks Judas, still angry. "I know. It is not a beautiful place, but I have been there before. It is not in Bethlehem, it is a little outside. Let us turn this way." Jesus is in front, followed by Simon. Then Judas, and John is last. In the silence, broken only by the rustling of their sandals on the small grains of gravel on the path, someone sobbing can be heard. "Who is crying?" asks Jesus, turning round. And Judas, "It's John. He has been frightened." "No, I was not frightened. I had already laid my hand on the knife under my belt. Then I remembered the words you keep repeating. Do not kill, forgive." "Why are you crying then?" asks Judas. "Because I suffer. Seeing that the world does not love Jesus, they do not know him, and they do not want to know him. Oh, it is such a pain, as if someone tore my heart with burning thorns. As if I had seen someone treading on my mother or spitting upon my father's face, even worse. As if I had seen Roman horses eating in the Holy Ark and resting in the Holy of Holies." "Do not cry, my dear John. Save for this present time and for endless times in future. He was the light, and he came to enlighten darkness. But darkness did not know him. He came to the world that had been made for him, but the world did not know him. He came to his own town, to his own domain, but his own people did not accept him. Oh, do not cry like that." "That does not happen in Galilee," says John, sighing. "Well, not even in Judea," says Judas. "Jerusalem is the capital, and 3 days ago it sang hosannas to you, Messiah. You cannot judge from this place of coarse peasants, shepherds, and market gardeners. Also the Galileans, mind you, are not all good. After all, where did Judas the false Messiah come from? They said, 'That is enough, Judas. There is no use in getting angry. I am calm. Be calm, too.' Judas, come here. I want to speak to you." Judas goes near him. "Take this purse. You will do the shopping for tomorrow." "And for the time being, where are we going to lodge?" Jesus smiles but does not reply. It is dark. Everything is white in the moonlight. The nightingales sing amongst the olive trees. A brook is a silvery resounding ribbon. One can smell the scent of hay of the mown fields. A warm, I would say, carnal smell. Bellows and bleats can be heard. And stars. Stars and stars. Stars strewn on the heavenly curtain, a canopy of living gems spread over the hills of Bethlehem. "But here, there is nothing but ruins here. Where are you taking us? The town is over there." "I know. Come, follow the rivulet behind me. A few more steps and then I will offer you the abode of the King of Israel." Judas shrugs his shoulders and becomes quiet. A few more steps, than a heap of ruined houses, the remains of houses, a cave between the clefts of a big wall. Jesus asks, "Have you any tinder? Light it." Simon lights a small lamp, which he has taken out of his knapsack, and he gives it to Jesus. "Come in," says the master, lifting the lamp. "Come in. This is the nativity room of the King of Israel."
"You must be joking, master. This is a filthy den. I am not going to stay here. I loathe it. It is damp, cold, stinking, full of scorpions and perhaps also snakes."
And yet, my friends, here, the night of the 25th of Chislev, Feast of the Lights, Jesus Christ was born of the Virgin, the Emmanuel, the Word of God made flesh, for the love of man. I, who am speaking to you. Also then, as now, the world was deaf to the voices of heaven speaking to the hearts of men, and it rejected the mother and here. No, Judas, do not avert your eyes in disgust from those fluttering noctules, from those green lizards, from those cobwebs. Do not lift with disgust your beautiful embroidered mantle, lest it may trail on the ground covered with animal excrement. Those noctules are the daughters of the ones that were the first toys to be tossed before the eyes of the child, for whom the angels sang the Gloria, heard by the shepherds, intoxicated only by an ecstatic joy, a true joy. The emerald green of those lizards was the first colour to strike my eyes, the first after my mother's white face and dress. Those cobwebs were the canopy of my royal cradle. This ground, oh, you may trod on it without disdain. It is littered with excrement, but it is sanctified by her foot, the foot of the holy, the most holy, pure, immaculate Mother of God, who gave birth, because she was to give birth, because God, not man, told her and covered her with his shadows. She, the faultless one, trod on it. You can tread on it too. And may the purity diffused by her, by the will of God, rise from the soles of your feet to your heart. Simon is on his knees. John goes straight to the manger and cries, leaning his head against it. Judas is terrified. He is overcome by emotion and no longer worried about his beautiful mantle. He kneels on the ground, takes the edge of Jesus' tunic and kisses it, and beats his breast, saying, "Oh, my good master, have mercy on the blindness of your servant. My pride vanishes. I see you as you are, not the king I was thinking of, but the eternal prince, the father of future centuries, the king of peace. Have mercy, my Lord and my God. Have mercy on me." Yes, you all have my mercy. Now we will sleep where the infant and the virgin slept, over there, where John has taken the place of the adoring mother, here, where Simon looks like my putative father. Or, if you prefer so, I will speak to you of that night. "Oh yes, master, tell us of your birth." "That it may be a bright pearl shining in our hearts, and we may tell the whole world.
and we may venerate your Virgin Mother, not only as your mother, but also as the Virgin. Judas was the first to speak, then Simon, and then John, whose face smiles and cries near the manger. Come and sit on the hay. Listen. And Jesus tells them of the night of his birth. As the mother was near her time to have a child, a decree was issued by the imperial delegate Publius Sulpicius Quirinus on instructions from Caesar Augustus when Sentius Saturninus was governor of Palestine. The decree stated that the census has to be taken of all the people of the empire. Those who were not slaves were to go to their places of origin and register in the official rolls of the empire. Joseph, the spouse of the mother, was in the line of David, and the mother was also of David's line. In compliance with the decree, they left Nazareth and came to Bethlehem, the cradle of the royal family. The weather was severe. Jesus continues the story, and it all ends thus. Footnote number 1. The real number of babies killed is 32, of which 18 in the actual town of Bethlehem and 14 in the nearby country. Also, 6 baby girls were slaughtered, as the hired cutthroats could not tell them from baby boys because they were dressed alike, and also because of the darkness and their hurry to kill. The peasant, as is often the case, exaggerates. The above detailed information is given by Maria Valtorta on the separate sheet added to the original manuscript. The poem of the man God, the first year of the public life. Chapter 74. Jesus goes to the hotel in Bethlehem and preaches from the ruins of Anne's house. 9th of January, 1945. It is an early, bright summer morning. The sky seems painted with strokes of a pink brush by little thin clouds looking like strips of frayed gauze dropped on a smooth turquoise carpet. The air is full of the songs of birds, exhilarated by the bright light. Sparrows, blackbirds, redbreasts, whistle, chirp, brawl over a stem, a worm, a twig, which they want to take to their nests or eat or use as a roost. Swallows dart from the sky down to the little stream to wet their snow-white breasts, the tops of which are rust-coloured, and after receiving the freshness of the water and catching a little fly still asleep on a little stem, they dart straight up into the sky as fast as the flash of a burnished blade, chattering joyfully. 2 blue-headed wagtails, dressed in pale ash-grey silk, are walking gracefully like 2 little dames along the bank of the stream, holding well up their long tails adorned with their little velvet black spots. They look at themselves in the water, and, satisfied with their beautiful looks, they resume walking. While a blackbird, a real little rogue of the wood, scoffs at them, whistling at them with his long yellow beak. In the thick foliage of a wild apple tree, growing all alone near the ruins, a nightingale is calling her mate insistently, and she becomes silent only when she sees him coming with a long caterpillar wriggling in the grip of his thin beak. 2 city pigeons, which have probably escaped from a dovecot and have chosen a free dwelling place in the crevices of a ruined tower, give vent to their love effusion by cooing in such a way that the male seems to be endeavouring to seduce the modest female. Jesus, with arms crossed, looks at all the happy little creatures and smiles. Are you Already ready, master? Asked Simon from behind him. Yes, I am. Are the others still sleeping? Yes, they are. They're young. I washed myself in that stream. The water is so cold that it clears the mind. I'll go and wash now. While Simon, wearing only a short tunic, is washing himself and then puts on his clothes, Judas and John come out. Hail, master, are we late? No, it is only daybreak. But now be quick and let us go. The two get washed and put on their tunics and mantles. Jesus, before setting off, picks some little flowers which have grown between the crevices of two stones and puts them into a small wooden box, in which there are already other items, which I cannot see very well. He explains, I will take them to my mother. She will love them. Let us go. Where, master? To Bethlehem. Again? I do not think the situation is a favourable one for us. It does not matter. Let us go. I want to show you where the Magi came, and where I was. In that case, listen. Excuse me, will you, master? But let me do the talking. Let us do one thing. In Bethlehem and at the hotel, let me speak and ask questions. You Galileans are not awfully liked in Judea, and much less here than anywhere else. Nay, let us do this. Your clothes show that you and John are Galileans. It's too easy. And then your hair. Why do you persist in wearing it so long? Simon and I will change mantles with you. Simon, give yours to John. I'll give mine to the master. That's it, see? You already look a little more like Judeans. Now take this. And he takes off the cloth covering his head, a yellow, brown, red, green, stripped length of material like his mantle, held in position by a yellow cord. He places it on Jesus' head, adjusting it along his cheeks to hide his fair hair. John puts on the very dark green of one of Simon. Oh, that's better now. I have a practical sense. Yes, Judas, you have a practical sense. That is true. Watch, however, that it does not exceed the other sense. Which one, master? The spiritual sense. No, but in certain cases, it pays to be more a politician than an ambassador. And listen, be good a little longer. It is for your own good. Do not contradict me if I should say something which is not true. What do you mean? Why tell lies? I am the truth, and I want no lies in me or around me. Oh, I will only tell half lies. I will say that we are all coming back from remote places, from Egypt, for instance, and that we are seeking news of dear friends. I will say that we are Judeans coming back from exile. After all, there is some truth in everything, and I will be speaking, and one lie more, one lie less. But Judas, why deceive? Never mind, master. The world lives on deceit, and at times deceit is a necessity. Well, to make you happy. I will only say that we are coming from far, and that we are Judeans, which is true for 3 out of 4 of us. And you, John, please do not speak at all. You would give yourself away. I'll be quiet. Then, if everything works out all right, we will say the rest. But I do not believe it. I am shrewd. I grasp things at once. I see that, Judas. But I would prefer you to be simple. It does not help much. In your group, I will be the one in charge of difficult missions. Let me carry on. Jesus is reluctant, but he gives in. They set out. They walk round the ruins, then along a windowless massive wall, on the other side of which one can hear braying, mooing, neighing, bleating, and the queer cry of camels or dromedaries. The wall forms an angle. They go round it. They are now in the square of Bethlehem. The fountain is in the centre of the square, the shape of which is still slantwise, although there is a difference on the side opposite the hotel. Over there, where there was the little house, which I still remember being all silvery in the rays of the star, there is now a large opening, strewn with ruins. Only the little staircase is still up, with its little landing. Jesus looks and sighs. The square is full of people around vendors of foodstuffs, utensils, clothes, etc. All the goods are on mats or in baskets on the ground, and most of the merchants are also crouched in the centre of their shops, with the exception of those standing up, shouting and gesticulating with stingy buyers. "It's market day," says Simon. The main gate of the hotel is wide open, and a line of donkeys laden with goods is coming out. Judas is the first to enter. He looks round. Full of haughtiness, he seizes a dirty hostler in short sleeves, that is with a sleeveless short tunic, reaching down to his knees. "Hostler," he shouts. "The landlord! Be quick! Be quick! I am not used to be kept waiting for people." The boy runs away, dragging a broom behind him. "But Judas, what manners!" "Be quiet, master. Leave me alone. It is important that they consider us rich people coming from town." The landlord rushes in, and he bends down repeatedly in front of Judas, who is impressive in Jesus' dark red mantle, worn on top of his sumptuous yellow tunic full of fringes. "We have come from far, man. We are Judeans of the Asiatic communities. This gentleman, born in Bethlehem and persecuted, is now looking for some dear friends. We are with him. We have come from Jerusalem, where we worshipped the Most High in his house. Can you give us some information?" "My lord, your servant will do everything for you. Give me your orders." "We want some information on many, and particularly on Anne, the woman whose house was opposite your hotel." "Oh, poor woman, you will find her only in Abraham's bosom, and her children with her." "Is she dead? How?" "Don't you know of Herod's massacre? The whole world talked about it, and even Caesar called him a pig who feeds on blood. Oh, what have I said? Don't report me. Are you really a Judean?" "Here is the sign of my tribe. So, speak up." "Anne was killed by Herod's soldiers, with all her children except one daughter." "But why? She was good." "Did you know her?" "Yes, very well." Judas lies brazen-facedly. "She was killed because she gave hospitality to those who said they were the father and the mother of the Messiah. Come here into this room. Walls have ears, and it is dangerous to talk about such things." They go into a low, dark room. They sit down on a low couch. "Now, I had a wonderful nose. I am not a hotel keeper for nothing. I was born here, the son of the sons of hotel keepers. Wiles are in my blood, and I did not take them. I could have found a hole for them, but poor, unknown Galileans as they were. Oh no, Hezekiah will not fall into the trap. And I felt they were different. That woman, her eyes, something... No, she must have had a demon inside her, and she spoke to him.
and she brought him, not to me, but to town. Anne was more innocent than a little lamb, and she gave them hospitality a few days later, when she already had the child. They said he was the Messiah. Oh, the money I made during those days! The census was nothing like it. Many people came here who had nothing to do with the census. They came even from the seaside, even from Egypt to see, and it lasted for months. What a profit I made! The last to come were 3 kings, 3 powerful kings, 3 magicians. I would not know. What a train, an endless one. They took all the stables and they paid in gold for so much hay that could have lasted a month, and they went away the following day, leaving it all here. And what gifts they gave the hostlers and the women. And to me, oh, I can only speak well of the Messiah, whether he was a true or false one. He made me earn bags of money, and I had no disasters. None of my family died, because I had just got married. So, but the others. We would like to see the places of the slaughter. The places? But every house was a place of slaughter. There were people killed for miles around Bethlehem. Come with me. They go up a staircase into a large terraced roof. From it, one can see a lot of countryside, and the whole of Bethlehem spread on the hills like an open fan. Can you see the ruined spots? Over there, also the houses were burnt down because the fathers defended their children with their weapons. Can you see over there? That kind of a well covered with ivy. Those are the remains of the synagogue. It was burnt down with the arch-synagogue, who stated that it was the Messiah. It was burnt down by the survivors, who were wild because of the slaughter of their children. We had trouble for that after. And over there, and there, see those sepulchres? The victims are buried there. They look like little sheep spread all over the green, as far as the eye can see. All the innocents and their fathers and mothers. See that vat? Its water was red after the killers washed weapons and hands in it. And the brook at the back here, did you see it? It was pink because of the blood which had flowed into it from the sewers. And there, over there, in front of us, that is what is left of Anne's house. Jesus is crying. Did you know her well? Judas replies. She was like a sister for his mother. Is that right, my friend? Jesus replies simply, yes. I understand, remarks the hotel keeper, who becomes pensive. Jesus bends forward to speak to Judas in a low voice. My friend would like to go on those ruins, says Judas. Let him go. They belong to everybody. They go downstairs, say goodbye, and go out. The host is disappointed. Perhaps he was hoping to earn something. They cross the square, and they climb the little staircase still left. From here, says Jesus, my mother made me wave my hand to the 3 wise men, and we left from here to go to Egypt. People look at the 4 men on the ruins. One asks, are they relatives of Anne? They're friends. A woman shouts, don't do any harm to the poor dead woman. Don't you do it, as her other friends did when she was alive, and then they ran away. Jesus is standing on the landing against the little wall enclosing it. He's therefore about 2 meters higher up than the square, with nothing behind him. The outline of his figure is clearly cut against the sun shining behind him. It forms a halo around his golden hair and makes his snow-white linen tunic
look even whiter, as it is the only garment on him, since his mantle has slipped off his shoulders and is now lying at his feet like a multicolored pedestal. Further back, there is the green, unkempt background of what was Anne's kitchen garden and field, now laid waste and strewn with debris. Jesus stretches out his arms. When Judas sees that gesture, he says, "Don't speak. It isn't wise." But Jesus' powerful voice fills the square. "Men of Judah, men of Bethlehem, listen. Women of the land sacred to Rachel, listen. Listen to one who descends from David and has suffered because of persecutions and has become worthy of speaking and is speaking to you to give you light and comfort. Listen." The people stop shouting, quarreling, and buying, and they gather together.
"He is a rabbi."
"He certainly comes from Jerusalem."
"Who is he? What a handsome man!"
"And what a voice!"
"And his manners!" "Of course he is of David's house."
"He's one of ours then."
"Let's listen to him."
The whole crowd is now gathered near the little staircase, which looks like a pulpit. "In Genesis, it is said, 'I will make you enemies of each other, you and the woman. She will crush your head, and you will strike at her heel.' It is also said, 'I will multiply your pains in childbearing, and the soil shall yield you brambles and thistles.' That was the sentence against man, woman, and the serpent. I have come from far to revere Rachel's tomb, and in the evening breeze, in the dew of the night, in the plaintive morning song of the nightingale, I heard ancient Rachel's sobs being repeated, and they were repeated by the mouths of many mothers of Bethlehem, within their tombs or within their hearts. And I heard Jacob's sorrow roar in the pain of the widowed husbands, deprived of their wives, whom sorrow had killed. I cry with you. But listen, brethren of my land, Bethlehem, the blessed land, the least of the towns in Judah, but the greatest in the eyes of God and of mankind, roused Satan's hatred, because it was the cradle of the Saviour, as Micah says, destined to be the tabernacle on which the glory of God, the fire of God, his incarnate love was to rest. I will make you enemies of each other, you and the woman. She will crush your head, and you will strike at her heel. Which enmity is there greater than the one that aims at a mother's children, the very heart of a woman? And which heel is there stronger than the Saviour's mother's? The revenge of Satan defeated was therefore a natural one. He did not strike at the heel, but at the hearts of mothers, because of the mother. Oh, pains were multiplied when the children were lost after giving birth to them. Oh, great was the trouble of being a childless father after sowing and toiling for the offspring. And yet, Bethlehem, rejoice! Your pure blood, the blood of the innocents, has prepared a blazing purple way for the Messiah. The crowd, which has become more and more turbulent after Jesus mentioned the Saviour and his mother, is now showing clear signs of agitation. "Be quiet, master," says Judas, "and let us go." But Jesus does not listen to him. He goes on. "For the Messiah, that the grace of the God Father saved from tyrants to preserve him for his people and his salvation." And the shrill voice of a woman shouts, Five I gave birth to, and not one is now in my house. Poor me!" And she yells hysterically. It is the beginning of the uproar. Another woman rolls over in the dust. She tears her dress and shows a breast, mind of its nibble, shouting, Here, on this mama they slaughtered my firstborn son. The sword cut off his face and my nipple at the same time. Oh, my Elias. And what about me? There is my royal palace, 3 tombs in one, watched over by the Father, my husband and children together. There, if there is a Saviour, let him give me back my children, my husband. Let him save me from despair. From Beelzebub, he must save me. They all shout, Our children, our husbands, our fathers, let him give them back if he exists. Jesus waves his arms, imposing silence. Brethren of my land, I would like to give you back your children in their flesh. But I tell you, be good, be resigned, forgive, hope, rejoice in hope, and exult in one certainty. You will soon have your children, angels in heaven, because the Messiah is about to open the gates of heaven. And if you are just, death will be a new life and a new love. Oh, are you the Messiah? In the name of God, tell us. Jesus lowers his arms in so sweet and kind a gesture, as if he were embracing them all, and he says, Yes, I am. Go away! It is your fault, then. A stone is thrown amid hisses and jeers. Judas reacts at once in a most praiseworthy way. Oh, if he had always behaved thus. He jumps in front of Jesus, standing on the low wall of the landing, with his mantle wide open, and undaunted he protects Jesus from the stones. His face bleeds, and he shouts to John and Simon, Take Jesus away, behind those trees. I'll follow. Go, in the name of heaven. And he shouts to the crowd, Mad dogs! I am of the temple, and I will report you to the temple and to Rome. The crowd is scared for a moment. Then the shower of stones is resumed at once. But fortunately, they are no experts. And Judas, fearless, gets it and replies with offensive language to the curses of the crowd. Nay, he catches a stone thrown at him, and he throws it back on the head of an old man who is shouting like a magpie plucked alive. And as they attempt to climb up his pedestal, he quickly picks up an old branch from the ground. He has now come off the little wall, and he swings it round on backs, heads, and hands mercilessly. Some soldiers rush to the spot, and with their lances they make their way through the crowd. Who are you? Why this brawl? I am a Judean, and I have been attacked by these plebeians. A rabbi, well known to the priests, was with me. He was speaking to these dogs, but they became wild and attacked us. Who are you? Judas of Kerioth. I was a man of the temple. Now I am a disciple of Rabbi Jesus of Galilee. I am a friend of Simon the Pharisee, of Johanan the Sadducee, and of Joseph of Arimathea,
the counselor of the Sanhedrin, and finally of Eleazar ben Anna, the proconsul's great friend. And you can check. I will. Where are you going? I am going to Kerioth with my friend, then to Jerusalem. Go. We will protect your back.
Judas hands some coins to the soldier. It must be illegal, but quite usual, because the soldier takes them swiftly and cautiously. He salutes and smiles. Judas jumps down from his platform. He goes through the uncultivated field, skipping now and then, and he reaches his companions. Are you seriously hurt?
No, it's nothing, master. In any case, it's for you. But I gave them a licking as well. I must be covered with blood.
Yes, on your check. There is a rivulet here. John moistens a small piece of cloth and wipes Judas's cheek. I am sorry, Judas, but see, to tell them that we are Judeans, according to your good practical sense.
They are beasts. I believe you are now convinced, master, and I hope you will not insist.
Oh no, not because I am afraid, but because it is useless, just now. When they do not want us, we must not curse them, but withdraw praying for the poor foolish people who die of starvation and cannot see the bread. Let us go along this out-of-the-way path towards the shepherds. If we can find them, I think we will be able to get onto the Hebron road. To have more stones thrown at us? No. To say to them, I am here.
What? They will certainly beat us. They have been suffering for 30 years because of you.
We will see. They enter a cool, shady, thick little wood, and I lose sight of them. The poem of the man God, the first year of the public life. Chapter 75. Jesus and the shepherds, Elias, Levi, and Joseph. 11th of January, 1945. The hills are becoming much higher and woodier than those around Bethlehem, and they rise continuously and eventually form a real chain of mountains. Jesus is climbing ahead of them all, and he looks around as if he were anxious to find something. He does not speak. He listens more to the voices of the woods than to the apostles, who are a few yards behind him and are speaking to one another. A bell rings in the distance, but the wind carries its ding-dong. Jesus smiles. He turns round. I hear the bells of sheep. Where, master? I think near that hillock, but the wood prevents me from seeing. John, without uttering one word, takes off his tunic. They have all rolled up their mantles and are carrying them across their backs because they feel warm. And having on only his short tunic, he throws his arms around a tall, smooth trunk, which I think is an ash tree, and he climbs up until he can see. Yes, master, there are many herds and 3 shepherds over there behind that thicket. He comes down, and they proceed, sure of their way. Will it be them? We shall ask, Simon, and if they are not, they will tell us something. They know one another. After approximately 100 yards, there is a large green pasture, surrounded on all sides by huge aged trees. Many sheep are gazing on the thick grass of the undulated meadow. 3 men are watching over them. One is old, his hair is all white. Of the other 2, One is about 30, the other about 40 years old.
Be careful, master. They are herdsmen, advises Judas when he sees Jesus hastening his step.
But Jesus does not even answer. He goes on, tall and handsome in his white tunic, with the setting sun in front of him. He seems an angel, so bright he is.
Peace be with you, my friends,
he greets when he reaches the edge of the meadow. The three men turn round, surprised. There is silence. Then the oldest one asks, "Who are you?" "One who loves you."
"You would be the first in so many years. Where are you from?"
"From Galilee."
"From Galilee?
Oh!" The man watches him carefully. Also the other two have come near. "From Galilee," repeats the shepherd, and he adds in a very low voice, as if speaking to himself, "He came from Galilee too." "From which town, my lord?" "From Nazareth." "Oh, well, tell me, has a child ever come back to Nazareth? A child with a woman whose name was Mary and a man called Joseph? A child who was even more beautiful than his mother, so beautiful that I have never seen a fairer flower on the slopes of Judah? A child born in Bethlehem of Judah at the time of the edict. A child who later fled, most unfortunately for the world. A child, oh, I would give my life just to hear whether he is alive. He must be a man by now." "Why do you say that his flight was a great fortune for the world?" "Because he was the Savior, the Messiah, and Herod wanted him dead. I was not there when he fled with his mother and father. When I heard of the slaughter and I came back, because also I had children, my lord, and a wife. And I heard they had been killed. But I swear by the God of Abraham, I was more afraid for him than for my own family. I heard he had fled, and I could not even inquire. I could not even take away my own slaughtered creatures. They threw stones at me, as they do with lepers and unclean people. They treated me like a murderer. And I had to hide in the woods and live like a wolf. Until I found a master. Oh, it's no longer Anne. He is hard and cruel. If a sheep gets hurt, if a wolf preys on a lamb, he either beats me till I bleed, or he takes my poor pay, and I have to work in the woods for other people. I must do something to pay him back 3 times the value. But it does not matter. I have always said to the Most High, let me see your Messiah. At least let me know that he is alive, and all the rest is nothing. My lord, I have told you how the people in Bethlehem treated me, and how my master deals with me. I could have repaid them in their own coins. I could have wronged them, stealing, so that I would not suffer under my master. But I preferred to suffer, to forgive, to be honest. Because the angel said, glory to God in the highest heaven, and peace on earth to men of good will.
Is that what they said? Yes, they did, my lord. You must believe, at least you who are good. You must know and believe that the Messiah is born. No one would believe it any longer. But angels do not lie, and we were not drunk, as they said. This man here, he was a boy then, and he was the first to see the angel. He drank but milk. Can milk make one drunk? The angels said, today in the town of David, the Savior is born. He is Christ the Lord, and here is a sign for you. You will find a child wrapped in swaddling clothes, lying in a manger. Did they say that? Exactly that? Did you not misunderstand them? Are you not mistaken after such a long time? Oh, no. Isn't it, Levi? In order not to forget. We could not forget in any case, because they were heavenly words and were written in our hearts with a heavenly fire. Every morning, every evening, when the sun rises, when the first star starts shining, we repeat them as a prayer, as a blessing, to have strength and comfort in his name and in his mother's. Ah, you said, Christ? No, my lord. We say, glory to God in the highest heaven, and peace on earth to men of good will, through Jesus Christ, who was born of Mary in a stable in Bethlehem, and who, wrapped in swaddling clothes, was in a manger. He who is the Savior of the world. But in short, whom are you looking for? Jesus Christ, the Son of Mary, the Nazarene, the Savior. It is I. Jesus is radiant when saying so, revealing himself to his persevering lovers. Persevering, faithful, patient. You, oh Lord, Savior, our Jesus. The three men prostrate themselves on the ground and kiss Jesus' feet, crying with joy. Stand up. Get up, Elias, and you, Levi, and you, whose name I do not know. Joseph, the son of Joseph. These are my disciples, John a Galilean, Simon, and Judas Judeans. The shepherds are no longer prostrated on the ground. They are kneeling, sitting back on their heels. They worship thus the Saviour, with loving eyes, trembling lips, while their faces blanch and blush with joy. Jesus sits down on the grass. No, my Lord, you, King of Israel, must not sit on the grass. Never mind, my dear friends, I am poor, a carpenter as far as the world is concerned. I am rich only in my love for the world, and in the love I get from good people. I have come to stay with you, to share the evening meal with you, and sleep beside you on the hay, and to be comforted by you. Oh, comfort! We are coarse and persecuted. I am persecuted too.
but you give me what I am seeking: love, faith, and hope. A hope that will last for years and bear flowers. See, you waited for me, and you believed without the least doubt that I was the Messiah, and I have come to you. Oh yes, you have come. Now, even if I die, I will not be upset by the fact that I hoped not in vain. No, Elias, you will live until Christ's triumph, and after. You saw my dawn, you must see my glory. And what about the others? You were 12. Elias, Levi, Samuel, Jonah, Isaac, Tobias, Jonathan, Daniel, Simeon, John, Joseph, Benjamin. My mother always mentioned your names to me, because you were my first friends. Oh, the shepherds are more and more moved. Where are the others? Old Samuel died of old age about 20 years ago. Joseph was killed because he fought at the gate of the enclosure to give time to his wife, who had just become a mother a few hours before, to escape with this man, whom I took with me for the sake of my friend, also to have children around me once again. I took Levi also with me. He was persecuted. Benjamin is a shepherd on Lebanon with Daniel. Simeon, John, and Tobias, who now wants to be called Matthew in memory of his father, who was also killed, are disciples of John. Jonah works on the plain of Esrelden for a Pharisee. Isaac suffers very much from his back, which is bent in two. He lives in dire poverty, all by himself at Jutta. We help him as much as we can, but we have all been badly hit, and our help is like dewdrops on a fire. Jonathan is now the servant of one of Herod's big men. How could you, and particularly Jonathan, Jonah, Daniel, and Benjamin, get such jobs? I remembered your relative Zacharias. Your mother had sent me to him when we were in the mountain gorges in Judea, fugitives and cursed. I took them to him. He was good to us. He sheltered and fed us, and he found work for us. He did what he could. I had already taken all Anne's herd for the Herodian, and I remained with him. When the Baptist, grown into a man, began to preach, Simon, John, and Tobias went to him. But now the Baptist is in jail. Yes, and they are keeping watch near Machaerus with a few sheep to avoid arousing suspicion. They were given the sheep by a rich man, a disciple of your relative John. I would like to see them all. Yes, my lord, we will go and say to them, "Come, he is alive. He remembers us and loves us. And he wants you to be his friends." Yes, my lord. But we will go first to Isaac. And where are Samuel and Joseph buried? Samuel in Hebron. He remained in Zacharias' service. Joseph has no tomb. He was burned with the house. He is no longer in the cruel fire, but in the flames of God's love, and will soon be in his glory. I am telling you, and particularly you, Joseph, son of Joseph, come here, that I may kiss you to thank your father. And my children,
They are angels, Elias. Angels who will repeat the Gloria when the Saviour is crowned.
King?
No, Redeemer. Oh, what a procession of just people and saints. And in front, there will be the white and purple phalanges of the martyrs. As soon as the gates of limbo are opened, we shall ascend together to the eternal kingdom. And then you will come and find your fathers, mothers, and children in the Lord. Believe me.
Yes, my Lord.
Call me Master. It is getting dark. The first evening star is beginning to shine. Say your prayer before supper. Not I. You say it, please. Glory to God in the highest heaven, and peace on earth to men of good will, who have deserved to see the light and serve it. The Saviour is among them. The shepherd of the royal line is with his herd. The morning star has risen. Rejoice, just people. Rejoice in the Lord. He who made the vaults of heaven and has strewn them with stars, who placed the seas at the boundaries of the land, who created winds and dew, and fixed the course of seasons to give bread and wine to his children, is now sending you a more sublime food, the living bread that descends from heaven, the wine of the eternal vine. Come to me, you who are the first of my worshippers. Come to meet the eternal Father in truth, to follow him in holiness and receive his eternal reward. Jesus has said the prayer, standing up with his arms stretched out, while the disciples and shepherds are on their knees. They then offer bread and a new milk, and since there are only 3 bowls or emptied marrows, I do not know which, Jesus is the first to eat, with Simon and Judas. Then John, to whom Jesus hands his cup, with Levi and Joseph. Elias is last. The sheep are no longer grazing. They gather in a compact group, perhaps waiting to be led to their enclosure. Instead, I see the 3 shepherds taking them into the wood, under a rustic shed formed with branches and enclosed by ropes. They then busy themselves preparing hay beds for Jesus and his disciples. They light fires, probably to keep wild animals away. Judas and John lie down, and tired as they are, they soon fall asleep. Simon would like to keep Jesus company, but shortly afterwards, he falls asleep too. Sitting on the hay, leaning against a pole, Jesus remains awake with the shepherds, and they talk of Joseph, of Mary, of the flight into Egypt, of their return. And after such questions about loving friendship, they ask more noble questions. What can they do to serve Jesus? How will they, poor, rough shepherds, be able to do anything? And Jesus teaches them and explains. Now I am going to go through Judea. My disciples will keep in touch with you all the time. Later, I will let you come. In the meantime, get together. Make sure that you are all in touch with one another, and that everyone knows that I am here in this world as Master and Saviour. Let everybody know as best as you can. I will not promise that you will be believed. I have been mocked at and beaten. They will do the same to you. But as you have been strong and just in your long expectation, persist in being so, now that you are mine. Tomorrow we will go towards Jutta, then to Hebron. Can you come? Of course we can. The road belongs to everybody and the pastures to God. Only Bethlehem is forbidden by an unfair hatred. The other villages know, but they jeer at us, calling us toppers. Thus we will not be able to do very much here. I will employ you elsewhere. I will not abandon you. For all our lifetimes, for all my lifetime. No, master, I will die first. I am old. Do you think so? I do not. One of the first faces I saw, Elias, was yours. It will also be one of the last. I will take with me, impressed in my eyes, the image of your face deranged by sorrow for my death. But after, you will treasure in your heart the memory of the joy of a triumphal morning, and will thus await death. Death, the everlasting meeting with Jesus, whom you adored when he was a baby. Also then the angels will sing the Gloria for the man of goodwill. I hear nothing more. The sweet vision fades away and ends. The poem of the man God, the first year of the public life. Chapter 76. Jesus at Jutta with the shepherd Isaac. 12th of January, 1945. A fresh valley, resounding with the water of a silvery little torrent, flowing foamy southwards among the rocks. The gay freshness of the water spreads out on the little pastures on the banks, but its moisture seems to climb up the very green slopes of the hills. It is a beautiful, varied emerald green, which from the soil through the bushes and shrubs of the brushwood reaches up to the top of the tall trees of the wood. Many of them are walnut trees. The wood is spotted with many green open spaces, covered with thick grass, which are good, healthy pastures for herds. Jesus is going down towards the torrent with his disciples and the 3 shepherds. He stops patiently to wait for a sheep which has been left behind, or when one of the shepherds has to run after a lamb which has gone astray. He is the good shepherd now. He has provided himself with a long branch to push aside blackberry, hawthorn, and clematis branches, which stick out in all directions and catch garments, and the stick completes his pastoral figure. See, Juttah is up there. We will cross the torrent. There is a ford, which is very useful in summer, without having to use this bridge. It would have been quicker to come via Hebron, but you did not want that.
No, we will go to Hebron later. We must always go first to those who suffer. The dead do not suffer any longer when they have been just people. And Samuel was a just man. And if the dead need our prayers, it is not necessary to be near their bones to pray for them. Bones? What are they? A proof of the power of God, who made man with dust, but nothing else. Also, animals have bones, but the skeletons of all animals are not so perfect as the man's skeleton. Only man, the king of creation, has an upright position as a king over his subjects, and his face looks forwards and upwards without having to twist his neck. Man looks upwards towards the abode of the Father, but they are still bones, dust which will return to dust. The eternal bounty has decided to assemble them again on the eternal day, to give even a greater joy to the blessed souls. Just imagine, not the souls only will be reunited and will love one another, as and even more than they did on the earth, but they will rejoice also, seeing one another with the same features they had on the earth. Dear curly-haired children like yours, Elias, fathers and mothers with loving hearts and faces like yours, Levi and Joseph. Nay, in your case, Joseph, it will be the day when at last you will see the faces for which you feel nostalgia. There are no more orphans, no widows among the just. Up there. Prayers for the dead can be said anywhere. It is the prayer of a soul for the soul of a relative to the perfect Spirit who is God, who is everywhere. Oh, holy freedom of what is spiritual. There are no distances, no exile, no prisons, no tombs. There is nothing that can divide or restrict in painful impotence what is outside and above the chains of the flesh. You will go with your better part towards your beloved ones, and they will come to you with their better part. And the whole effusion of loving souls will rotate around the eternal fulcrum, around God, the most perfect Spirit, the creator of everything that was, is, and will be. Love that loves you and teaches you how to love. But here we are at the ford. I can see a row of stones emerging from the shallow water.
Yes, master, it is that one there. At the time of flood, it is a roaring waterfall. Now there are 7 streamlets flowing placidly between the 6 large stones of the ford.
In fact, 6 large stones, cut quite squarely, are laid across the torrent at about a foot from each other, and the water, which before them is like a large sparkling ribbon, is divided into 7 minor ones, rushing happily to join together again beyond the ford, forming one only fresh stream which flows babbling among the stones. The shepherds watch the sheep crossing. Some walk on the stones, some prefer crossing in the stream, only a foot deep, and they drink the pure gurgling water. Jesus crosses on the stones, followed by his disciples. They resume walking on the other bank.
You told me that you want to inform Isaac that you are here, but you do not want to go into the village?
Yes, that is what I want.
Well, we had better part. I will go to him. Levi and Joseph will stay with the herd and with you. I'll go up here. It will be quicker.
And Elias starts climbing up the mountainside towards the white houses which are so bright up there in the sunshine. I seem to be following him. He is now at the first houses. He goes along a tiny path between houses and kitchen gardens. He walks thus for about 10 meters. He then turns into a wider road and then enters the square. I forgot to mention that this is happening in the early morning hours. I am saying so now because the market is still on the square and housewives and vendors are shouting under the shady trees of the square. Elias goes resolutely to the point where the square ends and quite an attractive street starts, perhaps the nicest in the village. At the corner there is a little house, or rather a room with the door wide open. Almost on the threshold there is a little bed on which an emaciated sick man is lying, asking all passers-by for alms in a plaintive voice. Elias dashes in.
Isaac, it's me. I was not expecting you. You were here last month. Isaac, do you know why I have come?
No, I don't.
You are excited. What's happening? I have seen Jesus of Nazareth. He's a man now, a rabbi. He came looking for me, and he wants to see us. Oh, Isaac, are you not well? Isaac, in fact, has fallen back as if he were dying, but he comes round.
No. The news. Where is he? What is he like? Oh, if I could see him.
He is down in the valley. He sent me to say to you exactly this. Come, Isaac, because I want to see you and bless you. I'll call someone now to help me, and I'll take you down.
Is that what he said?
Yes, it is. But what are you doing?
I'm going. Isaac throws away the blankets. He moves his paralyzed legs. He throws them off the straw mattress. He puts his feet on the floor. He stands up, still somewhat hesitating and shaky. It all happens in an instant, under Elias's wide-open eyes, who at last understands and begins to shout. A little woman looks in curiously. He sees the sick man stand up and cover himself with one of the blankets, since he has nothing else, and run away, shouting like a madman. Let us go this way. It will be quicker, and we will not meet the crowd. Quick, Elias! They run through a little door of a kitchen garden in the back. They push the gate, made of dry branches, and once outside they run along a narrow, dirty path, then down a little road along kitchen gardens, and finally through meadows and thickets, right down to the torrent. There is Jesus over there, says Elias, pointing at him. The tall, handsome one with fair hair, with a white tunic and red mantle. Isaac runs. He cuts through the grazing sheep, and with a cry of triumph, joy, and adoration, he prostrates himself at Jesus' feet. Stand up, Isaac. I have come to bring you peace and blessings. Stand up, that I may see your face. But Isaac cannot stand up. Too much excitement at the one time, and he remains prostrated with his face on the ground, crying happily. You came at once. You did not worry whether you could. You told me to come, and I come. He did not even close the door or pick up the arms, Master. It does not matter. The angels will watch his house. Are you happy, Isaac? Oh, my Lord! Call me Master. Yes, my Lord, my Master. Even if you had not cured me, I would have been happy to see you. How could I find so much grace with you? Because of your faith and patience, Isaac. I know how much you suffered. Nothing. It does not matter. I have found you. You are alive. You are here. That's what matters. All the rest is over. But my Lord and my Master, you're not going away anymore. Is that right? Isaac, I have the whole of Israel to evangelize. I am going. But if I cannot stay, you can always serve and follow me. Do you want to be my disciple, Isaac? Oh, but I am not capable. Can you avow who I am? Avow it against jeers and threats, and tell people that I called you and you came. Even if you did not want, I avow all that. I would disobey you in that, Master. Forgive me for saying so. Jesus smiles. You can see, then, that you are capable of becoming a disciple. Oh, if that's all one has to do. I thought it was more difficult, that we had to go to school with the rabbis to learn how to serve you, the rabbi of rabbis, and to go to school at my age. The man, in fact,
must be at least 50 years old.
You have done your schooling already, Isaac. Me? No.
Yes, you have.
Have you not continued to believe and love, to respect and bless God and your neighbour, not to be envious, not to wish what belongs to other people, and even what was your own, and you no longer possessed, to speak only the truth, even if it should be harmful to you, not to associate with Satan committing sins? Have you not done all these things in the last 30 years of misfortunes?
Yes, master.
So, you see, you have done your schooling. Go on doing so and reveal, in addition to the world, that I am in the world. There is nothing else to be done. I have already preached you, Lord Jesus. I preached you to the children who used to come when I arrived lame in this village, begging for bread and doing some work such as shearing and dairy work. And the children used to come round my bed when I got worse and when I was paralyzed from my waist downwards. I spoke of you to the children of many years ago, and to the children of present times, who are the sons of the previous ones. Children are good, and they always believe. I told them of your birth, of the angels, of the star and the wise men, and of your mother. Oh, tell me, is she alive? She is alive, and she sends you her regards. She always spoke of all of you. Oh, if I could see her! You will see her. You will come to my house one day. Mary will greet you, saying, "My friend." Mary, yes. When you utter that name, it is like filling your mouth with honey. There is a woman in Jutta. She is a woman now. She had her 4th child not long ago, but once she was a little girl, one of my little friends, and she called her children Mary and Joseph, the first 2, and as she dared not call the 3rd one Jesus, she called him Emmanuel, as a good omen for herself, her home, and Israel. And she's now thinking of the name to be given to her 4th child, born 6 days ago. Oh, when she hears that I am cured, and that you are here. Sarah is as good as homemade bread, and her husband Joachim is also so good, and their relatives. I owe them my life. They have always helped and sheltered me. Let us go and ask them for hospitality during the hottest hours of the day, and to bless them for their charity. This way, master, it is easier for the sheep, and we will avoid the people, who are most certainly excited. The old woman, who saw me getting up, will have certainly told them. They follow the torrent, then further south they depart from it, and take to a steep path, following a prominence of the mountain shaped like the prow of a ship. Now the torrent flows in the opposite direction to that of those who are climbing. The water runs along a beautiful, uneven valley, formed by the intersection of 2 ranges of mountains. I recognize the place. It is unmistakable. It is the scene of the vision of Jesus and the children, which I saw last spring. The usual little dry stone wall marks the boundaries of the estate, which declines towards the valley. I see the meadow with apple trees, fig trees, walnut trees, then the white house surrounded by green lawns, with a protruding wing which protects the staircase and forms a porch and loggia. And there is the little dome on the highest part, the kitchen garden with the well, the pergola, and the flower beds. One can hear a lot of shouting from the house. Isaac walks in front of them all. He goes in. He calls at the top of his voice, "Mary! Joseph! Emmanuel! Where are you? Come to Jesus!" 3 little ones run. A girl about 5 years old, and 2 little boys, about 4 and 2 years of age, the latter still somewhat uncertain when walking.
They are dumbfounded when they see the revived man. Then the little girl shouts,
Isaac! Mommy! Isaac is here! Judith was right!
A woman comes out of a room where there is a lot of noisy shouting. The buxom, brown, tall, lovely mother of the past vision, most beautiful in her best dress, a snow-white linen dress, like a rich chemise falling in puckers down to her ankles, tied at a well-shaped waist by a multicolored striped shawl that covers her wonderful hips, dropping in fringes down to her knees at the back, while at the front it is tied under the filigree buckle, and its ends are hanging loose. A light veil, patterned with rose branches on a beige background, is pinned to her black plaits, like a tiny turban, and falls onto her neck in flowing folds, and then onto her shoulders and breasts. It is held tight on her head by a small crown of medals, tied together by a little chain. Heavy rings hang from her ears, and a tunic is held close to her neck by a silver necklace, which passes through eyelets of her dress. She wears heavy silver bracelets on her arms.
Isaac, what's this? Judith, I thought she had gone mad, but you are walking. What happened?
The Saviour! Oh, Sarah, he's here! He has come! Who? Jesus of Nazareth? Where is he? Over there, behind the walnut trees, and he wishes to know if you will receive him. Joachim, mother, come here, all of you! The Messiah is here! Women, men, boys, little ones ran out to shouting and yelling. But when they see Jesus tall and stately, they lose heart and become petrified. Peace to this house and to you all, the peace and blessing of God. Jesus walks slowly, smiling, towards the group. My friends, will you give hospitality to the wayfarer? And he smiles even more. His smile overcomes all fears. The husband takes heart. Come in, Messiah. We have loved you before meeting you. We shall love you more after meeting you. The house is celebrating today for 3 reasons. For you, for Isaac, and for the circumcision of my 3rd son. Bless him, master. Woman, bring the baby. Come in, my lord. They go into a room decorated for the feast. There are tables with foodstuffs, carpets and branches everywhere. Sarah comes back with a lovely newborn baby in her arms. She presents him to Jesus. May God be always with him. What is his name? No name yet. This is Mary. This is Joseph. This is Emmanuel. But this one has no name yet. Jesus looks at the parents, who are close to each other. He smiles. Find a name if he is to be circumcised today. They look at each other. They look at him. They open their mouths and close them again without saying anything. Everyone is paying attention. Jesus insists. The history of Israel has so many great, sweet, blessed names. The sweetest and most blessed ones have already been given, but perhaps there are still some left. The parents cry out together, "Yours, Lord?" And the mother adds, "But it is too holy." Jesus smiles and asks, "When will he be circumcised?" "We are waiting for the circumciser. I will be present at the ceremony, and in the meantime, I wish to thank you for what you have done for my Isaac. He no longer needs the help of good people, but good people still need God. You called your 3rd son, God be with us. But you had God with you ever since you were charitable to my servant. May you be blessed. Your charity will be remembered in heaven and on earth. Is Isaac going away now? Is he leaving us? Is that upsetting you? But he must serve his master. But he will come, and so will I. In the meantime, you will speak of the Messiah. There is so much to be said to convince the world. But here is the person you are expecting. A pompous personage comes in with a servant. There are greetings and low bows. "Where is the child?" he asks with haughtiness. "Here he is. But greet the Messiah. He is here." "The Messiah? The one who cured Isaac? I heard about it. But we will talk about it after. I'm in a great hurry. The child and his name?" The people present are mortified by the man's manners. But Jesus smiles as if the impoliteness was not addressed to him. He takes the baby. He touches his little forehead with his beautiful fingers, as if he wanted to consecrate him, and says, "His name is Jesse." And he hands him back to his father, who goes into another room with the haughty man and the other people. Jesus remains where he was until they come back with the child, who is screaming desperately. "Woman, give me the child. He will not cry any longer," he says to comfort the distressed mother. In fact, the child, once he is laid on Jesus' knees, is silent. Jesus forms a group of his own, with the little ones around him, and also the shepherds and disciples. The sheep that Elias has put in an enclosure are bleating outside. There is the noise of a party in the house. They bring sweets and drinks to Jesus. But Jesus hands them out to the little ones. "Are you not drinking, Master? Will you not have anything? We are offering it warmly." "I know, Joachim, and I accept wholeheartedly. But let me make the little ones happy first. They are my joy." "Pay no attention to that man, Master." "No, Isaac. I will pray that he may see the light. John, take the 2 little boys to see the sheep. And you, Mary, come closer to me and tell me, who am I?"
You are Jesus, the son of Mary of Nazareth, born in Bethlehem. Isaac saw you, and he gave me the name of your mother, that I may be good.
To imitate her, you must be as good as an angel of God, purer than a lily that blooms on top of a mountain, as pious as the holiest Levite. Will you be like that?
Yes, Jesus, I will.
Say Master or Lord, little girl. Let her call me with my name, Judas. Only when it is uttered by innocent lips. It doesn't lose the sound that it has on my mother's lips. Everybody, throughout future centuries, will mention that name. Some because of an interest or other, some to curse it. Only innocent people, without any interest and any hatred, will pronounce it with the same love as this little girl and my mother. Also sinners will invoke me because they need mercy. But my mother and the little ones. "Why do you call me Jesus?" he asks, caressing the little girl.
Because I love you, as I love my father, mother, and my little brothers,
she says, embracing Jesus' knees and smiling with her head turned upwards. And Jesus bends down and kisses her, and it all ends thus. The poem of the man God, the first year of the public life. Chapter 77. Jesus at Hebron, Zacharias' house, Aglae. 13th of January, 1945. At what time will we be arriving? asks Jesus, who is walking in the center of the group, behind the sheep, grazing on the grass on the banks.
At about the 3rd hour. It's almost 10 miles,
replies Elias.
Are we going to Kerioth afterwards?
Asks Judas. Yes, we will go there.
Was it not quicker to go to Kerioth from Jutta? It cannot be a great distance. Is that correct, shepherd?
About 2 miles longer, more or less.
This way, we will be doing over 20 for nothing.
Judas, why are you so worried?
I am not worried, master, but you promised you would come to my house.
And I will. I always keep my promises.
I sent word to my mother, and after all, you said so yourself. One can be near the dead also with one's soul.
I did. But just think, Judas, you have not yet suffered because of me. These people have been suffering for 30 years, and they have never betrayed. Not even my memory they betrayed. They did not know whether I was dead or alive, and yet they remained faithful. They remembered me as a newly born baby, an infant with nothing but tears and the need of milk. And they have always worshipped me as God. Because of me, they have been beaten, cursed, and persecuted as if they were the disgrace of Judea. And yet, their faith has never faltered. Neither did it wither under blows. On the contrary, it took deeper roots and became stronger.
By the way, for some days I have been anxious to ask you a question. These people are your friends and the friends of God, are they not? The angels blessed them with the peace of heaven, did they not? They have been faithful against all temptations, have they not? Would you explain to me then why they are unhappy? And what about Anne? She was killed because she loved you.
Are you therefore deducing that to be loved by me and to love me brings bad luck?
No,
But you are. I am sorry to see you so closed to the light and so open to human things. No, never mind, John, and you too, Simon. I prefer him to speak. I never reproach. I only want you to open your souls to me, that I may enlighten them. Come here, Judas, listen. You are basing yourself on an opinion which is common to many people of our times, and will be common to many in the future. I said an opinion, I should say an error. But since you do not do so out of malice, but out of ignorance of the truth, it is not an error, it is only an incorrect opinion like a child's. And you are like children, my poor men, and I am here, as a master, to make adults of you, capable of telling the truth from the false, good from bad, and what is better from what is good. Listen to me, therefore. What is life? It is a period of pause. I would say the limbo of limbo, that the Godfather grants you as trial, to ascertain whether you are good or bad children, after which he will allot, according to your deeds, a future life, without pauses or trials. Now, tell me, would it be fair if a man, simply because he has been granted the rare gift of being in the position of serving God in a special way, had also an everlasting wealth throughout his life? Do you not think that he has already been granted a great deal, and may therefore consider himself happy, even if human things are against him? Would it not be unfair if he, who already has the light of divine revelation in his heart and the smile of a clear conscience, should also have worldly honors and wealth? And would it not also be unwise?
Master, I would also say that he would be a desecrator. Why put human joys where you already are? When one has you, and they had you, they are the only rich people in Israel, because they have had you for 30 years. One should have nothing else. We do not put human things on the propitiatory, and the consecrated vase is only used for sacred uses. And these people are consecrated since the day they saw your smile, and nothing but you is to enter their hearts which possess you. I wish I was like them, says Simon.
But you wasted no time, immediately after you saw the master and were cured, in getting back your property,
Judas replies ironically. That is true. I said I would, and I did. But do you know why? How can you judge if you do not know exactly the whole situation? My representative was given precise instructions. Now that Simon Zealot had been cured, and his enemies can no longer harm him, neither can they persecute him, because he belongs only to Jesus and to no sect. He has Jesus and nothing else. Simon can dispose of his wealth, which an honest and faithful servant kept for him. And I, being the owner for a further short time, gave instructions that the estate should be reorganized so that I would get more money when selling it, and I would be able to say, "No, I am not telling that." The angels tell Simon, and they are writing it in the eternal book, says Jesus. Simon looks at Jesus. Their eyes meet. Simon's express surprise, Jesus's blessing approval.
As usual, I am wrong.
No, Judas. You have a practical sense. You said so yourself.
Oh, but with Jesus, also Simon Peter was full of practical sense. Now, instead, you too, Judas, will become like him. You have only been with the Master a short time. We have been longer with him, and we are already better, says John, who is always kind and conciliatory.
He did not want me. Otherwise, I would have been his since Passover.
Judas is really bad-tempered today. Jesus puts an end to the argument by asking Levi, "Have you ever been to Galilee?" "Yes, my Lord." "You will come with me to take me to Jonah. Do you know him?" "Yes, I do. We always met at Passover. I used to go and see him then." Joseph, mortified, lowers his head. Jesus notices and says, "You cannot both come. Elias would be left alone with the sheep. But you will come with me as far as the Jericho pass, where we will part for some time. I will tell you after what you have to do."
What about us? Will we not do anything?
"Yes, you will, Judas. You will." "There are some houses over there," says John, who is walking a few steps in front of the others.
"It's Hebron, between two rivers with the crest. See, Master, that house there, amidst all the green, a little higher up than the others, that's Zacharias' house."
"Let us quicken our pace." They cover the last stretch of the road very rapidly and go into the village. The sheep's little hoofs sound like castanets on the uneven stones of the road, which is paved very roughly. They reach the house. People look at the group of men who are so different by look, age, and garments amongst the white sheep.
"Oh, it's different. There was a gate here,"
says Elias. Now in place of the gate there is a metal door which prevents one from seeing, and also the enclosure wall is higher than a man, and thus nothing can be seen inside.
"Perhaps it will be open at the back."
They go round a large quadrilateral wall. It is rather a long rectangular one, but the wall is the same height all round. "The wall was built not long ago," remarks John, examining it. "There is not a scratch on it, and there is still lime rubble on the ground."
"I cannot even see the sepulchre. It was near the wood. Now the wood is outside the wall, and it seems to belong to everybody. They are gathering firewood in it."
Elias is puzzled. A man, an old woodcutter, small but strong, who is watching the group, stops sawing a trunk which he has cut down, and goes towards the group. "Whom are you looking for?"
"We wanted to go in to pray on Zacharias' tomb."
"There is no tomb any longer. Don't you know? Who are you?"
"I am a friend of Samuel the shepherd. This—"
"It is not necessary, Elias," says Jesus, and Elias keeps quiet.
"Ah, Samuel, I see. But since John, Zacharias' son, was put into prison, the house is no longer his, and it is a misfortune, because he had all the profit of his property given to the poor people in Hebron. One morning a man came from Herod's court. He threw Joel out. He affixed seals. Then he came back with bricklayers, and they started raising the wall. The sepulchre was over there in the corner. He did not want it, and one morning we found it all spoiled and half destroyed. The poor bones were all scattered. We put them together again, as well as we could. They are now in a sarcophagus, and in the house of the priest Zacharias. That filthy man keeps his lovers. Now there is a mime from Rome. That is why he raised the wall. He does not want people to see. The house of the priest a brothel. The house of the miracle and of the precursor. For it is certainly him, if he is not the Messiah. And how much trouble we had because of the Baptist. But he is our great man. He is really great. Even when he was born, there was a miracle. Elizabeth was as old as a withered thistle, but she became as fruitful as an apple in Adar, and that was the first miracle. Then a cousin of hers came, and she was a holy woman. She served her and loosened the priest's tongue. Her name was Mary. I remember her, although we saw her very rarely. How it happened, I don't know. They say that to make Elizabeth happy, she made Zacharias put his mute mouth against her pregnant bosom, or that she put her fingers into his mouth. I don't know. It is a fact that after 9 months' silence, Zacharias spoke, praising the Lord and saying that there was a Messiah. It did not explain more. But my wife was there that day, and she assured me that Zacharias, praising the Lord, said that his son would precede him. Now I say, it is not what people believe. John is the Messiah, and he goes before the Lord, as Abraham went before God. That's what it is. Am I not right?
You are right with regard to the spirit of the Baptist, who always proceeds before God. But you are not right with regard to the Messiah.
Well, the woman who said that she was the mother of the Son of God, Samuel said so, was it not true that she was?
Is she still living?
Yes, she was.
the Messiah was born, preceded by him who raised his voice in the desert, as the prophet said.
You are the first to say so. John, the last time that Joehel took him a sheepskin, which he did every year at the beginning of winter, although he was questioned about the Messiah, did not say, "The Messiah is here." When he will say so,
"Man, I was a disciple of John, and I heard him say, 'Here is the Lamb of God,' pointing to," says John.
No, no, he is the Lamb, a true lamb, who grew up by himself, almost without the need of a father and mother. As soon as he became a son of the law, he lived isolated in the mountain caves overlooking the desert, and he grew up there conversing with God. Elizabeth and Zacharias died, and he did not come. God only was his father and mother. There is no holy man greater than he is. You can ask everybody in Hebron. Samuel used to say so, but the people in Bethlehem must have been right. John is the holy man of God.
If someone said to you, "I am the Messiah," what would you say? Asks Jesus.
I would call him a blasphemer, and I would drive him away, throwing stones at him.
And if he worked a miracle to prove that he was the Messiah?
I would say that he was possessed. The Messiah will come when John reveals himself in his true nature. The very hatred of Herod is the proof. Cunning as he is, he knows that John is the Messiah.
He was not born in Bethlehem.
But when he's freed, after announcing by himself his impending oncoming, we will reveal himself in Bethlehem. Also, Bethlehem is waiting for that, whilst... Oh, go, if you have plenty of guts, and talk to the Bethlehemites of another Messiah, and you will see.
Have you a synagogue?
Yes, about 200 steps straight ahead. You cannot go wrong. Near it, there is the sarcophagus with the violated remains.
Goodbye. May God enlighten you. They go away. They turn round onto the front of the house. At the door, there is a young woman, impudently dressed. She is beautiful. "My lord, do you wish to come into the house? Come in." Jesus stares at her, as severe as a judge, but does not speak. But Judas does, supported by all the others.
"Go back in, shameless woman. Do not desecrate us with your breath, ravenous bitch."
The woman blushes and lowers her head. She's about to disappear, abashed and scoffed at by urchins and passers-by.
Who is so pure as to say, "I have never desired the apple offered by Eve"?
Asks Jesus severely, and he adds,
"Show me him, and I will call him a holy man." Nobody? Well then, if not out of disgust, but out of weakness, you feel unable to go near this woman, you may withdraw. I will not force weaklings into unequal struggles. Woman, I would like to come in. This house belonged to a relative of mine, and is dear to me.
"Come in, my lord, if you do not loathe me."
Leave the door open, that the world may see and may not tattle.
Jesus enters serious and solemn. The woman, subdued, bows down before him and dares not move. But the quips of the people cut her to the quick. She runs away to the end of the garden, while Jesus goes as far as the foot of the staircase. He looks in through the half-open doors, but does not go in. He then goes to the place of the sepulchre, where there is now a kind of small pagan temple.
The bones of the just, also, when dry and scattered.
ooze a purifying balm and spread seed of eternal life. Peace to the dead who lived doing good. Peace to the pure who are sleeping in the Lord. Peace to those who suffered but knew no vice. Peace to the real great ones of the world and of heaven. Peace. The woman has reached Jesus, walking along the hedge that protects her. My Lord. Woman. Your name, my Lord. Jesus. I never heard it. I am Roman, a mime and dancer. I am an expert only in lust. What is the meaning of your name? My name is Aglae, and it means vice. Mine means Saviour. How do you save? And whom? Those who are anxious to be saved. I save by teaching to be pure, to prefer sorrows to honours, to desire good at all costs. Jesus speaks without bitterness, without even turning towards the woman. I am lost. I am the one seeking who is lost. I am dead. I am the one who gives life. I am filth and falsehood. I am purity and truth. You are also bounty. You do not look at me. You do not touch me. You do not tread on me. Have mercy on me. First, you must have mercy on yourself, on your soul. What is the soul? It is what makes a god of man and not an animal. Vice and sin kill it, and once it is killed, man becomes a repulsive animal. Will it be possible for me to see you again? Who looks for me finds me. Where do you live? Where hearts need doctors and medicines to become honest again. In that case, I will not see you again. I live where no doctor, medicine, or honesty is wanted. Nothing prevents you from coming to where I am. My name will be shouted in the streets and will reach you. Goodbye. Goodbye, my Lord. Allow me to call you Jesus. Oh, not out of familiarity, but that a little of salvation may come to me. I am Aglae. Remember me. I will. Goodbye. The woman stays at the end of the garden. Jesus comes out of it severe. He looks at everybody. He sees perplexity in his disciples and hears jeers from the Hebronites. A servant closes the door. Jesus goes straight along the road. He knocks at the synagogue. A resentful old man looks out. He does not even give Jesus time to speak.
The synagogue is forbidden in this holy place to those who deal with prostitutes. Go away.
Jesus turns away without replying and continues walking along the road. His disciples follow him. They begin to speak when they are outside Hebron. You asked for trouble, master, says Judas. A prostitute of all people. Judas, I solemnly tell you that she will surpass you. And now, since you are reproaching me, what do you say of the Judeans? In the most holy places in Judea, we have been scoffed at and driven away. That is the truth. The day will come when Samaria and the Gentiles will worship the true God, and the people of the Lord will be soiled
with blood and a crime in comparison with which the sins of prostitutes who sell their bodies and their souls will be a very small thing. I was not able to pray on the tomb of my cousins and of the just Samuel. It does not matter. Rest, holy bones, rejoice, souls that dwelt in them. The first resurrection is near. Then the day will come when you will be shown to the angels as the souls of the servants of the Lord. Jesus stops speaking, and the vision ends. The poem of the man God, the first year of the public life. Chapter 78, Jesus at Kerioth, death of old Saul. 14th of January, 1945. I am under the impression that the steepest part, that is, the closest tangle of Judean mountains, is between Hebron and Jutta. But I may be mistaken, and this valley may be wider, opening onto wider horizons, with isolated mountains emerging here and there, not forming any real chain. It may be a valley between two chains of mountains, I do not know. It is the first time I see it, and I am puzzled. The fields are not very large, but they are well cultivated with various cereals, mainly barley and rye. There are also some nice vineyards in the sunny parts. Higher up, I can see some lovely forests of pine trees and fir trees, and other trees typical of woody places. A reasonably good road leads into a small village. This is the suburb of Kerioth. Please come to my country house. My mother is waiting for you there. We will go to Kerioth afterwards, says Judas, who is beside himself with excitement. I omitted to mention that only Judas, Simon, and John are now with Jesus. The shepherds are not here. Perhaps they remained in the pastures of Hebron, or they have gone back towards Bethlehem. As you wish, Judas, but we could have stopped even here to meet your mother. Oh, no, it is only a farmhouse. My mother comes here at harvest time, but she lives in Kerioth. And do you not want my town people to see you? Do you not want to take your light to them? I certainly do, Judas, but you already are aware that I do not mind the humility of the place that gives me hospitality. But today you are my guest, and Judas knows how to be hospitable. They walk for a few more yards among houses spread about the country, while men and women look out, called by children. It is obvious that their curiosity has been awakened. Judas must have sent word warning them. Here is my poor house. Forgive its poverty. But after all, the house is not a hovel. It consists of a large and well-kept ground floor only, in the middle of a thick flowering orchard. A small, private, clean road leads from the main road to the house. May I go ahead of you, master? Yes, go. Judas goes. Master, Judas has done things in great style, says Simon. I rather suspected he would. But now I am certain, master. You keep saying, and quite rightly, spirit. But he does not see things that way. He will never understand you, or perhaps only very late. He adds, not to grieve Jesus. Jesus sighs and is silent. Judas comes out with a woman who is about 50 years old. She is rather tall, but not so tall as her son, who has her same dark eyes and curly hair. But her eyes are kind and rather sad, whereas those of Judas are imperious and shrewd. I greet you, King of Israel, she says, prostrating herself in a real salutation of her subject. Allow your servant to give you hospitality.
Peace to you, woman, and may God be with you and your creature. Oh, yes, with my creature. It sounds more like a sigh than a reply. Stand up, mother. I have a mother too, and I cannot allow you to kiss my feet. I kiss you, woman, in my mother's name. She is a sister of yours, in love and in the painful destiny of the mother of those who are marked. What do you mean, Messiah? Asks Judas, somewhat worried. But Jesus does not reply. He is embracing the woman, whom he has kindly raised up from the ground and is now kissing her cheeks. And holding her hand, he walks towards the house. They go into a cool room, which is shaded by light-striped curtains. Cold drinks and fresh fruit are already laid out. But first of all, Judas's mother calls a maidservant, who brings in water, and the landlady would like to take off Jesus' sandals and wash his dusty feet. But Jesus objects. No, mother. A mother is too holy a person, particularly when she is honest and good as you are, to be allowed to take the attitude of a slave. The mother looks at Judas, an unusual look. She then goes away. Jesus has refreshed himself. When he is about to put on his sandals, the woman comes back with a new pair. Here, Messiah, I think I have done the right thing, as Judas wanted. He said to me, a little longer than mine, but the same width. But why, Judas? Will you not let me offer you a gift? Are you not my king and my God? Yes, Judas, but you must not give so much trouble to your mother. You know what I am like. I know you are holy, but you must appear as a holy king. That is how one imposes oneself in the world, where 9/10 of the folk are foolish people. We must impose ourselves with our appearance, trust me. Jesus has fastened the red leather open-work straps of the new sandals, which reach up to his ankles. They are much nicer than his plain sandals of a workman, and they resemble Judas's sandals, which are like shoes with open work showing parts of his feet. Also the tunic, my king. I prepared it for Judas, but he makes a present of it to you. It is a linen one, cool and new. Allow a mother to put it on you, as if you were her son. Jesus looks at Judas once again, but he does not speak. He unties the lace of his tunic round his neck and lets his wide tunic fall onto the floor, and thus is left with only his short undertunic. The woman puts on him the lovely new garment. He offers him a belt, which is richly embroidered braid, from which a cord hangs down, decorated with very thick tassels. Jesus must feel comfortable in the cool, clean clothes, but he does not seem very happy. In the meantime, the others have cleaned themselves. Come, master. They come from my poor orchard, and this is honeyed water prepared by my mother. Perhaps, Simon, you would prefer this white wine. Have some. It is the wine of my vineyard. And what about you, John? Will you have the same as the master? Judas is overjoyed at pouring the drinks into beautiful silver cups, thus showing his wealth. His mother is not very talkative. She looks at Judas, and even more at Jesus. And when Jesus, before eating, offers her the nicest fruit, possibly very big apricot, they are yellow, red fruits, certainly not apples, and he says to her, first of all, to mother always. Her eyes well with tears. Mother, is the rest ready? Asks Judas. Yes, son. I think I have done everything well, but I was brought up here, and I have always lived here, and I do not know the habits of kings. Which habits, woman? Which kings? What have you done, Judas? Are you not the promised king of Israel? It is time that the world should salute you as such. And that must happen for the first time here, in my town, in my house. I revere you as such, for my sake, and for the respect due to your names of Messiah, Christ, King, which the prophets gave you by Yahweh's command. Do not give me the lie. Woman, friends, please, I must speak to Judas. I have precise instructions to give him. The mother and the disciples withdraw. Judas, what have you done? Have you understood so little of me so far? Why lower me to the extent of making me only a mighty man of the world? Nay, a man intriguing to become mighty. And do you not understand that that is an offense, nay, an obstacle to my mission? Yes, do not deny it, it is an obstacle. Israel is subjected to Rome. You know what happened when they raised against Rome someone who seemed a mob leader and aroused the suspicion of creating an insurrection. Only a few days ago, you heard how pitiless they were against a child, because they were afraid he might be a king according to the world. And yet you, oh Judas, what do you expect from the sovereignty of the flesh? What do you expect? I gave you time to think and decide. I spoke to you very clearly from the very first time. I also sent you away because I knew, because I know, I read and see what is in you. Why do you want to follow me if you do not want to be as I want you? Go away, Judas. Do not harm yourself, and do not harm me. Go away. It is better for you. You are not a suitable worker for this task. It is by far too much above you. In you there is pride, there is greed, and all its three branches. There is arrogance. Even your mother must be afraid of you. You are inclined to falsehood. No, my follower must not be like that. Judas, I do not hate you. I do not curse you. I only say to you, and I am saying it with the grief of one who knows he cannot change the person he loves. I only say to you, go your way. Make your way in the world, since that is what you want, but do not stay with me. My life, my royal palace, how small and mean they are. Do you know where I will be a king? When I will be proclaimed king? When I will be raised up upon an ill-famed piece of wood, and my own blood will be my purple, and my crown will be a wreath of thorns, and my insignia a mocking poster, and the curses of all the people, of my people, will be the trumpets, the tambourines, the organs, the citherns saluting the proclamation of the king. And do you know by whose deed all this will happen? By the deed of one who did not understand me, one who will have understood nothing, one whose heart was a hollow piece of bronze, which pride, sensuality, and avarice had filled with their humours, which will generate coils of snakes that will be used to chain me and to curse him. The others are not so well aware of my destiny. Please do not tell them. Let us keep this to ourselves. In any case, it is a reproach, and you will keep quiet to avoid saying I was reproached. Is that clear, Judas? Judas has blushed so much that he looks purple. He is standing before Jesus, mortified, his head lowered. He kneels down and he cries with his head on Jesus' knees. I love you, Master. Don't reject me. Yes, I am proud and foolish. But don't send me away. No, master, I will never do it again. You are right. It was thoughtless of me. But there is some love in my mistake. I wanted to honor you, and I wanted the others to honor you as well, because I love you. You said so 3 days ago. When you make a mistake without malice, out of ignorance, it is not an error, but an imperfect judgment, like the error of children. And I am here to make adults of you. Here I am, here, against your knees. You said you would be a father to me, and I am here against your knees, as if they were my father's, and I ask you to forgive me, and to make an adult of me, a holy adult. Don't send me away, Jesus. Jesus, Jesus. Not everything is wicked in me. You know. I left everything for you, and I have come. You are much more than the honors and victories I got serving other people. You are indeed the love of poor, unhappy Judas, who would like to give you nothing but joy, and is instead the cause of pain for you. That is all right, Judas. I forgive you once again. Jesus looks tired. I forgive you, hoping that in future you will understand me. Yes, master. But now, do not give me the lie. Otherwise I will be laughed at. Everybody in Kerioth knows that I was coming with David's descendant, the king of Israel, and the town has made preparations to welcome you. I thought I was doing a good thing, showing you what one must do to be respected and obeyed. And I also wanted to show John and Simon, and through them all the others who love you but treat you as their equal. Also my mother would be mocked at, as the mother of a mad liar. For her sake, my lord, and I swear that I... Do not swear to me. Swear to yourself if you can, and if you will not commit such a sin again. For the sake of your mother and your fellow citizens, I will not shame you by going away without stopping here. Stand up. What will you tell the others? The truth. No, don't! The truth that I gave you instructions for today. It is always possible to tell the truth in a charitable way. Let us go. Call your mother and the others. Jesus is rather severe. He smiles again only when Judas comes back with his mother and the disciples. The woman gazes at Jesus, for she gains confidence when she sees his kind disposition. I get the impression that she is in great distress. Shall we go to Kerioth? I have rested, and I wish to thank you, Mother, for all your kindness. May heaven reward you and grant rest and peace to your late husband, for all your charity to me. The woman tries to kiss his hand, but Jesus caresses her head and thus prevents her from doing so. The wagon is ready, master, come! Outside, in fact, an ox cart is just arriving. It is a comfortable cart, on which they have placed cushions as seats and a red tent as a cover. Get on, master. Your mother first. The woman gets on, and then Jesus and the others. Sit here, master. Judas no longer calls him king. Jesus sits in front, and Judas sits beside him. The woman and the disciples are behind. The man driving the cart, goats, the oxen walking beside them. It is a short journey, about 400 meters, probably a little more. The first houses of Kerioth are now visible, and it looks like a decent little town. A little boy on the sunny road is watching, and he immediately dashes away. When the cart reaches the first houses, the notables and the people welcome him. The houses are decorated with draperies and branches. The people shout with joy and bow down deeply. Jesus, from the height of his shaking throne can but greet them and bless them. The cart moves on, and after crossing a square, it turns into a street, where it stops before a house, the door of which is already wide open. 2 or 3 women are standing at the door. They stop and get off. "My house is yours, master." Peace to it, Judas. Peace and holiness. They go in. Beyond the hall, there is a large room with low divans and inlaid furniture. The notables of the place and other people go in with Jesus. There is a lot of bowing and curiosity, a showy joyfulness. An impressive elderly man delivers a speech. "It is a great honor for the land of Kerioth to receive you, my lord. A great fortune, a happy day. It is a great fortune to have you, and to see that a son of Kerioth is your friend and assistant. May he be blessed, because he met you before everyone else. And may you be blessed 10 times and 10, because you have revealed yourself. You are the one who has been expected for generations and generations. Speak, my lord and king. Our hearts are anxious to hear your words, just as the land, parched by a fiery summer, awaits the first soft showers in September." Thank you, whoever you are. Thank you. And thanks to these citizens whose hearts have honored the word of the Father, and the Father whose word I am. Because you must understand that thanks and honor are due not to the Son of Man, who is speaking to you, but to the Most High Lord, for this time of peace, during which he re-establishes the broken paternity with the sons of man. Let us praise the true Lord, the God of Abraham, who had mercy on and loved his people, and granted them the promised Redeemer. Glory and praise not to Jesus, the servant of the eternal will, but to the loving will. Your words are the words of a holy man. I am the chief of the synagogue. Today it is not a Sabbath. But come to my house and explain the law, since you are anointed with wisdom, rather than with royal oil. I will come. Perhaps my Lord is tired. No, Judas. I am never tired of speaking of God, and I am never anxious to disappoint the hearts of men. Come then, the synagogue chief insists. The whole of Kerioth is out there waiting for you. Let us go. They go out. Jesus is between Judas and the Ark synagogue. Around them there are the notables and the crowds. Jesus passes through them, blessing. The synagogue is on the square. They go in. Jesus goes to the lectern. He begins to speak, bright in his beautiful robes, his face inspired, his arms stretched out in his usual attitude. People of Kerioth, the word of God is speaking to you. Listen. He who is speaking to you is but the word of God. His sovereignty comes from the Father and will return to the Father after Israel has been evangelized. May your hearts and minds be opened to the truth, so that you may be freed from errors and confusion. Isaiah said, "For all the footgear of battle, every cloak rolled in blood, is burnt and consumed by fire. For there is a child born to us, a son given to us, and dominion is laid on his shoulders. And this is the name they give him: Wonder, Counselor, Mighty God, Eternal Father, Prince of Peace. That is my name." We leave to Caesar and the tetrarchs their praise. I will commit a robbery, but not a robbery deserving to be punished by fire. On the contrary, I will snatch from Satan's fire many of his praise, and I will take them to the kingdom of peace, of which I am the prince, and to the future century, the eternal time of which I am the father. God, said David, from whose stock I descend, as was prophesied by those who saw the future because of their holiness, which was so pleasing to God, that he chose them as his messengers. God elected one only, my son, but the work is great. This palace is not for man, but for God. It is so. God, the King of kings, elected one person only, his son, to build his house in the hearts of men. And he has already prepared the materials. Oh, how much gold of charity, and copper, silver, iron, rare wood and precious stones. They are all gathered in his word, who makes use of them to build God's abode in you. But if man does not help the Lord will build his dwelling place in vain. One must reply to gold with gold, to silver with silver, to copper with copper, to iron with iron. That is, love is to be given for love, continence to serve purity, perseverance to be loyal, strength to be steadfast. And one must carry stones today, wood tomorrow, a sacrifice today, a deed tomorrow, and thus build. You must always build the temple of God in your hearts. The Master, the Messiah, the King of everlasting Israel and of God's eternal people, calls you. But he wants you to be pure for the work. Relinquish pride. Praise is due to God. Relinquish human thoughts. The kingdom belongs to God. Be humble and stay with me. All things are yours, Father. Everything that is good is yours. Teach us how to know you and serve you in truth. Say, who am I? And acknowledge that you will be something only when you become purified dwellings into which God may descend and rest. You are all pilgrims and strangers in this world. Learn how to gather together and proceed towards the promised kingdom. The road, the commandments fulfilled not because of fear of a punishment, but out of love for you, Holy Father. The ark, a perfect heart in which the nourishing manna of wisdom is treasured, and the branch of a pure will is certain to bloom. And come to the light of the world, that your houses may be bright with light. I bring you the light, nothing else. I have no riches, and I do not promise worldly honors, but I possess all the supernatural wealth of my Father, and I promise the eternal honor of heaven to those who will follow God with love and charity. Peace be with you. The people who have listened attentively begin to murmur, somewhat agitated. Jesus speaks to the head of the synagogue. Other people, perhaps notables, join the group. Master, but are you not the King of Israel? We were told. I am. But you said that I neither possess nor promise worldly wealth. I can speak but the truth. Yes, it is so. I know what you think, but the error is due to a misinterpretation and your great respect for the Most High. You were told the Messiah is coming, and you thought, like many in Israel, that Messiah and King were the same thing. Raise your minds higher up. Look at this beautiful summer sky. Do you think it ends there, where the air seems a sapphire vault? No, the most pure, the most azure spheres are beyond it, up as far as paradise, which no one can imagine, where the Messiah will lead all the just who die in the Lord. The same difference exists between the Messiah's royalty, as understood by men, and his true royalty, which is entirely divine. But will we, poor men, be able to raise our minds so far up? Yes, if you only want to. And if you want to, I will help you. How shall we call you if you are not king? Call me master or Jesus, as you wish. I am a master, and I am Jesus, the Saviour. An old man says, Listen, my lord. Some time ago, a long time ago, at the time of the edict, we heard here that the Saviour was born in Bethlehem. And I went there with other people. I saw a little baby, exactly like all other newborn babies. But I adored him with faith. Later, I heard that there was a holy man whose name is John. Which is the true Messiah? The one you adored. The other is his precursor, a great saint in the eyes of the Most High, but he is not the Messiah. Was it you? It was I. And what did you see around the newborn child? Poverty and cleanliness, honesty and purity. A kind, grave carpenter whose name was Joseph. A carpenter, but of the house of David. A young mother, fair and kind, whose name was Mary, before whose grace the most beautiful roses of En-gedi turn pale, and the lilies of the royal flower beds seem misshapen. And a child with large blue eyes and pale gold hair. I saw nothing else, and I can still hear the voice of the mother say to me, On behalf of my creature, I say to you, may the Lord be with you until the eternal meeting, and may his grace come toward you on your way. I am 84 years old. My way is near its end. I was no longer expecting to meet the grace of God. Instead, I have found you, and now I do not wish to see any other light than yours. Yes, I see you as you are in this merciful attire, which is the flesh you have taken. I see you. Listen to the voice of a man who sees the light of God while dying. The people press round the old inspired man, who is in Jesus' group. No longer leaning on his walking stick, he lifts his trembling arms and raises his white head, which, with its bi-parted beard, seems the head of a patriarch or a prophet. I see him, the chosen, supreme, perfect one, who descended here out of love. I see him rise again to the right-hand side of the Father and become one with him. But, oh,
he is not just a voice or an incorporeal essence, as Moses saw the Most High, or as Genesis tells the first parents had heard him and spoke to him in the evening breeze. I see him as real flesh, rising to the eternal Father, blazing flesh, glorious flesh, oh, pomp of divine flesh, oh, beauty of the man God. He is King, yes, the King, not of Israel, of the world. All the royalties of the earth bow to him, and all the scepters and crowns fade away in the splendor of his scepter and jewels. He has a crown on his head and a scepter in his hand. He wears a rational on his chest. It is adorned with pearls and rubies, the brightness of which was never seen before. Flames issue from it, as if it were a blazing furnace. There are 2 rubies on his wrists, and buckles with rubies are on his feet, holy feet. There is so much light from the rubies. Admire, peoples, the eternal King. I see you, I see you, I am rising with you. Oh, Lord, our Redeemer. The light increases within my soul. The King is decorated with his own blood. The crown is a wreath of bleeding thorns. The scepter is a cross. Here is the man. He is here. It is you. Lord, for the sake of your sacrifice, have mercy on your servant. Jesus, I commend my soul to your mercy. The old man, who so far had stood up, rejuvenated by the fire of prophecy, suddenly collapses, and would fall if Jesus were not quick in holding him up against his chest. Saul! Saul is dying! Help! Be quick! Peace to the just man who is dying, says Jesus, who has slowly knelt down to support the old man, who has become heavier and heavier. There is silence. Then Jesus lays him down on the ground, and he stands up. Peace to this soul. He died seeing the light. In his expectation, which will be a short one, he will already see the face of God and will be happy. There is no death. That is parting from life for those who died in the Lord. The people, after a little while, go away commenting. The elders, Jesus, his disciples, and the Ark Synagogue remain. Did he prophesy, Lord? His eyes saw the truth. Let us go. They go out. Master, Saul died enraptured by the Spirit of God. We touched him. Are we clean or unclean? Unclean. And what about you? I am just like the others. I do not change the law. The law is law, and an Israelite fulfills it. We are unclean. Within the 3rd and the 7th day, we shall get purified. Until then, we are unclean. Judas, I'm not going back to your mother's. I do not want to take uncleanness to her home. Send a word by someone who can go there. Peace to this town. Let us go. I do not see anything else. The poem of the man God.
the first year of the public life. Chapter 79. Jesus on his way back stops with the shepherds near Hebron. 15th of January, 1945. Jesus is walking with his disciples on a road along the torrent. The road is not really running along the torrent. The torrent is below, high above. On the side of the mountain there is a twisting road, as is easily found in mountain places. John is almost purple, laden like a porter, with a big, heavy satchel. Judas is carrying Jesus' bag and his own. Simon has only his bag and the mantles. Jesus is now wearing his own clothes and sandals, but Judas's mother must have had his tunic washed, because it is no longer creased. "How much fruit! How beautiful are those vineyards on those hills," says John, who is always in good humour, notwithstanding the heat and the fatigue. "Master, is this the river on the banks of which our fathers picked the miraculous grapes?" "No, it is another one, farther south, but the whole region was blessed with rich fruit." "It is not so blessed now, although still beautiful." "Too many wars have devastated the country. Israel was made here, but it had to be fecundated by its own blood and by the blood of its enemies." "Where will we find the shepherds?" 5 miles from Hebron, on the banks of the river you were inquiring about." "Beyond that hill, then?" "Correct." "It is very warm, the summer. Where are we going after, Master?" "To a place which is even warmer. But I ask you to come. We shall travel by night. The stars are so bright that there is no darkness. I want to show you a place." "A town?" "No, a place that will make you understand the Master, perhaps better than do his words." "We lost some days over that stupid incident. It spoiled everything. And my mother, who had prepared so much, was disappointed. I cannot understand why you wanted to segregate yourself with the purification." "Judas, why do you call stupid a fact that was a grace for a true believer? Would you not like such a death for yourself?" He had waited all his life for the Messiah, and although an elderly man, he had gone along uncomfortable roads to adore him, when he was told he is here. He had kept my mother's words for 30 years in his heart. He was enraptured by the fire of love and faith in the last hour granted to him by God. His heart burst out of joy and was burnt, like a pleasing holocaust, by the fire of God. Which destiny could be better? He spoiled the feast you had prepared. You can see in that the answer of God. The things of man are not to be mixed with the things of God. Your mother will have me again. The old man would not have had me again. The whole of Kerioth can come to Christ. The old man had no more strength to do so. I am happy that I held the old dying father against my heart, and I commended his soul. With regard to the rest, why give scandal, lacking respect for the law? One must walk in front of the others if one wants to say, "Follow me." And to lead people onto a holy path, one must walk on the same path. How could I have said, or how could I say, "Be faithful," if I were faithless? I think that error is the cause of our decay. The rabbis and Pharisees crush the people with their precepts, and then they behave like the man who desecrated John's house, making it a place of sin, remarked Simon.
He's one of Herod's.
Yes, Judas, but the same faults are to be found also in the classes which are said
By themselves, of course, to be holy. What do you say about it, master? Asks Simon. I say that only if there is a handful of true yeast and true incense in Israel, the bread will be made and the altar perfumed. What do you mean? I mean that if there is anyone coming to the truth with a sincere heart, the truth will spread like the yeast in the mass of flour and like incense all over Israel.
What did the woman say to you?
Asks Judas. Jesus does not reply. He instead addresses John. Your load is heavy and you are tired. Give it to me.
No, Jesus, I am used to carrying weights, and in any case, the thought of Isaac's joy makes it light.
They go round the hillock. Elias's sheep are in the shade of the wood on the other side, and the shepherds, sitting in the shade, are watching them. When they see Jesus, they start running.
Peace to you! You are here! We were worried about you because of the delay, and we didn't know whether to come and meet you or obey. Then we decided to come so far, and thus obey your instructions and satisfy our love at the same time. You were to be here many days ago.
We had to stay. Nothing wrong? No, my friends, nothing. A faithful believer died on my breast, nothing else.
What do you think should have happened, shepherd, when things are well arranged? Certainly one must know how to prepare them and prepare also hearts to receive them. My town paid every honor to Christ, did they not, master?
Yes, they did. Isaac, on your way back, we called at Zacharias, also the town of Jutta, without any preparation other than its simple goodness and the truth of Isaac's words, understood the essence of my doctrine, and learned how to love with a wholly practical, unselfish love. She sent you some clothes and food, Isaac, and everybody wanted to add something to the alms you left on your bed, because you are now back in the world and you lack everything. Take this. I never take money, but I accepted this because it is purified by charity.
No, master, you keep it. I am used to doing without it.
You will have to go to various villages to which I will send you, and you will need it. A workman is entitled to his pay, also if he deals with souls, because there is still a body to be nourished, as if it were a donkey helping its master. It is not much, but you will manage. John has some clothes and sandals in that bag. Joachim took some of his own. They may be too big, but there is so much love in the gift. Isaac takes the bag and goes behind a bush to dress. He was still barefooted and was wearing his strange gown made from a blanket. Master, says Elias, that woman, the woman who is in John's house, 3 days after you left, and we were pasturing the sheep on the meadows of Hebron. They belong to everybody, the meadows, and they could not send us away. She sent her maid to us with this bag and told us she wanted to speak to us. I don't know whether I did the right thing, but the first time I gave the bag back to her and said, I do not want to listen to her. Then she sent this message, come in Jesus' name. And I went. She waited until the man who keeps her had gone. How many things she wanted to know, but I didn't tell her very much, out of prudence. She is a prostitute. I was afraid of it, might be a trap for you. She asked me who you are, where you live, what you do, if you are a gentleman. I said, he is Jesus of Nazareth. He goes everywhere, because he is a master, and he goes round Palestine teaching. I said you are a poor man, a simple workman, made wise by wisdom, nothing else. You did well, says Jesus, and Judas at the same moment exclaims,
You did the wrong thing. Why did you not say that he is the Messiah, the King of the world? The proud Roman woman should be crushed under the blows of God's splendor. She would not have understood me. In any case, how could I be sure that she was sincere? When you saw her, you said what she was. Was I to throw holy things and everything that is Jesus is holy into her mouth? Was I to endanger Jesus, giving too much information? Anyone may hurt him, but I will not. John, let us go and tell her who the Master is, and explain the holy truth to her.
Not me, unless Jesus tells me.
Are you afraid? What can she do to you? Do you loathe her? The Master did not.
I am not afraid. Neither do I loathe her. I feel sorry for her. But I think that if Jesus wanted, he could have stopped to teach her. He did not do it. It is not necessary for us to do it.
At the time, there were no signs of a conversion. Now, show me the bag, Elias.
And Judas, who is sitting on the grass, empties the bag on his mantle. Rings, armlets, bracelets, and a necklace roll out. Yellow gold on the dark gold of Judas's mantle.
They are jewels.
What can we do with them?
They can be sold, says Simon.
They are troublesome things,
remarks Judas, who, however, admires them.
That is what I told her. When I took them, I also said, "Your master will beat you."
She replied, "They do not belong to him. They are mine, and I do what I want with them. I know it is the gold of sins, but it will become good if used for the poor and the holy, that they may remember me."
And she was crying. "Go and see her, master."
"No."
"Send Simon."
"No."
"Well, I'll go."
"No." Jesus' no is sharp and peremptory.
"Was I wrong, master, in speaking to her and taking that gold?"
asks Elias when he sees Jesus so serious. "You did nothing wrong, but there is nothing more to be done."
"But perhaps that woman wants to redeem herself, and she needs to be taught."
Judas objects once again.
"There are already in her so many sparks capable of starting a fire, which will burn her vices and purify her soul, and repentance will render her innocence once again. A few minutes ago, I spoke to you of the yeast which is mixed with the flour and turns it into holy bread. Listen now to a short parable. That woman is the flour, a flour in which the evil one has mixed his hellish powders. I am the yeast. That is, my word is the yeast. But if there is too much chaff in the flour, or if sand or little stones or ashes are mixed in it, is it possible to make bread with it, even if the yeast is good? It is not possible. It is necessary to patiently remove the chaff, the ashes, stones, and sand from the flour. Then mercy passes by and offers the first sieve, the first one, made with short, basic truths, which may be understood by one entangled in the net of total ignorance, vice, and gentilism. If the soul accepts it, the first purification begins. The second takes place by means of the sieve of the soul itself, which compares its own being with the being that revealed itself. And the soul is horrified, and it starts its work. By means of a more and more particular operation, after the stones, the sand, and the ashes, it reaches the point of removing also that part of the flour, consisting of grains too heavy and too coarse to make good bread. The soul
is now ready. Mercy then passes by once again and penetrates into the flour, now ready. That is a preparation too, Judas, and raises it and turns it into bread. But it is a long operation, an operation of the willpower of the soul. That woman already has in herself the minimum which was fair to give her and which may be used by her to accomplish her work. Let her do it, if she wishes to, but we must not disturb her. Everything upsets a soul which is working. Curiosity, unadvised zeal, intolerance, as well as excessive compassion. "We're not going to see her then?" "No. And that none of you may be tempted to, let us leave at once. There is shade in the wood. We will stop at the foot of the Terebinth Valley, and we will part there. Elias will go back to his pastures with Levi. Joseph will come with me as far as the Jericho ford. Later we will meet again. You, Isaac, continue what you did at Jutta, going from here through Arimathea and Lydda to Doko. We will meet there. It is necessary to prepare Judea, and you know how to do it, exactly as you did at Jutta." "And what about us?" You will come, as I said, to see my preparation. Also, I prepared for my mission. "Did you go to a rabbi's?" "No." "Did you go to John?" "I was only baptized by him." "Well then?" "Bethlehem spoke with its stones and its hearts. Also where I am taking you, Judas. The stones and a heart, mine, will speak to you and give you the answer." Elias, who has brought some milk and brown bread, says, "While waiting for you, I tried, and Isaac tried with me, to convince the people in Hebron, but they will not believe. They will not take an oath. They do not want anyone but John. He is their holy man, and they do not want anyone else." It is a sin quite common to many places and many present and future believers. They look at the workman, not at the master who sent the workman. They ask the workman questions, and they do not even say to him, "Tell your master." They forget that there is a workman only because there is a master, and that it is the master who instructs the workman and enables him to work. They forget that the workman can intercede, but only the master can concede. In this case, God and his word with him. It does not matter. The word is sorry, but bears no grudge. Let us go on. The vision ends. The poem of the man God, the first year of the public life. Chapter 80. Jesus returns to the mountain where he fasted and to the rock of temptation. 17th of January, 1945. A most beautiful dawn in the wilderness, seen from the height of a mountainside. It is daybreak. A few stars are still visible, and a very thin arc of a waning moon looks like a silver comma on the dark blue velvet of the sky. The mountain is completely isolated. That is, it is not linked to any other chain of mountains. But it is a real mountain, not a hill. The top is much higher up, but even from the middle of its slope, one commands a very wide horizon, because one is well above ground level. In the fresh morning air, as the faint white-greenish dawn light becomes clearer and clearer, profiles and details slowly become visible, whereas before they were hidden in the fog that precedes daybreak. A fog that is darker than night, because the light of the stars seemed to diminish and fade away in the transition from night to day. I thus see that the mountain is rocky and barren, split by gorges forming grottos, caves, and inlets in its side. It is a real wilderness. Only where there is some earth capable of receiving and retaining the moisture of the rain are there a few green tufts, mainly stiff thorny plants, with very few leaves, and low, hard bushes of grass, similar to thin green sticks, the name of which I do not know. Below there is an even more barren plain, a flat, stony ground that becomes more arid as it stretches out towards a dark spot, much longer than wider, at least 5 times longer than wider, which I think must be a dense oasis, which has sprung up in so much bleakness because of underground waters. But when the light becomes brighter, I see that it is nothing but water, stagnant, dark, dead water, a lake of infinite sadness. In the still feeble light, it reminds me of the vision of the dead world. It seems to be drawing to itself all the darkness of the sky and all the gloominess of the surrounding area, dissolving in its still water the deep green of the thorny shrubs and stiff grass that for miles and miles around it and above it are the only decoration of the earth. And after filtering so much gloom, it seems to spread it around once again. How different it is from the sunny, smiling lake of Gennesaret. High above, looking at the clear blue sky which is becoming clearer and clearer, looking at the light progressing from the east in deeper and deeper brightness, one's soul rejoices. But looking at the huge, dead lake gives one a stab in the heart. Not one bird flies over the water, not one animal is on its shore, nothing. While I am watching so much desolation, I am roused by the voice of my Jesus. Here we are at the place I wanted. I turn round. I see him behind me, with John, Simon, and Judas, near the rocky slope of the mountain, where there is a little path, or rather, where the long erosion of waters in the rainy months has formed, throughout centuries, a very shallow channel, a drain for the water flowing from the mountain top, and which is a path for wild goats, rather than for men. Jesus looks around and repeats, "Yes, this is the place to which I wanted to bring you. Here, Christ prepared for his mission."
"But there's nothing here."
"You are quite right. There is nothing."
"With whom were you?"
"With my soul and with the Father."
"Ah, you stayed only for a few hours."
"No, Judas, not a few hours, many days."
"But who served you? Where did you sleep?"
"My servants were the wild asses that came to sleep in their caves, where I also had taken shelter. My maidservants were the eagles that said to me with their harsh cries, 'It's daylight,' and they flew away to attack their prey. My friends were the little hares that came up, almost to my feet, gnawing at the wild herbs. My food and my drink were the same food and drink of the wild flower, the night dew and the sunshine, nothing else."
"But why?"
"To prepare well, as you say, for my mission. Things well prepared for are successful. You said so yourself. And my thing was not a trifle, a useless thing which would glorify me, the servant of the Lord, but it was to make men understand what the Lord is, and by means of such understanding make him loved in the spirit of truth. The servant that is concerned with his own triumph and not with the Lord's is a miserable man. The servant who is anxious to make a profit, who dreams he will sit on a high throne built on the interests of God, which have been lowered down to the earth, whereas they are celestial interests, is also a miserable servant. He is no longer a servant, except in outer appearance. He is a merchant, a trafficker, a deceitful person who deceives himself and men and would like to deceive also God. A wretched man who believes he is a prince whilst he is a slave. He belongs to the evil one, his king of falsehood. Here, in this cave, Christ for many days lived fasting and praying to get ready for his mission. And where would you have suggested I should have gone to prepare, Judas? Judas is puzzled and bewildered. Eventually he replies, I would not know. I was thinking to a rabbi or with the SNS. I do not know. And was it possible for me to find a rabbi who would tell me more than the power and wisdom of God were telling me? And could I, the eternal word of the Father, who was present when the Father created man, and am aware of the immortal soul by which he is animated, and of the power of free, capable judgment with which he was endowed by the Creator, would I have gone to derive science and skill from those who deny the immortality of souls, final resurrection, and also the freedom of man to act, attributing virtues and vices, holy and wicked deeds to a destiny, which they say is fated and uncontrollable? Certainly not. You have a destiny. In the mind of God who creates you, there is a destiny for you. It is the wish of the Father. And it is a destiny of love, of peace, of glory, the holiness of being his children. That is the destiny that was present in the divine mind when Adam was fashioned with dust, and will be present until the creation of the last soul of man. But the Father does not denigrate you in your position of kings. If a king is a prisoner, he is no longer a king. He is an outcast. You are kings because you are free in your small individual kingdoms, in your ego. You can do what you like and how you like. Before you and on the boundaries of your small kingdom, you have a friendly king and two enemy powers. The friend shows you the rules that he gives to make his followers happy. He shows them and says, here they are. With them, your eternal victory is certain. He, the wise and holy one, shows them to you so that you may put them into practice if you want to, and thus receive eternal glory. The two enemy powers are Satan and the flesh. By flesh, I mean your flesh and the world. They are the pomps and enticements of the world, that is, the riches, feasts, honours and powers, which are obtained from the world and in the world, but are not always obtained honestly, and they are used even less honestly when eventually a man reaches them. Satan, the master of the flesh and of the world, speaks also on behalf of the world and of the flesh. He too has his rules. Oh, he certainly has. And as your ego is enveloped in the flesh, and the flesh is attracted by the flesh, as metal chips are attracted by a magnet, and the singing of the seducer is sweeter than the warble of a nightingale in love in the moonlight. And among perfumed rose bushes, it is easier to follow those rules and incline towards those powers and say to them, I consider you my friends. Come in. Come in. Have you ever seen an ally who remains honest forever, without asking 100-fold return for the help he has given? That is what those powers do. They go in, and they become the masters. Masters? No, galley sergeants. They tie you, men, to the galley bench. They fasten you with chains. They do not allow you to raise your head from their yoke, and their lash leaves bleeding marks on your backs if you attempt to escape. You either must bear to be torn to pieces and become a heap of shattered flesh, so useless as flesh as to be rejected and kicked aside by their cruel feet, or you must die under their blows. If you can bear that martyrdom, then mercy will come. The only one who can still have mercy on that revolting misery which the world, one of the masters, now loathes, and at which the other master, Satan, throws the arrows of his revenge. And mercy, the only one, passes by, bends down, picks it up, doctors it, cures it, and says, Come, do not be afraid. Do not look at yourself. Your wounds are but scars, but they are so numerous that you would be horrified as they disfigure you. But I do not look at them. I look at your goodwill. Because of your goodwill, you are marked. Therefore I say to you, I love you. Come with me. And he takes it to his country. You then understand that mercy and the friendly king are the same person. You find the rules he had shown to you, and you did not want to follow. Now you want them. And first you reach the peace of your conscience, then the peace of God. Tell me now, was that destiny imposed by the only one on everybody? Or did each choose it for himself? It was chosen by each person. You are right, Simon. Was it possible for me to go to those who deny the blessed resurrection and the gift of God to be taught? I came here. I took my soul of the Son of Man, and I gave it its finishing touches, and I thus finished the work of 30 years of humility and preparation, in order to be perfect when starting my mission. Now, I ask you to stay with me for a few days in this cave. Our stay will be less depressing because we shall be 4 friends joining in our efforts against sadness, fears, temptation, and the desires of the flesh. I was by myself. It will be less painful because it is now summer, and up here the mountain winds lessen the heat. I came here at the end of the Tebeth moon, and the wind blowing down from the snowy tops was harsh. It will be less trying because it will be shorter, and also because we have the necessary food to satisfy our hunger, and in small leather flasks that I asked the shepherds to give you, there is enough water to last us for the days of our stay. I must snatch 2 souls from Satan. It can only be done by penance. I ask you to help me. It will be a training for you. You will learn how to snatch victims from Mammon. Not so much with words as with sacrifice. Words, the satanic uproar prevents one from hearing them. Every soul which is a prey of the enemy is enveloped in an eddy of infernal voices. Do you want to stay with me? If you do not want to, you may go, and you will meet at Tekoa, near the market. No, master, I will not leave you, says John, while Simon at the same time exclaims, You extol us by wanting us to be with you in this redemption. Judas does not appear to be terribly enthusiastic, but he puts a good face on. Destiny, and says, I will stay. Well, take the flasks and the bags and put them inside, and before the sun gets hot, break some wood and gather it near the crevice. The nights are severe, even in summer, and not all the animals are gentle. Light a branch at once. Over there, a branch of that gummy acacia. It burns very well. We will search in the crevices, and with the fire we will drive out asps and scorpions. Go. The same spot on the mountain, but it is night now, a starry night. I think that the beauty of such a nocturnal sky can be enjoyed only in such almost tropical countries. The stars are wonderfully large and bright. The bigger constellations seem clusters of diamond chips, of clear topazes, of pale sapphires, of mild opals and soft rubies. They tremble, they light up, they go out like glances, hidden for an instant by eyelashes, and light up again more beautiful than before. Now and again a star swoops across the sky, and I wonder to where it disappears. A streak of light that seems a jubilant cry of a star capable of flying over wide landscapes. Jesus is sitting at the entrance of the cave and is speaking to the 3 disciples who are sat in a circle around him. They must have lit a fire, because in the middle of them some brands are still as bright as embers, and they cast their ruddy glow on their 4 faces. Yes, our stay's over. The last time it lasted 40 days, and I would repeat that it was still winter up here, and I had no food. A little more difficult than this time, was it not? I know that you have suffered even now. The little food we had and I gave you was nothing, particularly for hungry young people. It was barely sufficient to prevent you from collapsing, and the water even less so. The heat is intense during the day, and you will say that it was not so in winter. But then there was a dry wind blowing from that mountain top, and it parched my lungs, and it rose from the plain loaded with desert dust, and it dried more than this summer heat, which can be assuaged by sucking the juice of those acidulous fruits that are almost ripe. The mountains in winter gave only wind and frost-bitten herbs, near bare acacias. I did not give you everything because I kept the last bread and cheese and the last flask of water for our way back. I know what my return journey was like, exhausted as I was in the desert solitude. Let us pick up our things and go. Tonight is even clearer than the night we came here. There is no moon, but the light is pouring from the sky. Let us go. Remember this place. Remember how Christ prepared and how the apostles prepare. Let the apostles prepare as I teach them. They get up. Simon stirs the embers with a stick, and before scattering them with his foot, he rekindles the fire, throwing some dry herbs on it, and from the flame he lights a branch of acacia and holds it up at the entrance of the cave, while Judas and John pick up mantles, bags, and small leather flasks, of which only one is still full. He then puts the branch out, rubbing it against a rock. He takes his satchel, puts on his mantle like all the rest, and ties it at his waist so that it may not hinder him walking. Without speaking, one behind the other, they go down a very steep path, putting to flight some animals grazing on the scanty grass, not yet parched by the sun. It is a long and uncomfortable journey. At last, they reach the plain. It is not easy to even walk there, where stones and stone splinters undermine their feet, sliding under them and hurting them also, because the thick dust of the path conceals them, and it is therefore impossible to avoid them. Further, naked thorny bushes scratch them and catch the lower parts of their garments. But they can walk faster. High above, the stars are lovelier and lovelier. They walk and walk for hours. The plain is more and more barren and depressing. Little scales sparkle in small crevices and holes of the ground. They look like dirty scales of diamond chips. John bends down to look at them. It is the salt of the subsoil which is saturated with them. It comes to the surface with the spring waters and then dries up. That is why life is impossible here. The eastern sea spreads its death for many miles around, through deep veins in the ground. Only where fresh spring waters counteract its effects it is possible to find plants and ease, explains Jesus. They go on walking. Jesus stops at the hollow rock where I saw him tempted by Satan. Let us stop here. Sit down. It will soon be daybreak. We have walked for 6 hours and you must be hungry, thirsty, and tired. Take this, eat and drink, sitting here near me, while I tell you something that you will repeat to your friends and to the world. Jesus has opened his satchel and has pulled out bread and cheese, which he cuts and hands out, and from his flask he pours out some water into a small jug, which he hands round too. Are you not eating, Master? No, I will speak to you. Listen. Once a man asked me whether I had been tempted. He asked me whether I had ever committed sin, and whether, when tempted, I had ever given in. And he was surprised because, in order to resist temptation, I, the Messiah, had asked the Father for help, saying, Father, lead me not into temptation. Jesus speaks slowly, calmly, as if he were relating an event with which none of them was acquainted. Judas lowers his head as if he were embarrassed, but the others are so intent on looking at Jesus that they do not notice him. Jesus goes on. Now, my friends, you will learn something of which that man had only a faint idea. After my baptism, I came here. I was clean, but one is never clean enough with regard to God, and the humility in saying, I am a man and a sinner, is already a baptism which makes the heart clean. I had been called the Lamb of God by the holy prophet who saw the truth and saw the Spirit descend upon the Word and anoint him with this chrism of love, while the voice of the Father filled the heavens, saying, This is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased. You, John, were present when the Baptist repeated those words. After being baptized, although I was clean both by my nature and by appearance, I wanted to prepare. Yes, Judas, look at me. May my eyes tell you what my mouth does not yet speak. Look at me, Judas. Look at your master, who, although was the Messiah, did not consider himself superior to man, On the contrary, knowing he was the man, he wanted to be so in everything, except in yielding to evil. Exactly so. Judas has now raised his head and looks at Jesus in front of him. The light of the stars causes Jesus' eyes to sparkle as if they were two stars fixed in a pale face. If one wants to prepare to be a teacher, one must have been a pupil. I, as God, knew everything. My intelligence enabled me to understand also the struggles of man, both by intellectual power and in an intellectual way that is without any practical experience. But then some poor friend of mine, some poor son of mine, could have said to me, "You do not know what it is to be a man and have senses and passions." And it would have been a fair reproach. I came here, or rather on that mountain, to prepare, not only for my mission, but also for temptation. See, I was tempted, where you are now sitting. By whom? By a mortal being? No. His power would have been too limited. I was tempted by Satan himself. I was exhausted. I had not eaten for 40 days. But while I was engrossed in prayer, everything had been forgotten in the joy of speaking to God. Rather than forgotten, it had been made endurable. I felt it as a discomfort of a material nature, confined to matter only. I then came back to the world. I was back in the ways of the world, and I felt the needs of those who are in the world. I was hungry. I was thirsty. I felt the biting cold of the desert at night. My body was worn out with lack of rest, of a bed, and with a long journey made in such a state of weariness that I could not go farther. Because I am made of flesh too, my dear friends, real flesh. And my flesh is subject to the weakness common to all the flesh. And with my flesh, I have a heart. Yes, I took the first and second of the 3 parts that form man. I took the physical part with all its needs and the morals with their passions. And whilst, with my will, I subdued all the bad passions at birth, I let the holy passions grow like mighty age-old cedars. That is filial love, love for the fatherland, friendship, work, everything that is best and holy. And here I felt nostalgia for my far-away mother. Here I felt the need of her care for my human frailty. Here I felt once again the pain of parting from the only one who loved me with perfect love. Here I realized what sorrow is laid aside for me, and I was grieved at her sorrow, poor mother, who will have to shed so many tears for her son, and because of the wickedness of man, that she will be left tearless. And here I experienced the weariness of the hero and of the ascetic who in an hour of forewarning realized the uselessness of their efforts. I cried. Sadness, a lure for Satan. It is not a sin to be sad in painful circumstances. It is a sin to go beyond sadness and fall into inertness and despair. But Satan comes at once when he sees anyone in spiritual languor. He came, dressed as a kind traveller. He always takes a kind appearance. I was hungry and 30 years old. He offered to help me. First he said to me, "Tell these stones to become bread." But before, yes, even before, he spoke to me about woman. Oh, he knows how to speak of her. He knows her very well. He corrupted her first, to make her his ally in corruption. I am not only the Son of God, I am Jesus, the workman of Nazareth. I said to that man who was speaking to me then, the one who asked me whether I had experienced temptations and almost accused me for being unjustly blessed because I had not sinned. The act subsides when satisfied. A rejected temptation does not fade away, but becomes stronger also because Satan instigates it. I resisted the temptation both of lust of woman and hunger for bread. And you must know that Satan proposed a woman to me as the best ally to succeed in the world. And he was quite right from a human point of view. Temptation did not give up because of my remark. Man does not live on his senses only. And he spoke to me of my mission. He wanted to seduce the Messiah after failing to seduce the young man. And he incited me to crush the unworthy ministers of the temple with a miracle. A miracle, the fire of heaven, is not to be bent to form a wicker wreath to crown ourselves. And we must not put God to the test, asking for miracles for human purposes. That is what Satan wanted. The reason mentioned by him was an excuse. The truth was, boast of being the Messiah. And he wanted to lead me to another lust, the lust for pride. He was not daunted by my reply. You must not put the Lord your God to the test. And he circumvented me with the third power of his nature. Gold, oh, gold. Bread is a great thing, and woman, an even greater one for those longing for food or pleasure. To be acclaimed by the crowds is a very great thing for man. How many crimes are committed for those three things? But gold, gold. It is a key that opens, a circle that joins. It is the beginning and the end of 99 of human actions. For bread and a woman, man becomes a thief. For power, he becomes also a murderer. But for gold, he becomes an idolater. The king of gold, Satan, offered me his gold if I adored him. I pierced him with the eternal words, "You shall worship the Lord your God and serve him only." It happened here. Jesus is now standing. He seems taller than usual in the flat nature surrounding him, in the slightly phosphorescent light of the stars. Also the disciples get up. Jesus goes on speaking, staring intently at Judas. Then the angels of the Lord came. The man had won the treble battle. The man knew what it meant to be a man and had won. He was exhausted. The struggle had been more exhausting than the long fast. But the spirit was triumphant. I think that heaven was startled at my becoming a perfect creature endowed with knowledge. I think that from that moment, I got the power of working miracles. I was God. I had become the man. Now, by defeating the animal nature connected with man's nature, I was the man God, and I am. And as God, I am omnipotent. And as man, I am omniscient. Do as I did, if you want to do what I do. and do it in memory of me." That man was amazed at my asking the Father's help, and at my praying not to be led into temptation. That is, not to be left at the mercy of temptation beyond my strength. I think that that man will no longer be amazed, now that he knows. I ask you to do the same in my memory, and to win as I did, and never doubt my nature of true man and true God, seeing how strong I was in all the temptations of life, and how I won the battles of the 5 senses, of sensuality, and of sentiments. Remember all that. I promised to take you where it would be possible for you to know the Master. From the dawn of his day, a dawn which is as pure as the one which is now rising, to the noontide of his life, the noon which I left to go and meet my human evening. I said to one of you, I also prepared. You now see it is true. I thank you for your company in the return to the place of my birth and the place of my penance. My first contacts with the world had sickened and depressed me. It is too ugly. My soul has now been nourished with the lion's marrow, the union with the Father in prayer and solitude. And I can go back to the world and take my cross upon me once again, the first cross of the Redeemer, the cross of the contact with the world in which there are too few souls called Mary, called John. Now listen, and you in particular, John. We are going back towards my mother and our friends. I beg you not to mention to my mother the harshness which has been opposed to the love of her son. She would suffer so much. She will suffer so much because of man's cruelty. But do not let us give her the chalice now. It will be so bitter when it is given to her, so bitter that it will creep like poison into her holy viscera and veins, and will gnash them and freeze her heart. Oh, do not tell my mother that Bethlehem and Hebron rejected me like a dog. Have mercy on her. You, Simon, are old and good and thoughtful as you are, you will not speak, I know. You, Judas, are a Judean, and will not speak out of patriotic pride. But you, John, are a Galilean and young. Do not commit the sin of pride, criticism, and cruelty. Be silent. Later you will tell the rest, what I now ask you to be silent about. There is already so much to be said about Christ. Why add to it what is Satan's work against Christ? My dear friends, do you promise me that? Oh, Master, we do promise. Be certain of it. Thank you. Let us go to that small oasis. There is a spring, a well full of cold water, and there is a shade and greenery. The road towards the river passes near it. We will find food and refreshment till evening. By starlight, we will reach the river, the ford, and we will wait for Joseph or join him if he is already back. Let us go. And they set out, while the first pinkish hue in the sky, in the east, announces the rising of a new day.
The Poem of the Man God. The first year of the public life. Chapter 81. At the Jordan Ford. Meeting with the shepherds, John, Mattias, and Simeon. 18th of January, 1945. I see the Jordan Ford once again. The green road, coasting the river on both banks, beaten by many travellers on account of its lines of little donkeys come and go,
as well as many people. On the bank of the river, 3 men are pasturing a few sheep. Joseph is on the road, waiting, and he looks up and down. Jesus appears in the distance with his 3 disciples at the junction of the river path with the main road. Joseph calls the shepherds who lead the sheep onto the road, driving them along the grassy bank. They walk fast toward Jesus. "I haven't got the courage. What shall I say to greet him?" "Oh, he's so good. Say, 'Peace be with you.' He always says that." "Yes, but we... And what about me? I'm not even one of his first worshippers, and he's so fond of me. Oh, so fond." "Which one is it?" "The tallest one with fair hair. Mattias, will we tell him of the Baptist?" "Of course we will." "Will he not think that we preferred the Baptist to him?" "No, Simeon. If he is the Messiah, he can see into the hearts of men, and in ours he will see that in the Baptist we were still looking for him." "Yes, you're right." The 2 groups are now a few yards apart. Jesus is already smiling his indescribable smile. Joseph hastens his step. Also the sheep begin to run, urged by the herdsman. "Peace be with you," says Jesus, raising his arms as if he were embracing them. And he specifies, "Peace to you, Simeon, John, and Mattias, faithful to me, and faithful to John the prophet. Peace to you, Joseph." And he kisses him on his cheeks. The other 3 are now on their knees. "Come, my friends, under these trees, on the exposed riverbed, and let us talk." They go down, and Jesus sits on a large protruding root, the others on the ground. Jesus smiles and looks at them intently, one by one. "Let me become familiar with your faces. Your souls are already known to me, souls that seek and love what is good, contrary to all worldly yearnings. Isaac, Elias, and Levi send you their regards, and there are now other greetings from my mother. Have you any news of the Baptist?" The men, so far gagged by embarrassment, take heart. They find words at last. "He's still in jail. Our hearts tremble for him, because he is in the hands of a cruel man, who is dominated by an infernal creature and is surrounded by a corrupted court. We love him. You know that we love him, and that he deserves our love. After you left Bethlehem, we were persecuted by men, but we were distressed and disheartened because we had lost you rather than by their hatred, and we were like trees uprooted by the wind. Then, after years of suffering, like a man whose eyelashes have been stitched, endeavours to see the sun but cannot. Also because he's closed in a prison but feels the warmth of the sun on his body, we felt that the Baptist was the man of God, foreseen by the prophets to prepare the way to his Christ, and we went to him. We said, if the Baptist precedes him, if we go to the Baptist, we will find him. Because, my Lord, it was you we were looking for." "I know, and you found me, and now I am with you." "Joseph told us that you came to the Baptist, but we were not there that day. Perhaps he had sent us somewhere. We serve him in spiritual matters when he asks us, with so much love, and we listened to him with love, although he was so severe, because he was not you, the Word, but he always spoke words of God." "I know. And do you know this man?" And he points to John. "We saw him with the other Galileans in the crowds, which were most faithful to the Baptist. And if you are not mistaken, you are the one whose name is John, and of whom he used to say to us, his closest disciple, 'Here, I am the first, he is the last, and then he will be the first, and I the last.' But we never understood what he meant."
Jesus turns round to his left side where John is, and he draws him against his heart, and with a most kind smile explains. He meant that he was the first to say, "Here is the Lamb," and that John here will be the last of the friends of the Son of Man to speak of the Lamb to the crowds. But that in the heart of the Lamb, John is the first, because he is dearer than any other man to the Lamb. That is what he meant. But when you see the Baptist, you will see him again, and you will serve him again until the predetermined hour. Tell him that he is not the last in Christ's heart, not so much because of the blood as on account of his holiness. He is loved as much as John. And remember that if the saint in his humility proclaims himself last, the word of God proclaims him equal to the disciple who is dear to me. Tell him that I love this disciple because he has the same name, and because I find in him the signs of the Baptist who prepares the souls for Christ. We will tell him, but will we see him again? Yes, you will. Yes, Herod dare not kill him for fear of the people and at his court, which is full of greed and corruption. It would be easy to free him if we had a lot of money, but although there is quite a lot, because friends have given a lot, there is still a lot missing, and we are afraid we will not be in time, and he may be killed. How much do you think you need for the ransom? Not for his ransom, Lord. He is hated too much by Herodias, and she has too much control of Herod, to think of the possibility of a ransom. But I think that all the greedy people of the kingdom have gathered at Machaerus. Everybody is anxious to have a good time and stand out, from the ministers down to the servants. And to do that, they need money. We have actually found someone who would let the Baptist out for a large sum of money. Perhaps also Herod would prefer that, because he is afraid, not for any other reason. He is afraid of the people and afraid of his wife. In that way, he could please the people, and his wife could not accuse him of disappointing her. And how much does that person want? 20 silver talents, but we only have 12.5. Judas, you said that those jewels are beautiful. Yes, beautiful and valuable. How much do you think they'd be worth? I think you are an expert. Yes, I am a good judge. Why do you want to know how much they are worth, master? Do you want to sell them? Why? Perhaps. Tell me, how much will they be worth? At least 6 talents, if they are sold well. Are you sure? Yes, master. The necklace by itself, so big and heavy, of the purest gold, is worth at least 3 talents. I have examined it carefully, and also the bracelets. I don't know how Aglae's thin wrists could hold them. They were her shackles, Judas. That's true, master, but so many would like to have such beautiful shackles. Do you think so? Who? Well, many people. Yes, many who are human beings only by name. And do you know a possible buyer? So you do want to sell them? And is it for the Baptist? But look, it's cursed gold. Oh, human inconsistency! You have just said with evident desire that many people would love to have that gold. And then you say it is cursed? Judas, Judas, it is cursed indeed. But she said, it will be sanctified if it is used for poor and holy people. And that is why she gave it, that who benefits by it may pray for her poor soul, that like the embryo of a future butterfly swells in the seed of her heart. Who is holier and poorer than the Baptist? He is equal to Elijah in his mission, but greater than Elijah in holiness. He is poorer than I am. I have a mother and a home. And one has such things. And pure and holy as I have, one is never forlorn. He no longer has a home, and he has not got even the tomb of his mother. Everything has been violated and desecrated by human iniquity. So who is the buyer? There is one in Jericho, and there are many in Jerusalem, but the one in Jericho, he is a shrewd Levantine gold-beater, a usurer, a middleman, a pander. He's certainly a thief, probably a killer. He's definitely persecuted by Rome. He has changed his name to Isaac, to be considered a Hebrew, but his real name is Diomedes. I know him very well. Yes, we see that, intervenes Simon Zealot, who speaks little, but notices everything, and he asks, "How come you know him so well?" Well, you know, in order to please certain mighty friends, I went to see him, and did some business, we of the temple. I know. You do all sorts of jobs. Simon ends with a cold irony. Judas flares up, but keeps silent. Will he buy? Asks Jesus. I think so. He has plenty money. Of course, one must be skillful in selling because the Greek is shrewd, and if he realizes he's dealing with an honest person, with a nestling dove, he plucks him mercilessly. But if he has to deal with a vulture like himself... You ought to go, Judas. You are the right man. You are as sly as a fox, and as raptorial as a vulture. Oh, forgive me, master. I spoke before you, says Simon Zealot again. I am of the same opinion, and I will therefore tell Judas to go. John, you will go with him. We will meet again at sunset, and the meeting place will be the market square. Go, and do your best. Judas gets up at once. John's eyes are imploring like a chastened puppy's. But Jesus is speaking to the shepherds and does not notice John's imploring look. And John sets out behind Judas. I would like to see you happy, says Jesus. You will always make us happy, master. May God bless you for it. Is that man a friend of yours? Yes, he is. Do you think he should not be? The shepherd John lowers his head and keeps silent. Simon, the disciple, speaks. Only who is good can see. I am not good, and therefore I do not see what bounty sees. I see the exterior. Who is good penetrates also into the interior. You, John, see as I do, but the master is good and sees. What do you see in Judas, Simon? I want you to tell me. Well, when I look at him, I think of certain mysterious places which look like dens of wild beasts and malarial ponds. Only a huge tangle can be seen, and one is frightened and keeps clear. Instead, behind it, there are turtle doves and nightingales, and the soil is rich in healthy waters and beneficial herbs. I want to believe that Judas is like that. I think he must be, because you chose him, and you know. Yes, I know. There are many flaws in the heart of that man. but he has some good points. You saw that yourself in Bethlehem and in Kerioth. And his good points, which are humanly good, are to be raised to a spiritual goodness. Judas will then be as you would like him to be. He's young. Also, John is young. And in your heart, you conclude that he is better. But John is John. Love poor Judas, Simon. I beg you. If you love him, he will appear to be better. I endeavour to love him for your sake. But he breaks all my efforts as if they were water canes. But, Master, there is only one law for me: to do what you want. I will therefore love Judas, although something within me shouts against him and toward myself. What, Simon? I do not know exactly what it is. Something that resembles the cry of the night watchman, and says to me, "Do not sleep, watch." I do not know. That something has no name, but it is here in me, against him. Forget about it, Simon. Do not trouble to give it a definition. It is better not to know certain truths, and you might be mistaken. Leave it to your master. Give me your love, and you can be sure that it makes me happy. And it all ends. The poem of the man God, the first year of the public life. Chapter 82. Judas Iscariot tells of how he sold Aglae's jewels to Diomedes. 19th of January, 1945. The marketplace in Jericho. It is not morning, but evening. A very warm summer evening at sunset. Of the morning market, there are only traces. Remains of vegetables, heaps of excrement, straw fallen from donkeys' baskets, and rags. All is covered with flies, and ferments in the heat of the sun and stinks disgustingly. The large square is empty. There are few passers-by, some quarrelsome urchins throwing stones at the birds perched on the trees. Some women go to the fountain. Nothing else. Jesus arrives from a side street and looks around. He does not see anybody yet. He waits patiently, leaning against the trunk of a tree, and finds the opportunity of speaking to the boys about charity that starts with God and from the Creator descends to all creatures. Do not be cruel. Why do you want to annoy the birds of the air? They have their nests up there, and their little ones. They do not harm anyone, and they give their chirping and cleanliness because they eat the rubbish left by men and the insects that are harmful to crops and fruit. Why wound them or kill them, depriving the little ones of their fathers and mothers, or the latter of their little ones? Would you be glad if a wicked man came to your house and destroyed it, or killed your parents, or took you away from them? No, you would not be happy. Well then, why do to these innocent creatures what you would not like done to yourselves? How will you refrain one day from doing harm to men, if, children as you are now, you harden your hearts and hurt defenseless, kind little creatures such as these birds? Do you not know that the law says, "Love your neighbor as yourself"? Who does not love his neighbor does not even love God. And who does not love God, how can he go to his house and pray to him? God might say to him, and he does say it in heaven, "Go away, I do not know you. You
My son? No, you are not. You do not love your brothers. You do not respect in them the Father who created them. So, you are not a brother and a son, but an illegitimate child, a stepson to God, a stepbrother to your brothers. See how the eternal Lord loves. In the cold months, he makes his little birds find the barns full of hay, so that they may nest there. In the hot months, he protects them from the sun with the foliage of trees. In winter, the corn in the fields is just covered with earth, and it is easy for them to find the seed and nourish themselves. In summer, they quench their thirst with the juice of fruits, and they build solid, warm nests with hay and the wool left on brambles by sheep. And he is the Lord. You, little men, created by him, like the little birds, and therefore their brothers in creation. Why do you want to differ from him and think that you can be cruel to these little animals? Be merciful with everybody, not depriving anyone of what is due to one, both amongst men and animals, your servants, your friends, and God. Master, calls Simon, Judas is coming. And God will be merciful with you and will give you everything you need. And he does with these innocent creatures. Go and take the peace of God with you. Jesus makes his way through the boys and some of the adults who had joined them and goes towards Judas and John, who are coming from another street. Judas is jubilant. John smiles at Jesus, but does not seem very happy. Come, master, I think I have done well. But come with me, it is not possible to speak here in the street. Where, Judas? To the hotel. I have already booked 4 rooms. Oh, nothing special, don't worry. Only to rest in a bed after so much discomfort and all this heat, and to have a meal like men and not like birds perched on branches, and also to talk in peace. I sold the jewels very well, didn't I, John? John nods in assent, but not very enthusiastically. But Judas is so pleased with his work that he does not notice either that Jesus is not very happy at the prospect of comfortable lodgings, or that John is even less enthusiastic about his transactions. And he goes on. As I had sold at a higher price than I had estimated, I said, it is fair that I should take a small amount, 100 coins, for our beds and meals. If we are exhausted, although we always had something to eat, Jesus must be completely worn out. I am obliged to ensure that my master is not taken ill, an obligation of love, because you love me and I love you. There is room also for you and the sheep, he says to the shepherds. I have seen to everything. Jesus does not say one word. He follows him with the others. They arrive in a smaller square. Judas says, see that house without any windows, opening on the street, and with such a narrow little door that it looks like a fissure? It's Diomedes, the gold beater's house. It looks like a poor house, doesn't it? But there is enough gold in there to buy the whole of Jericho. And, Judas laughs maliciously. Amongst all that gold, many jewels and plates can be found, as well as other things, belonging to the most influential people in Israel. Diomedes, they all pretend they do not know him, whereas they are all acquainted with him, from the Herodians down to everybody. On that plain, smooth wall, one could write, mystery and secret. If those walls could speak, then you would not be scandalized at the way I negotiated this business. John, you would die choked with amazement and scruples. By the way, listen, master. Never send me again with John on certain business. He almost ruined everything. He cannot take a hint. He cannot deny things. Whereas with shrewd men like Diomedes, one must be quick and outspoken. John grumbles. You were saying certain things, so unforeseen, so... Yes, master, do not send me again. I am only good at being kind and loving. It is most unlikely that we shall ever need such transaction again, answers Jesus, very seriously. That is the hotel over there. Come, master, I will do the talking, because I arranged everything. They go in, and Judas speaks to the landlord, who has the sheep taken to a stable, while he himself takes the guests into a little room, where there are 2 mat beds, some chairs, and a table already laid. He then withdraws. I will tell you what happened at once, master, while the shepherds are settling the sheep. I am listening. John can say whether I am telling the truth. I do not doubt it. No oath or witness is required among honest men. Tell me. We arrived in Jericho at midday. We were wet with perspiration like pack animals. I did not want to give Diomedes the impression that I was in urgent need. So, first of all, I came here. I refreshed myself. I put on clean clothes, and I got John to do the same. Oh, he would not hear of having his hair sorted and perfumed, but I had made out my plans on my way here. When it was almost evening, I said, let's go. By that time, we were all rested and fresh like 2 wealthy people on a pleasure trip. When we were about to arrive at Diomedes' abode, I said to John, always agree to what I say. Do not contradict me, and be quick in taking a hint. But I should have left him outside. It did not help at all. On the contrary, fortunately, I am as quick as 2 people, and I managed. The exciseman was coming out of his house. Very well, I said. If he is coming out, we will find the money, and what I want to make a comparison. Because the exciseman, being a usurer and a thief like all his kind, always has necklaces taken with threats and usury from poor people, whom he taxes more than is fair, in order to have plenty to spend in feasting and women. And he is very friendly with Diomedes, who buys and sells gold and flesh. We went in after I had made myself known. I said, we went in, because there is a difference between going into the entrance hall where he pretends to be doing an honest job and going down into the underground room where he does his real business. One must be well known to him to be introduced there. As soon as he saw me, he said, do you want to sell more gold? We are going through hard times, and I have little money. His usual old story, I replied. I have not come to sell, but to buy. Have you any jewels for a lady? But they must be beautiful, valuable, heavy, in pure gold. Diomedes was amazed, and he asked me, do you want a woman? Never mind that, I replied to him. They are not for me. They are for this friend of mine who is getting married and wishes to buy the jewels for his beloved bride. At this point, John began to behave like a child. Diomedes, who was looking at him, saw him turn purple, and being a filthy old man, he said, Ah, the boy has only heard his bride being mentioned, and he is in heat. Is your woman very beautiful? He asked. I kicked John to rouse him, and to make him understand not to behave foolishly. But he replied, yes, as if he had been strangled, and Diomedes became suspicious. Then I spoke. Whether she is beautiful or not is none of your business, old man. she will never be one of the women on account of whom you will go to hell. She's an honest virgin, and will soon be an honest wife. Show us your gold. I am his best man, and it is my task to help the young man. I am a Judean citizen." "He is a Galilean, is he not?" "Your hair always gives you away." "Is he rich?" "Yes, very." We then went downstairs, and Diomedes opened his coffers and treasure chests. But to tell the truth, John, did we not seem to be in heaven with all the jewels and all the gold, necklaces, wreaths, bracelets, earrings, hairnets of gold and precious stones, hairpins, buckles, rings? Oh, what magnificence! With much haughtiness, I picked a necklace more or less like Aglae's, and rings, buckles, bracelets, everything like I had in my bag, and the same quantity. Diomedes was surprised, and he kept asking, "What, some more? But who is this man? And who is the bride, princess?" When I had everything I wanted, I said, "The price." Oh, what a string of preparatory moaning on the times, taxes, risks, thieves, and another string of assurance on his honesty, and then he replied, "Just because it's you, I'll tell you the truth, without any exaggeration, but not even 1 penny less. I want 12 silver talents." "Thief," I said, and I went on. "Let's go, John. In Jerusalem we'll find someone who is not such a thief as he is." And I pretended I was going out. He ran after me. "My great friend, my beloved friend, come. Listen to your poor servant. I cannot accept less. It's impossible. Look. I'll make an effort at the cost of ruining myself. I'll do it because you have always honored me with your friendship, and you made me do good business. 11 talents. Here you are. That is what I would pay if I had to buy that gold from someone starving. Not a penny less. It would be like bleeding my veins." Is that not what he said? He made me laugh, and he disgusted me at the same time. When I saw he was quite determined on the price, I pulled a fast one on him. "Dirty old rascal, bear in mind that I do not want to buy. On the contrary, I want to sell. This is what I want to sell. Look, it is as beautiful as yours. Gold from Rome in the latest fashion. It will sell like hot cakes. You can have it for 11 talents, exactly what you asked for yours. You fix the price, and you pay." You should have heard him. "This is treachery! You betrayed this team I held you in. You want to ruin me. I cannot pay all that," he shouted. "You appraised its value, so pay." "I cannot." "Look, I'll take it to somebody else." "No, my friend, don't." And he stretched out his hooked hands towards Aglae's heap of gold. "Well, then pay. I should ask for 12 talents, but I will be satisfied with the last price you asked." "I cannot." "Usurer, look, I have a witness here, and I can report you as a thief." And I mentioned other virtues of his, which I will not repeat on account of this boy. At last, as I was anxious to sell and settle the matter quickly, I whispered something in his ear, something that I will not keep. What weight has a promise made to a thief? And I clenched the bargain at 10.5. We came away while he was crying and offering his friendship and women, and John was almost in tears. What does it matter if they think you are a depraved man? Nothing, providing you're not. Don't you know that the world is like that? and that you are a failure in the world? A young man who has not had any experience of women. Do you think they will believe you? Or if they believe you, well, I would not like them to think of me what they may think of you, if they believe you do not desire women. Here, master, count them yourself. I had a pile of coins, but I went to the exciseman and I said to him, take this rubbish and give me the talents Isaac gave you. That was the last bit of information I got after closing the matter. But the last thing I said to Isaac Diomedes was, remember that the Judas of the temple exists no more. Now I am the disciple of a holy man. Pretend, therefore, that you never met me, if your life is dear to you. And I was on the point of wringing his neck because he gave me a sharp answer.
What did he say to you?
Asked Simon coldly. He said, you, the disciple of a holy man? I will never believe it, or I will soon see your holy man here asking for a woman. He said, Diomedes is an old disgrace of the world, but you are a new one, and I may still change, because I became what I am when I was old. But you will not change. You were born like that. Filthy old man. He denies your power, see?
And being a good Greek, he speaks the truth.
What do you mean, Simon? Are you referring to me?
No. I am referring to everyone. He is a man who knows gold and men's hearts the same way. He is a thief, the most filthy of all the filthy trades. But one perceives in him the philosophy of the great Greeks. He knows man, the animal with 7 sinful jaws, the octopus that suffocates goodness, honesty, love, and many other things, both in itself and in others.
But he does not know God.
And would you like to teach him?
Yes, I would. Why? It's the sinners that need to know God.
True, but the master must know him to teach him.
And do I not know him? Peace, my friends. The shepherds are coming. Do not let us upset their souls with our quarrels. Have you counted the money? That is enough. Fulfill all your actions as you fulfilled this one, and I repeat it once again. In future, if you can, do not tell lies, not even to accomplish a good deed. The shepherds come in. My friends, here are 10.5 talents. The amount is short of 100 coins, which Judas has kept for the hotel expenses. Take them. Are you giving them all? Asks Judas. Yes, every penny. I do not want a farthing of that money. We have the offerings of God and of those who honestly seek God, and we will never lack what is necessary. Believe me. Take the money and be happy as I am, for the Baptist. Tomorrow you will go toward his prison, 2 of you, that is John and Mattias. Simeon and Joseph will go to Elias to report to him and to be taught for the future. Elias knows. Later, Joseph will come back with Levi. The meeting place in 10 days' time is at the fish gate in Jerusalem at sunrise. And now let us eat and rest. Tomorrow at dawn, I will leave with my disciples. I have nothing else to tell you for the time being. Later, you will hear from me. And everything fades out while Jesus is breaking the bread.
The poem of the man God. The first year of the public life. Chapter 83. Jesus cries on account of Judas, and Simon Zealot comforts him. 20th of January, 1945. The country where Jesus is very fertile. There are magnificent orchards and vineyards with huge branches of grapes beginning to turn gold or ruby. Jesus is sitting in an orchard and is eating some fruit offered to him by a farmer. Perhaps he has just finished speaking, because the man says to him, "It's a pleasure for me, Master, to quench your thirst. Your disciple has spoken to us of your wisdom. Nevertheless, we were astonished when we listened to you. Close as we are to the holy city, we often go there to sell our fruit and vegetables, and then we go up to the temple and listen to the rabbis. But they do not speak as you do. We used to come away saying, 'If that is so, who will be saved?' With you it is entirely different. Oh, we seem to be so light-hearted. Although adults, we feel like children in our hearts. I am a rough man, and I am not good at making myself understood, but I am sure you understood me." "Yes, I do. You mean that although you have an adult's knowledge and maturity after listening to the word of God, you feel simplicity, faith, and purity revive in your heart, as if you were a child once again, without fault or malice, but with so much faith, as when you were taken out to the temple for the first time by your mother, or you prayed on her knees. That is what you mean." "Yes, just that. You are fortunate because you are always with him," he then says to John, Simon, and Judas, who are sitting on a low wall, eating juicy figs. And he ends saying, "And I am honored because you were my guest for one night. I am not afraid of any misfortune in my house because you have blessed it." Jesus replies, "A blessing is efficacious and lasting if the souls of men are faithful to the law of God and to my doctrine. Otherwise, its grace-giving ceases. And it is only fair. Because if it is true that God grants sunshine and fresh air to the good and to the bad, that they may live, and that they may become better if they are good, and they may be converted if they are bad, it is also just that the Father's protection should turn elsewhere as a punishment for the wicked to remind them of God by means of some pain. Is pain not always evil? No, my friend. It is evil from a human point of view, but from a supernatural one it is good. It increases the merits of just people who accept it without despairing or rebelling, and they offer it, as they offer themselves with resignation, as a sacrifice to expiate their own imperfections and the faults of the world, and it is a redemption for those who are not good. "It is so difficult to suffer," says the farmer, who has been joined by his relatives, about 10 people in all, adults and children. "I know that man finds it difficult, and knowing that he would find it so difficult, the Father had not given his children any sorrow. It came with sin. But how long does sorrow last on the earth? In the life of a man? A short time. It is always short, even if it lasts a whole lifetime. Now, I say, is it not better to suffer for a short time rather than forever? Is it not better to suffer here than in purgatory? Consider that time there is multiplied 1,000 times to 1. Oh, I solemnly tell you, you ought not to curse pain, but bless it, and you should call it grace and mercy." "Oh, your words, Master! They are as pleasant to us as honeyed water from a cool amphora. is to a man parched with thirst in summer. Are you really going away tomorrow, master? Yes, I am going tomorrow, but I will come back again to thank you for what you have done for me and my friends, and to ask you for some more bread and rest. You will always find them here, master. A man with a donkey laden with vegetables comes near. Here I am. If your friends wishes to go, my son is going to Jerusalem for the big Parasive market. Go, John. You know what you have to do. In 4 days' time we will meet again. My peace be with you. Jesus embraces John and kisses him. Simon does the same. Master, says Judas, if you will allow me, I would like to go with John. I am anxious to see a friend of mine. He goes to Jerusalem every Sabbath. I would go with John as far as Bethphage, and then I will proceed on my own. He is a friend of our family. You know, my mother told me. I have not asked you any question, my friend. It breaks my heart having to leave you, but in 4 days' time I will be with you once again. And I will be so faithful that I will even bore you. You may go. In 4 days' time, at dawn, be at the fish gate. Goodbye, and may God watch over you. Judas kisses the master and goes near to the little donkey that begins to trot along the dusty road. It is evening, and the country becomes silent. Simon watches the peasants irrigating their fields. Jesus has not moved from the place where he was sitting. He then gets up, goes round to the back of the house, and walks along the orchard. He wants to be alone. He goes as far as a thicket of huge pomegranate trees and low bushes, which I think must be gooseberries, but I'm not sure, because there are no berries on them and I'm not familiar with the leaves of these plants. Jesus hides behind the thicket. He kneels down. He prays. And then he bends down with his face on the ground, on the grass, and he weeps. I realize that he's crying because of his deep, interrupted sighs. A disheartened crying, without sobs, but so sad. Some time passes thus. It is now twilight, but it is not yet so dark as to prevent seeing. And in the faint light, Simon's disfigured but honest face suddenly appears above a bush. He looks round for something and sees the crouched figure of the master, completely covered by his dark blue mantle, which confuses him with the dark ground. Only his fair hair and his hands joined in prayer catch the eye. His hands protrude above his head, which rests on his wrists. Simon looks at him with his large, kind eyes. He understands that Jesus is sad because of his sighing, and he utters, "Master," with his thick, almost purple lips. Jesus looks up. "Are you crying, Master? Why? May I come near you?" Simon's expression is one of astonishment and sorrow. He is definitely not a handsome man. In addition to his disfigured features and his dark olive complexion, he bears the deep bluish marks of the scars caused by his disease. But his glance is so gentle that his ugliness disappears. "Come, Simon, my friend." Jesus is sitting on the grass. Simon sits beside him. "Why are you sad, Master? I am not John, and I am not capable of giving you what John gives you. But I would like to give you every possible comfort, and I am only sorry
that I am not able to do so. Tell me, have I displeased you these last few days to the extent that it depresses you to stay with me? No, my good friend, you have never displeased me since the first moment I saw you, and I think you will never cause me to shed tears. Well then, master, I am not worthy of your confidence, but on account of my age, I could be your father, and you know how anxious I have always been to have children. Allow me to caress you as if you were my son, and let me be a father and mother to you in this hour of pain. It is your mother that you are in need of to forget so much things. Oh yes, it is my mother. Well, while waiting to have comfort in her, grant your servant the joy of consoling you. You are crying, master, because someone has displeased you. For several days, your face has been like the sun darkened by clouds. I have been watching you. Your goodness hides the wound, that we may not hate him who wounds you. But the wound is a painful and abhorrent one. But tell me, my lord, why do you not remove the source of your pain? Because it would be useless from a human point of view, and it would not be charitable. Ah, you are aware that I am speaking of Judas. It is because of him that you are suffering. How can you, the truth, tolerate that liar? He lies shamelessly. He is more deceitful than a fox, and more closed than a rock. He has now gone away, and for what? How many friends has he got? I am sorry to leave you, but I would like to follow him and see. Oh, my Jesus, that man, send him away, my lord. It is useless. What is to be shall be. What do you mean? Nothing special. You allowed him to go with pleasure because you were disgusted with his behavior at Jericho. It is true, Simon. I tell you once again, what is to be shall be. And Judas is part of the future. He is to be there too. But John told me that Simon Peter is very frank and full of ardor. Will he suffer Judas? He must send him. Also Peter is destined for a part, and Judas is the canvas on which he must weave his part. Or if you prefer so, Judas is the school where Peter will learn more than with anyone else.
Also, idiots are capable of being good with John and understanding souls like John's. But it is difficult to be good with people like Judas and to understand souls like Judas's and to be a doctor and priest for them. Judas is your living teaching.
Ours?
Yes, yours. The Master will not be on the earth forever. He will leave after eating the hardest bread and drinking the sourest wine. But you will stay to continue me, and you must know. Because the world does not end with the Master. It will last longer, until the final return of Christ and the final judgment of man. And I solemnly tell you that for every John, Peter, Simon, James, Andrew, Philip, Bartholomew, Thomas, there are at least 7 Judases, and many, many more. Simon is thoughtful and silent. He then says,
The shepherds are good. Judas scorns them, but I love them.
I love them and praise them.
They are simple souls, such as you like. Judas has lived in town. His only excuse. But there are many people who have lived in towns, and yet, when will you come to my friend?
Tomorrow, Simon, and I will come with pleasure, because we are by ourselves, just you and I. I believe he is a learned and experienced man, like you.
And he suffers a lot in his body and even more in his heart. Master, I would like to ask you a favor. If he does not speak to you of his grief, please do not ask him any questions about his family.
I will not. I am on the side of those who suffer, but I do not force anybody's confidence. Tears deserve respect. And I did not respect them. But I feel sorry for you. You are my friend, and you have already given a name to my sorrow. I am an unknown rabbi for your friend. When he knows me, then let us go. It is dark. Do not let us keep our tired guests waiting. Tomorrow at dawn, we will go to Bethany. Jesus then says, My little John, how many times have I cried with my face on the ground because of men? And you would like to suffer less than I did? Also amongst you, good people are in the proportion that existed between good people and Judas. And the better one is, the more one suffers. But also for you, it is necessary to learn by studying Judas. And I say that particularly for those who are responsible for the spiritual care of souls. Each of you, priests, is a Peter, and you have to forgive and retain. But how much power of observation you must have, how much union with God, what great pains you must take, and how many comparisons with the method of the Master you must make, in order to be a priest, as it is your duty to be. Some people may think that what I am saying is useless,
Human, impossible. They are the usual people who deny the human phases of Jesus' life, and they make of me a being so remote from human life as to be only a divine being. What happens then to the most holy humanity, to the sacrifice of the second person in becoming flesh? Oh, I was truly a man amongst men. I was the man. And that is why I suffered in seeing the traitor and ungrateful people. That is why I rejoiced on account of those who loved me or were converted to me. That is why I shuddered and cried before Judas's spiritual corpse. I shuddered and cried before my dear friend. But I knew that I would call him back to life, and I rejoiced seeing his soul already in limbo. Here, I had the demon in front of me, and I will say no more. Follow me, John. Let us give men also this gift, and then blessed are those who listen to the word of God and strive to do what it says. Blessed are those who want to know me in order to love me. In them and to them I shall be a blessing. The poem of the man God, the first year of the public life. Chapter 84. Jesus meets Lazarus at Bethany. 21st of January, 1945. It is a very clear summer dawn. Rather than dawn, it is early morning, because the sun is already above the horizon and is rising higher and higher, smiling at the charming earth. Every stem is sparkling with dew. All the night stars seem to have turned into gold and gem dust, for all the stems and all the leaves, even for the stones strewn on the ground, the silicious chips of which, wet with dew, seem diamond powder or gold dust. Jesus and Simon are walking along a little road which departs from the main one at a sharp angle like a V. They are going towards magnificent orchards and fields of flax as tall as a man, almost ready to be cut. Other fields farther away show only large, bright red spots of poppies amongst the yellow stubble.
We are already in the property of my friend. You can see, master, that the distance was within the prescription of the law. I would never take the liberty of deceiving you. Behind that apple orchard, there is the garden wall and house. I made you come along this short queue to be within the prescribed mile.
Your friend is very wealthy.
Yes, very. But he is not happy. He owns property also elsewhere.
Is he a Pharisee?
His father was not. He is very observant. I told you, a true Israelite.
They walk a little farther. There is a high wall, and beyond it, trees and trees, with the house just emerging through them. There is a rise in the ground here, which, however, does not allow one to see the garden, so beautiful that we would call it a park. They go round the corner. The wall runs level, and from its top entwined branches of roses and sweet-smelling jasmines hang down, splendid in their dewy corollas. There is the heavy wrought iron gate. Simon knocks with the heavy bronze knocker. "It is too early to go in, Simon," remarks Jesus.
Oh, my friend gets up at sunrise, as he finds comfort only in his garden or in books. Night is a torture for him. Please, do not delay further to give him your joy.
A servant opens the gate.
Good morning, Asius. Tell your master that Simon Zealot has come with his friend.
The servant runs away after letting them in, saying, "Your servant greets you. Come in. Lazarus's house is open to his friends." Simon, who is familiar with the place, does not go to the central avenue, but he turns along a path running in the direction of a jasmine bower between rose hedges. Shortly afterwards, Lazarus comes forward from the bower. He is thin and pale, as I have always seen him, and tall. His short hair is neither thick nor curly, while his little sparse beard is confined to the lower part of his chin. He is wearing a snow-white linen garment and walks with difficulty, like one suffering from leg trouble. When he sees Simon, he waves his hand affectionately, and then, as best he can, he runs towards Jesus and throws himself on his knees, bending down to the ground to kiss the hem of Jesus' tunic, saying, "I am not worthy of so much honor, but since your holiness stoops to my misery, come, my Lord, come in, and be the master in my poor house. Rise, my friend, and receive my peace." Lazarus gets up and kisses Jesus' hands and looks at him with veneration, not devoid of curiosity. They walk towards the house. "How anxiously I have waited for you, Master. Every morning at dawn, I would say, 'He will come today.' And every evening I said, 'I have not seen him today either.' Why were you expecting me so anxiously? Because whom are we in Israel expecting but you? And do you believe that I am the expected one?" Simon has never lied. Neither is he a boy that gets excited over nothing. Age and sorrow have made him as mature as a wise man. In any case, even if he had not recognized your true nature, your deeds would have spoken and said that you are a saint who accomplishes the deeds of God, must be a man of God. And you accomplish them. And you do things in a way that says how truly you are a man of God. My friend came to you because of the fame of your miracles, and he received a miracle. And I know that your way is strewn with miracles. Why then not believe that you are the expected one? Oh, it is so sweet to believe what is good. We have to feign to believe as good many things which are not good, for peace sake, because it would be useless to change them. Many dubious words that seem adulation, praise, kindness of heart, and instead are sarcasm and blame, poison concealed by honey. We must pretend we believe them, although we know they are poison, blame, sarcasm. We must do so because it is not possible to do otherwise, and we are weak against a whole world which is so strong, and we are alone against a whole world which is hostile to us. Why then should we have difficulty in believing what is good? On the other hand, the time is ripe, and the signs of the time are here. What might still be missing, to make belief certain and beyond all possible doubt, should be supplied by our anxiety to believe, and to appease our hearts in the certainty that the expectation is finished, and that the Redeemer has come. The Messiah is here, he who will give peace to Israel and to the children of Israel, who will let us die without anguish, knowing that we have been redeemed, and will enable us to live without that nostalgia feeling for our dead ones. Oh, the dead! Why mourn their death, if not because, as they have no longer any children, they have not yet the Father and God? Has your father been dead long? 3 years, and my mother 7. But I no longer lament their deaths. I also would like to be where I hope they are awaiting heaven. In which case you would not have the Messiah as your guest. That is true. Now I am in a better position than they are, because I have you, and my heart calms down because of this joy. Come in, Master. Grant me the honor of making my house yours. Today is the Sabbath, and I cannot invite friends to honor you. Neither do I wish that. Today, I am all for Simon's friend and mine. They go into a beautiful hall, where some servants are ready to receive them. Please follow them, says Lazarus. You will be able to refresh yourselves before the morning meal. And while Jesus and Simon go into another room, Lazarus gives instructions to the servants. I can see that the house belongs to wealthy people, and it is also a very refined one. Jesus drinks the milk, which Lazarus insists on serving him personally, before sitting at the table for the morning meal. I hear Lazarus addressing Simon and saying to him, I have found the man who is willing to purchase your property and to pay the price which your agent fixed as a fair one. He will not deduct 1 drachma. But is he willing to comply with my conditions? Yes, he is. He accepts everything, providing he gets the property. And I am happy, because at least I know who my neighbor is. However, as you do not want to be present at the transaction, so he also wishes to remain unknown to you, and I would ask you to yield to his request. I see no reason why I should not. You, my friend, will take my place. Whatever you do is well done. It is enough for me that my faithful servant is not put out. Master, I am selling, and as far as I am concerned, I am happy that I have nothing more that may tie me to anything which is not your service. But I have an old faithful servant, the only one left after my misfortune, and as I have already told you, he has always helped me during my isolation, looking after my property as if it were his own, nay, with the help of Lazarus, passing it off as his own, in order to save it and thus subsidize me. Now it would not be fair if I should leave him homeless, now that he is old. I have decided that a small house near the boundary of the property should be his, and that part of the money should be given to him for his future maintenance. Old people, you know, are like ivy. Having lived always in one place, they suffer too much being torn away from it. Lazarus wanted my servant with him because he is good. But I preferred thus. The old man will not suffer so much. You are good too, Simon. If everybody were as just as you are, my mission would be easier, remarks Jesus. Do you find the world averse, Master? Asks Lazarus. The world? No. The strength of the world. Satan. If he were not the master of men's hearts, and did not hold them in his possession, I would not find any resistance. But evil is against good, and I have to defeat evil in every man, to put good into them, and they are not all willing. It is true, they are not willing. Master, what words do you use to convert and convince those who are sinful? Words of severe reproach, like the ones that fill the history of Israel against guilty people, and the precursor is the last to use them, or words of mercy. I use love and mercy. Believe me, Lazarus, a loving glance has more power on those who have fallen than a curse. And if love is mocked at, one must insist again, insist to the very utmost. Lazarus, do you know those lands where quicksands swallow unwary people? Yes, I do. I have read about them, because in my situation I read a lot, both out of enthusiasm and to pass the long sleepless hours at night. I know there are some in Syria and in Egypt, as well as some near the Chaldeans. And I know that they are like suckers. They suck what they catch. A Roman says they are the mouths of hell, where pagan monsters live. Is that true? No, it is not true. They are only special formations of the earth. Olympus has nothing to do with them. People will stop believing in Olympus, and they will still exist. And the progress of mankind will only be able to give a more truthful explanation of the fact, but will not eliminate it. Now I say to you, since you read about them, you may also have read how a person who has fallen into them can be saved. Yes, by means of a rope thrown to the person, or by means of a pole, or even a branch. Sometimes a small thing is sufficient to give a sinking man the minimum support to hold on to, and in addition, the necessary calm without struggling to await rescue. Yes. Well, a sinner, a man possessed, is one who has been swallowed by a deceitful soil, the surface of which is covered with flowers, whereas underneath it is quicksand. Do you think that if a man knew what it means to give Satan the possession of even an atom of himself, he would do it? But he does not know. And after, either the astonishment and the poison of evil paralyze him, or drive him mad, and to avoid the remorse of being lost, he struggles, he clings to other sands, he stirs up huge waves with his rash movements, and thus hasten his own end. Love is the rope, the wire, the branch mentioned by you. We must insist, until it is called. A word, forgiveness, of forgiveness greater than the fault, just to stop the sinking and await God's assistance. Lazarus, do you know the power of forgiveness? It brings God to assist the rescuer. Do you read much? Yes, I do, but I do not know whether I do the right thing. My disease and other things have deprived me of many of the delights of men. And now I have but the passion for flowers and books, for plants and also for horses. I know that I am criticized for it, but how can I go to my estate in this condition? and he uncovers 2 huge legs all bandaged up, on foot or riding a mule. I must use a cart, and a fast one. That is why I bought some horses, of which I am now very fond, I admit. But if you tell me that that is wrong, I will have them sold. No, Lazarus, these are not corrupting things. What upsets the soul and drives away from God is cause of corruption. Now, Master, what I would like to know is this. I read a lot. I have but this comfort. I like to learn. I think that after all it is better to know than to do wrong. It is better to read than to do other things. But I do not read only our pages. I like to learn about the world of other peoples, and I am attracted by Rome and Athens. Now I am aware of the great evil that befell Israel when she became corrupted by the Assyrians and the Egyptians, and of the great harm done to us by Hellenistic governments. I do not know whether a man can do himself the same harm that Judas did himself and us, his children. What is your opinion on the matter? I am anxious to be taught by you, as you are not a rabbi, but the wise and divine word. Jesus stares at him for a few seconds. His glance is penetrating and distant at the same time. He seems to pierce Lazarus's opaque body and scrutinize his heart, and penetrating even further, he appears to see. I wonder what. At last he speaks. Are you upset by what you read? Does it detach you from God and his law? No, Master, on the contrary. It urges me to make comparisons between our true God and pagan falseness. I make comparisons, and I meditate on the glories of Israel, a just people, the patriarchs, the prophets, and the questionable figures of other people's histories. I compare our philosophy, if we can call so the wisdom that speaks in our sacred texts, with the poor Greek and Roman philosophies, which contain sparks of fire, but not the blaze that burns and shines in the books of our wise men. And after, with greater veneration, I bow down with my soul to adore our God, who speaks in Israel through deeds, people, and our books. Well then, continue to read. It will help you to understand the pagan world. Continue. You may continue. There is no ferment of evil or of spiritual gangrene in you. You, therefore, may read without any fear. The love you have for your God makes sterile the profane germ that reading might spread in you. In all man's actions there is the possibility of good and of evil. It depends on how they are accomplished. Love is not a sin if one loves in a holy way. Work is not a sin if one works when it is the right time. To earn is not a sin if one is satisfied with what is honest. To educate oneself is not a sin, providing the education does not kill the idea of God in us. Whereas it is a sin to serve also at the altar, if one does it for one's own benefit. Are you convinced, Lazarus? Yes, Master. I asked other people the same question, and they scorned me. But you give me light and peace. Oh, if everybody heard you! Come, Master. Amongst the jasmines there is a cool breeze in silence. It is sweet to rest under their cool shade, awaiting the evening. They go out, and it all finishes. The poem of the man God, the first year of the public life. Chapter 85. Jesus goes back to Jerusalem and listens to Judas Iscariot in the temple, and then goes to Gethsemane. 22nd of January, 1945. Jesus is with Simon in Jerusalem. They make their way through a crowd of vendors and little donkeys that look like a procession in the street. And while doing so, Jesus says, "Let us go up to the temple before going to Gethsemane. We will pray the Father in his house." "Only that, Master?" "Only that. I cannot stay. Tomorrow at dawn there is the meeting at the fish gate, and if the crowd should insist, how could I be free to go there? I want to see the other shepherds. I will send them, as true shepherds, throughout Palestine, that they may gather the sheep together, and the owner of the sheep may be known, at least by name, so that when I pronounce that name, they may know that I am the owner of the flock, and they may come to me to be caressed." "It is sweet to have a master like you. The sheep will love you." "Yes, the sheep will, but not the billy goats. After seeing Jonah, we shall go to Nazareth and then to Capernaum. Simon Peter and the others are suffering because of such a long absence. We will go to make them happy and to make ourselves happy. Also, the summer season induces us to do that. Night is made to rest, and those who prefer the knowledge of the truth to a rest are too few. Man, oh man, he forgets too easily that he has a soul, and he thinks of and worries only about his body. The sun during the day is scorching. It prevents us from traveling and teaching in the squares and in the streets. It is so exhausting that it makes the souls as drowsy as the bodies. So, let us go and teach my disciples. Let us go to sweet Galilee, rich in green fields and cool waters. Have you ever been there?" "I passed through once, in winter, during one of my painful peregrinations from one doctor to another. I liked it." "Oh, it is beautiful, always, in winter, and even more in the other seasons. Now, in summer, its nights are so angelical. Yes, they really seem made for the flights of angels. So pure they are." The lake surrounded by mountains, more or less close to it, seems to be made just to speak of God, to souls seeking God. It is a piece of the sky which has fallen into the green vegetation, and the vault of heaven does not forsake it, but is mirrored in it, with its stars, which are thus multiplied, to be presented to the Creator, strewn on a sapphire plate. The olive trees reach down almost to its shores and are full of nightingales, and they also sing their praise to the Creator, who lets them live in such a sweet and placid place. And my Nazareth, all spread out to be kissed by the sun, all white and green, charming, between the two giants of the great and small Hermon, and the pedestal of mountains supporting the Tabor, a pedestal with sweet green slopes, which raise their Lord, often covered with snow, up towards the sun. The Tabor is so beautiful when the sun shines on its top, which then becomes pinkish alabaster, whereas on the other side, Mount Carmel is the hue of lapis lazuli in certain hours of great heat, when all the veins of marbles or of water, of forests and meadows, appear in their various hues. And it is like a gentle amethyst at daybreak. In the evening, instead, it is violet sky beryl, and is a solid block of sardonyx,
when the moon shows it all black in a milky silver light. And farther down to the south is the fertile flowery plain of Esrelden. And then, oh, Simon, there is a flower there. There is a flower that lives solitary, fragrant with purity and love for her God and her Son. There is my mother. You will meet her, Simon, and then you will be able to tell me whether there is a creature like her, also in human grace, on the earth. She is beautiful, but everything is surpassed by what emanates internally from her. If a brute should divest her of all her clothes, should disfigure her and send her roving, she would still appear as a queen in a royal dress, because her holiness would cover her as a mantle and confer splendor on her. The world can give me all possible evil, but I will forgive the world everything, because to come into the world and redeem it, I had her, the humble and great queen of the world, whom the world does not know, but through whom it has received good, and will receive still more throughout centuries. Here we are at the temple. Let us keep the Judaic form of worship, but I solemnly tell you that the true house of God, the holy ark, is her heart, the veil of which is her most pure flesh, and its embroidery work are all her virtues. They have gone in and are walking on the first floor. They go through a porch towards the second floor.
Master, look, there is Judas in that crowd of people, and there are also some Pharisees and members of the Sanhedrin. I am going to hear what he is saying. May I go?
Go. I will wait for you at the great porch. Simon walks away fast, and he stands where he can hear without being seen. Judas is speaking with firm belief. And there are people here whom you all know and respect, who can tell you who I was. Well, I tell you that he has changed me. I am the first redeemed. Many amongst you venerate the Baptist. He venerates him too, and calls him the saint equal to Elijah because of his mission, but even greater than Elijah. Now, if the Baptist is such, he whom the Baptist calls the Lamb of God, and by his own holiness swears that he saw him crowned with the fire of the Spirit of God, while a voice from heaven proclaimed him, beloved Son of God, to be listened to, can but be the Messiah. And he is, I swear to it. I am neither a coarse nor a silly man. I have seen his deeds and heard his words, and I tell you, it is he, the Messiah. Miracles serve him as a slave serves his master. Diseases and misfortunes disappear like dead things and are replaced by joy and good health. And hearts change even more than bodies. You can tell by me. Have you sick people and pains to be relieved? If you have, come to the fish gate tomorrow morning at dawn. He will be there and will make you happy. In the meantime, here, in his name, I give this help to the poor. And Judas hands out some coins to 2 cripples and 3 blind men, and then forces an old woman to accept the last ones. He then dismisses the crowd and remains with Joseph Arimathea, Nicodemus, and 3 other people whom I do not know. Ah, now I feel well, exclaims Judas. I have nothing left. I am as he wants me to be. To tell you the truth, I don't recognize you any longer. I thought it was a joke, but I see that you are in earnest, exclaims Joseph. I am in earnest,
Oh, I am the first not to recognize myself. I am still a filthy beast as compared to him, but I have already changed a lot. And will you no longer belong to the temple? Asks one of the unknown men. Oh, no. I belong to Christ. Whoever approaches him can but love him, unless one is really wicked, and one wishes nothing else but him. Will he not come here any more? Of course he will, but not now. I would like to hear him. He has already spoken here, Nicodemus. I know, but I was with Gamaliel. I saw him, but I did not stop. What did Gamaliel say, Nicodemus? He said, some new prophet, nothing else. And did you not say to him what I told you, Joseph? You are his friend. I told him, but he replied, we already have the Baptist, and according to the doctrine of the scribes, there must be at least 100 years between this one and that one, to prepare the people for the coming of the king. I say that it will take less, he added, because the time is now complete. And he concluded, but I cannot admit that the Messiah should reveal himself thus. One day, I thought that the messianic manifestation was about to begin, because his first ray was really a heavenly flash. But after, there was a great silence, and I think I was mistaken. Try to speak to him again. If Gamaliel were with us, and you with him. I would not advise that, objects one of the three unknown men. The Sanhedrin is powerful, and Annas rules over it cunningly and greedily. If your Messiah wants to live, I advise him to live in obscurity, unless he imposes himself with strength. But then there is Rome. If the Sanhedrin heard him, they would convert to Christ. Ah ha ha ha, laughed the three strangers and say, Judas, we believed you had changed, but we thought that you were still intelligent. If what you say about him is true, how can you believe that the Sanhedrin would follow him? Come, come, Joseph. It is better for all of us. May God give you protection, Judas. You need it. And they go away. Judas remains alone with Nicodemus. Simon disappears and goes to the master. Master, I accuse myself of a sin of slander, both in my words and with my heart. That man puzzles me. I thought he was almost an enemy of yours, but I heard him speak of you in a way that few amongst us do, particularly here, where hatred might suppress first the disciple and then the master. And I saw him give money to the poor and try to persuade the members of Sanhedrin. See, Simon, I am glad that you saw him just then. You will tell others when they accuse him. Let us bless the Lord for the joy you are giving me because of your honesty in saying, I have sinned, and on account of the work of the disciple, whom you considered wicked, which he is not. They pray for a long time, then they go out. Did he not see you? No, I am sure. Do not say anything to him. He is a very weak soul. Praise would be like food given to a convalescent from a high temperature due to stomach trouble.
it would make him worse, because he would boast of being noticed. And where pride enters,
I will be quiet. Where are we going?
to see John. At this hot hour of the day, he will be at the olive grove. They walk fast, moving when possible to shady spots in the streets, which are burning in the scorching sun. They cross the dusty suburb, and through the wall gate, they go out into the dazzling country. They reach the olive grove, and finally the house. In the kitchen, which is cool and dark because of the curtain at the door, there is John. He is dozing, and Jesus calls him. John? You, Master? I was expecting you this evening. I have come earlier. How did you manage, John? Like a lamb which hath lost its shepherd. I spoke of you to everybody, because to speak of you was like being with you, somehow. I spoke to relatives, acquaintances, to strangers, also to Annas, and to a cripple, with whom I made friends by giving him 3 coins. They were given to me, and I gave them to him. I spoke also to a poor woman who was crying on her doorstep with a group of women. I asked her, "Why are you crying?" She replied, "The doctor said to me, your daughter is ill with tuberculosis. Resign yourself. At the first storms in October she will die. I have but her. She is beautiful and good. She is 15 years old. She was to get married in spring. But instead of her wedding chest, I have to prepare her tomb. I said to her, I know a doctor who can cure her for you, if you have faith. No one can cure her now. She has been visited by 3 doctors. She's already spitting blood. Mine, I said, is not a doctor like yours. He does not cure with medicines, but with his own power. He is the Messiah. A little old woman then said, "Oh, believe, Eliza. I know a blind man who can now see because of him." And the mother then passed from distrust to hope, and she's waiting for you. Did I do the right thing? That's all I have done. You have done well. This evening we shall go to your friends. Have you seen Judas again? No, Master. He sent me some food and money which I gave to the poor, and he sent word that I should use it, because it was his own money. It is true, John. Tomorrow we are going towards Galilee. I am glad, Master. I am thinking of Simon Peter. Goodness knows how he is longing to see you. Shall we pass also by Nazareth? Yes, and we shall stop there waiting for Peter, Andrew, and your brother James. Oh, are we staying in Galilee? We will stay for some time. John is happy, and it all ends on his happiness. The poem of the man God. The first year of the public life. Chapter 86. Jesus speaks to the soldier Alexander at the fish gate. 24th of January, 1945. It is dawn once again, and once again there are long lines of donkeys crowding at the gate which is still closed. Jesus is with Simon and John. Some traders recognize him and press round him. Also a guard runs towards him when the gate is opened and sees him, and he greets him.
"Hail, Galilean! Tell these restless people to be less rebellious. They complain of us, but they do nothing but curse us and disobey. And they say it is a form of cult for them. What religion have they got, if it is based on disobedience?"
Bear with them, my soldier. They are like those who have a guest in their house who is not wanted, but is stronger than they are. And they can only take vengeance with their tongues and by being spiteful.
Yes, but we must do our duty, and so we have to punish them, and thus we become more and more the unwanted guest.
You are right. You must do your duty, but do it always with humanity. You should always say, If I were in their position, what would I do? You will then see that you feel pity for the subjects.
I like to hear your words. You are free from contempt and haughtiness. The other Palestinians spit at us and loathe us, unless they can skin us properly for a woman or for some purchase. Then the gold of Rome is no longer loathsome.
Men are men, soldier.
Yes, and man is a bigger liar than a monkey. It is not pleasant, however, to be among those who are like snakes lying in wait. We also have homes, mothers, fathers, wives, and children, and our lives are dear to us.
There you are. If everybody remembered that, there would be no more hatred. You asked, what religion have they? I will answer you. A holy religion, which prescribes as first commandment love for God and for your neighbor. A religion that teaches obedience to the laws, also of enemy countries. Because, listen, my brothers in Israel, nothing happens unless God permits it. Also dominions, a misfortune without equal for a people. But if that people should examine itself in all fairness, almost always they should say that they brought on such a misfortune by their way of living contrary to God. Remember the prophets. How many times have they spoken about that? How often have they shown with past, present, and future events that a ruler is a punishment, the lash of chastisement on the back of an ungrateful son? And how many times have they taught how to avoid it? By going back to the Lord. Neither rebellion nor war cure wounds or tears, neither do they undo chains. To live as just people does all that. Then God intervenes. And what can arms and armies do against the splendor of the angelical cohorts fighting for good people? Have we been struck? Let us deserve to be no longer so by living as children of God. Do not double your chains by committing new sins. Do not allow the Gentiles to think that you are without any religion, or more pagan than they are, because of your way of living. You are the people who received the law from God himself. Respect it. Get the rulers to bow down before your chains, saying, they are subjects, but they are greater than we are, of a greatness that is not based on number, money, arms, power, but on the fact that they come from God. Here shines the divine paternity of a perfect, holy, powerful God. Here is the sign of a real divinity. It shines through its children. And may they meditate on that and come to the truth of the true God, abandoning their errors. Everyone, even the poorest, the most ignorant amongst the people of God, can be a teacher to a Gentile by his way of living, and can preach God to the heathens by the deeds of a holy life. Go. Peace be with you. Judas is late, and also the shepherds, points out Simon.
Are you expecting someone, Galilean?
Asks the soldier who has listened carefully. Some friends.
Come into the cool of the passageway. The sun is hot from the very early hours. Are you going to town?
No, I am going back to Galilee.
On foot?
I am poor, on foot.
Are you married?
I have a mother.
Also I. Come, if you do not loathe us as the others do.
Only sin disgusts me. The soldier looks at him, surprised and thoughtful.
We will never have to interfere with you. Our swords will never be lifted against you. You are good. But the others...
Jesus is in the half-light of the passageway. John is towards the town. Simon is sitting on a mass of stone which serves as a bench.
What is your name?
Jesus.
Ah, you are the one who works miracles, also on deceased people. I thought you were only a magician. We have some too. A good magician, however, because there are some, but ours cannot cure sick people. How do you do it?"
Jesus smiles and is silent.
"Do you use magic words? Have you ointments of dead people's marrows, dried snakes reduced to powder, magic stones taken from the python's caves?"
None of that. I have only my power.
"Then you really are a saint. We have the haruspice and the vestals, and some of them work wonders, and they say that they are the most holy ones. But do you believe it? They are worse than the rest."
Well then, why do you venerate them?
Because it is the religion of Rome. And if a citizen does not respect the religion of his country, how can he respect Caesar, his fatherland, and so on, many things?
Jesus stares at the soldier. Truly you are well advanced on the way of justice. Proceed, O soldier, and you will get to know what your soul feels it has in itself, without being able to give a name to it.
So, what is it?
When you die, where will you go?
Who knows? I don't know. If I die as a hero, on the funeral pyre of heroes. If I am a poor old man, a mere nothing, perhaps I will rot in my hole or on the side of a road.
That is as far as your body is concerned. But where will your soul go?
I don't know whether all men have a soul, or only those destined by Jupiter to the Elysian fields after a wonderful life, unless he takes them up to Olympus as it happened to Romulus.
Every man has a soul, and it is the thing that distinguishes men from animals. Would you like to be a horse, or a bird, a fish? Flesh, that dying is only rot?
Oh no, I am a man. I prefer to be such.
Well, what makes you a man is your soul. Without it, you would be nothing more than a speaking animal.
And where is it? What is it like?
It has no body, but it exists. It is in you. It comes from him who created the world and goes back to him after the death of the body.
From the God of Israel, according to you?
From the only one eternal supreme God, Lord and Creator of the universe.
And also a poor soldier like me has a soul and it goes back to God?
Yes, also a poor soldier, and his soul will have God as a friend if it was always good, or God as a punisher if it was bad. Master, there is Judas with the shepherds and some women. If I am right, there is the girl we spoke of yesterday, says John. I am going, soldier. Be good.
Will I not see you again? I would like to know.
I will stay in Galilee until September. Come, if you can. At Capernaum or Nazareth, anyone will tell you where I am. At Capernaum, ask for Simon Peter. At Nazareth, for Mary of Joseph. She is my mother. Come, I will speak to you of the true God.
Simon Peter, Mary of Joseph. I'll come if I can, and if you come back, remember Alexander. I belong to the Jerusalem Century.
Judas and the shepherds are already in the passageway. Peace to you all, says Jesus. And he is about to say more, when a slender smiling girl makes her way through the group and throws herself at his feet. Your blessing on me again, Master and Saviour, and my kiss again to you. And she kisses his hands. Go, be happy and good, a good daughter, then a good wife, and then a good mother. Teach your future children my name and my doctrine. Peace to you and to your mother. Peace and blessings to all those who are friends of God. Peace also to you, Alexander. Jesus goes away.
We are late.
because some women besieged us, explains Jesus. They were at Gethsemane and wanted to see you. We had gone there without knowing of them, to join you and come here together. But you had already gone away, and the women instead were there. We wanted to leave them, but they were more insistent than flies. They wanted to know so many things. Have you cured the girl? Yes. And have you spoken to the Roman? Yes. He has an honest heart, and he is seeking the truth. Judas sighs. Why are you sighing, Judas? Asks Jesus. I am sighing because I wish our people would seek the truth. Instead, they evade it, or sneer at it, or remain indifferent. I feel discouraged. I feel as if I do not want to come back here again, but do nothing else but listen to you. In any case, as a disciple, I am good for nothing. And do you think that I am very successful? Do not be discouraged, Judas. It is the struggle of the apostolate. There are more defeats than victories. Defeats here. Up there, they are always victories. The Father sees your goodwill, and even if you are not successful, he blesses you just the same. Oh, you are good. Judas kisses his hand. Will I ever become good? Yes, if you want to. I think I have been good these past days. I suffered to be so, because I have many desires, but I always thought of you. Persist then. You give me so much joy. And what news have you got for me? He asks the shepherds. Elias sends you his greetings, and also some food, and he asks you not to forget him. Oh, I have my friends in my heart. Let us go as far as that little village, surrounded by green fields. Then we will proceed in the evening. I am happy to be with you. I am glad that I am going to my mother, and that I have spoken of the truth to an honest man. Yes, I am happy. If you knew what it is for me to do my mission, and see souls coming to it, that is, to the Father, oh, you would follow me more and more with your souls. I see nothing else. The poem of the man God, the first year of the public life. Chapter 87. Jesus and Isaac near Doko. Departure towards Esdraelon. 25th of January, 1945. And I tell you, master, that humble people are better. The ones I addressed either laughed at me or ignored me. Oh, the little ones at Jutta. It is Isaac speaking to Jesus. They are all in a group, sitting on the grass on the riverbank. Isaac seems to be giving a report on his work. Judas intervenes. In an exceptional case, he calls the shepherd by his name. Isaac, I am of your opinion. We waste our time and lose our faith dealing with them. I am giving it up. I will not, but it makes me suffer. I will give up only if the master tells me. For years I have been accustomed to suffering out of loyalty to the truth. I could not tell lies to get into the good graces of the mighty ones. And do you know how many times they came to make fun of me in the room where I was ill, promising help? Oh, they were certainly false promises. If I would say that I had lied, and that you, Jesus, were not the newborn Saviour. But I could not lie. If I had lied, I would have denied my own joy. I would have killed my only hope. I would have rejected you, my Lord, reject you. In my dark misery, in my dreary illness, there was always a sky strewn with stars above me. The face of my mother, the only joy of my orphan life. The face of a bride who was never mine, and whom I continued to love even after her death. These were the two minor stars. And the two major stars, like two most pure moons, Joseph and Mary, smiling at the newborn baby, and at us, poor shepherds. And your bright, innocent,
kind, holy, holy, holy face in the center of the sky of my heart. I could not reject that sky of mine. I did not want to deprive myself of its light, as there is no other so pure. I would have rather rejected my own life, or I would have lived in torture, rather than reject you, my blessed remembrance, my newborn Jesus.
Jesus lays his hand on Isaac's shoulder and smiles. Judas speaks again.
So you insist? I do. Today, tomorrow, and the day after again, someone will come. How long will the work last? I don't know, but believe me, it is enough not to look either ahead or back, and do things day by day. And in the evening, if we have worked with profit, we say, "Thank you, my God." If without any profit, just say, "I hope in your help for tomorrow." You are wise. I don't even know what that means, but I do in my mission what I did during my sickness. 30 years' infirmity is no trifling matter. I believe that. I was not yet born, and you were already an invalid. I was ill, but I never counted those years. I never said, "Now it is the month of Nisan again," but "I am not blossoming again with the roses. Now it is the Tishri, and I still languish here." I went on, speaking of him, both to myself and to good people. I realized that the years were passing because the little ones of bygone days came to bring me their wedding confections or the cakes for the birth of their little ones. Now, if I look back, now that from old I have become young, what do I see of my past? Nothing. It is past. Nothing here, but in heaven it is everything for you, Isaac. And that everything is waiting for you, says Jesus. And then speaking to everyone, you must do so. I do so myself. We must go on, without getting tired. Tiredness is one of the roots of human pride, and so is haste. Why is man annoyed by defeats? Why is he upset by delays? Because pride says, "Why say no to me? So much delay for me? This is lack of respect for the apostle of God." No, my friends. Look at the whole universe and think of him who made it. Meditate on the progress of man and consider his origin. Think of this hour, which is now being completed, and count how many centuries have preceded it. The universe is the work of a calm creation. The Father did not do things in a disorderly way, but he made the universe in successive phases. Man is the work of patient progress. The present man, and he will more and more progress in knowledge and in power. And such knowledge and power will be holy or not holy according to his will. But man did not become skilled all at once. The first parents, expelled from the garden, had to learn everything, slowly, progressively. They had to learn the most simple things, that a grain of corn is more tasty if ground into flour, then kneaded and then baked. And they had to learn how to grind it and bake it. They had to learn how to light a fire, how to make a garment by observing the fleece of animals, how to make a den by watching beasts, how to build a pallet by watching nests. They learned how to cure themselves with herbs and water by observing animals that do so by instinct. They learned to travel across deserts and seas, studying the stars, breaking in horses, learning how to balance boats in water, by watching the shell of a nut floating on the water of a stream. And how many failures before success? But man succeeded, and he will go further. But he will not be happier on account of his progress,
because he will become more skilled in evil than in good. But he will make progress. Is redemption not a patient work? It was decided centuries and centuries ago. It is happening now, after being prepared for centuries. Everything is patience. Why be impatient then? Could God not have made everything in a flash? Was it not possible for man, gifted with reason, created by the hands of God, to know everything in a flash? Could I not have come at the beginning of centuries? Everything was possible, but nothing must be violence. Nothing. Violence is always against order, and God, and what comes from God, is order. Do not attempt to be superior to God. But then when will you be known? By whom, Judas? By the world? Never. Never? But are you not the Saviour? I am. But the world does not want to be saved. Only 1 in 1,000 will be willing to know me, and only 1 in 10,000 will really follow me. And I will say even more. I will not be known even by my most intimate friends. But if they are your intimate friends, they will know you. Yes, Judas, they will know me as Jesus the Israelite. But they will not know me as he who I am. I solemnly tell you that I will not be known by all my intimates. To know means to love with loyalty and virtue. And there will be who does not know me. Jesus takes the attitude of resigned discouragement, which is customary to him when he announces his future betrayal. He opens his hands and holds them out, turned outwards, his sorrowful face looking at neither man nor heaven, but only at his future destiny of a betrayed person. Do not say that, implores John. We follow you, to know you more and more, says Simon, and the shepherds join their voices to his. We follow you, as we would follow a bride, and you are dearer to us than she could be. We are more jealous of you than a woman. Oh no, we know you already so much that we cannot ignore you any longer. He, and Judas points at Isaac, says that to deny your remembrance of a newborn baby would have been more distressing than losing his life. And you are but a newborn baby. We know you as a man and master. We listen to you and see your works, your contact, your breath, your kiss. They are our continuous consecration and our continuous purification. Only a Satan could deny you after being your close companion. It is true, Judas, but there will be one. Woe to him! I will be his executioner. No, leave justice to the Father. Be his redeemer, the redeemer of this soul that is inclined toward Satan. But let us say goodbye to Isaac. It is evening. I bless you, my faithful servant. You now know that Lazarus of Bethany is our friend and is willing to help my friends. I am going. You are staying here. Prepare the parched land of Judea for me. I will come later. In case of need, you know where to find me. My peace be with you. And Jesus blesses and kisses his disciple. The poem of the man God, the first year of the public life. Chapter 88. Jesus with the shepherd Jonah in the plain of Esdraelon. 26th of January, 1945. Jesus is walking along a little path which runs between parched fields, covered with stubble and full of crickets. Levi and John are walking beside him. Behind in a group are Joseph, Judas, and Simon. It is night, but there is no relief from the heat. The soil seems to be still burning after the great heat of the day. Dew is of no avail in so much heat. I think it evaporates even before reaching the ground. Such is the burst of heat rising from the furrows and the cracks in the soil. They are silent, exhausted and hot. But I see Jesus smile. It is a clear night, although the setting moon is hardly visible in the far east. Do you think he will be there? Jesus asks Levi. He will certainly be there. This is the time when the crops are stored away, but they have not yet started picking the fruit. Farmers are therefore busy watching their vineyards and orchards against robbers, and they do not go away, particularly when their masters are as stingy as Jonah's. Samaria is not far, and when those renegades get a chance, oh, they are happy to cause damage to us Israelites. Do you not know that the servants get beaten for it? Of course they do, but they hate us, that's all. Do not cherish resentment, Levi, says Jesus. No, but you will see how Jonah was wounded 5 years ago because of them. Since then he lives watching at night, because the scourge is a cruel punishment. Is there still a long way to go? No, master. See where this dreariness ends and there is a dark area? The orchards of Doris, the cruel Pharisee, are there. If you will allow me, I will go on in front of you to let Jonah hear me. Yes, go. Are all the Pharisees like that, my lord? Asks John. Oh, I would not like to be in their service. I prefer my boat. Is your boat your dearest thing? Asks Jesus, half serious. No, you are. It was the boat when I did not know that love was on the earth, answers John promptly. Jesus smiles at his impetuosity. You did not know that love was on the earth? And how were you born then, if your father did not love your mother? Asks Jesus jokingly. That love is beautiful, but it does not attract me. You are my love. You are the love on the earth for poor John. Jesus embraces him and says, I was anxious to hear you say so. Love is greedy for love, and man gives and will always give tiny drops to its thirst, like these which are falling from the sky and are so small that they vanish mid-air in the great summer heat. Also man's drops of love will vanish mid-air, killed by the heat of too many things. Hearts will still squeeze them out, but interests, love, business, greed, so many human things will burn them. And what will rise to Jesus? Oh, too little. There remains the few surviving human pulsations. Men's throbs, interested in asking and asking in urgent need. To love me out of pure love will be the characteristic of few people, of people like John. Look at an ear of corn grown after the end of the season. It is perhaps a seed that fell at harvest time, but it was able to spring up, to resist sunshine and dry weather, to grow up, to form an ear. Feel it. It is already formed. In these stripped fields, it is the only living thing. Before long, the ripe grains will fall on the ground, breaking the smooth husk that holds them close to the stem. And they will become charity food for the little birds, or yielding 100%. They will grow again, and before winter brings the plough back to the earth, they will be ripe once again and will satisfy the hunger of many birds already starving in the dearest season. See, my John, what one brave seed can do? And the few people that will love me out of pure love will be like that. One only will satisfy the hunger of many. One only will make beautiful the area which before was ugly. One only will give life where there was death and all the hungry ones will come to that one. They will eat a grain of its active love, and then, selfish and absent-minded, they will fly away. But also, without their knowing it, that grain will put vital germs in their blood, in their souls, and they will come back. And today, tomorrow, and the day after, as Isaac said, the knowledge of the love will increase in their hearts. The stripped stem will no longer be a living thing, a parched straw, but how much good from its sacrifice, and how much reward for its sacrifice. Jesus, who had stopped for a moment before a thin ear of corn, growing at the edge of the path, in a little ditch, which in rainy weather was perhaps a little stream, has moved on, while John listens to him all the time in his usual attitude of an ardent admirer, who takes in not only the words, but also the movements of the person loved. The others, who are speaking among themselves, are not aware of the tender conversation. They have now reached the orchard and they stop, forming one group. The heat is such that they are all perspiring, although they are not wearing mantles. They wait silently. From the dark thicket, which is faintly lit up by moonlight, Levi, visible in his light clothes, appears, followed by a person of darker dress. "Master, Jonah is here." "May my peace come to you," greets Jesus before Jonah reaches him. But Jonah does not reply. He runs and throws himself, weeping at his feet, and kisses them. When he is fit to speak, he says, "How long I have waited for you! How long! How depressing it was to feel that my life was passing away, that death was approaching, and I had to say, I have not seen him. And yet, no, not all hopes were destroyed, not even when I was about to die. I would say, 'She said so. You will serve him again.' And she could not have said anything that was not true. She is the mother of the Emmanuel. No one, therefore, possesses God more than she does, and who has God knows what is of God. Get up. She sends you her greetings. You have been near her, and you are still near her. She lives at Nazareth." She at Nazareth! Oh, I wish I'd known! At night, in the cold winter months, when the fields rest and evil people cannot cause damage to farmers, I would have come. I would have run there to kiss your feet, and I would have come back with my treasure of certainty of faith. Why did you not show yourself, Lord? Because it was not the time. The time has now come. We must learn to wait. You said, in the winter months when the fields rest, and when they have been sown, have they not? Well, I was like a grain that had been sown, and you saw me when I was being sown. Then I disappeared, buried in necessary silence, that I might grow and reach harvest time and shine in the eyes of the world and of those who had seen me, a newborn baby. That time has come. The newborn is now ready to be the bread of the world, and I am looking for my first faithful ones. And I say to them, 'Come, I will satisfy your hunger.'" The man is listening to him, smiling happily, and he keeps saying to himself, "Oh, you are really here! You are really here!" "You were about to die? When?" "When I was thrashed to death, because they had stripped 2 vineyards. Look how many wounds." He lowers his tunic and shows his shoulders all marked by irregular scars. "He beat me with an iron rod. He counted the bunches of grapes that had been picked. He could see where the stalks had been cut off, and he gave me a blow for every bunch. And then he left me there, half dead. Mary helped me. She is the young wife of a friend of mine, and she has always been fond of me. Her father was the land agent before me, and when I came here, I became very fond of the little girl, because her name was Mary. She took care of me, and I recovered after 2 months. The sores had become infected because of the heat, and had given me a high temperature. I said to the God of Israel, "It does not matter. Let me see your Messiah again, and this misfortune is of no importance to me. Accept it as a sacrifice. I can never offer you a sacrifice. I am the servant of a cruel man, and you know, he does not even allow me to come to your altar at Passover. Accept me as a victim, but give me him. And the Most High has satisfied you. Jonah, do you wish to serve me, as your friends are already doing?" "Oh, how shall I do that?" "As they do. Levi knows, and he will tell you how simple it is to serve me. I only want your goodwill." "I have given you that since the time you cried in the manger. It made me overcome everything, both dejection and hatred. The fact is, we cannot speak very much here. The master once kicked me because I was insisting that you existed. But when he was away, and with those I could trust, oh, I did tell the wonder of that night. And now, tell the wonder of your meeting. I have found almost everyone, and everyone is faithful. Is that not a wonder? Only because you contemplated me with faith and love, you have become just in the eyes of God and men." "Oh, now I will have courage, and how much courage! Now that I know that you are alive, I can say he is there. Go to him." "But where, my lord?" "All over Israel. Up to September, I will be in Galilee. I will often be at Nazareth or Capernaum, and I can be traced from there. After, I will be everywhere. I have come to gather the sheep of Israel." "Oh, my lord, you will find many billy goats. Beware of the great ones in Israel." "They will not do me any harm, if it is not the time. Say to the dead, the sleepers, the living, the Messiah is amongst us." "To the dead, Lord?" "To those whose souls are dead. The others, the just who died in the Lord, are already rejoicing for their imminent liberation from limbo. Say to the dead, I am the life. Say to the sleepers, I am the sun that rises awaking from sleep. Say to the living, I am the truth they are seeking." "And you cure also sick people? Levi told me about Isaac. Is the miracle only for him because he is your shepherd, or is it for everybody?" "For good people, a miracle is a just reward. For those who are not so good, it urges them toward true goodness. It is also for bad people, to shake them and make them understand that I am and that God is with me. A miracle is a gift. Gifts are for good people. But he who is mercy and sees the human burden, which can be lightened only by powerful events, has resort also to this means, that he may say, I have done everything for you, but all in vain. Tell me, therefore, what else I must do." "Lord, do you mind entering my house? If you give me assurance that no robber will come into the estate, I would like to give you hospitality and invite also the few people who know you, because I spoke to them about you. Our master has bent and broken us like ignoble stems. We have but the hope of an eternal reward. But if you will show yourself to downcast hearts, they will feel new strength. I will come. Do not be afraid for your trees and vineyards. Can you believe that the angels will watch them faithfully?" "Oh, my Lord, I saw your heavenly servants, I do believe, and I will come with you and feel safe. Blessed these trees and vineyards which have been the breeze and songs of angelical wings and voices. Blessed is the soil which is sanctified by your feet. Come, Lord Jesus. Listen, trees and vines.
Listen, Soil. Now I will say to him the name that I confided to you for my own peace. Jesus is here. Listen, and may the sap exult through branches and vine shoots. The Messiah is with us. It all ends with these joyful words. The poem of the man God, the first year of the public life. Chapter 89. Return to Nazareth after leaving Jonah. 27th of January, 1945. The light is so faint, it seems to be blinking. At the door of a very poor hut, it would be an overstatement to call it a house. There is Jesus with his disciples, Jonah and other poor peasants like him. It is departure time. "Will I not see you again, my lord?" asks Jonah. "You have brought light to our hearts. Your kindness has turned these days into a feast that will last all our lives. But you have seen how we are treated. A mule is taken more care of than we are, and trees receive more human attention. They are money. We are only millstones that earn money, and we are used until we die of excessive toil. But your words have been as many loving caresses. Our bread seemed more plentiful, and it tasted better because you shared it with us. This bread which he does not give even to his dogs. Come back to share it with us, my lord, only because it is you, I dare say that. It would be an insult to offer anyone else shelter and food, which even a beggar would disdain. But I find in them a heavenly perfume and flavor, because in them there is faith and love. I will come, Jonah. I will come back. You stay in your place, tied like an animal to the shafts. May your place be Jacob's ladder, and in fact, angels go and come from heaven down to you, carefully gathering all your merits and taking them up to God. But I will come to you to relieve your spirit. Be faithful to me, all of you. Oh, I would like to give you also human peace. But I cannot. I must say to you, go on suffering. And that is very sad for one who loves you. Lord, if you love us, we no longer suffer. Before we had no one to love us. Oh, if I could, at least, see your mother. Do not worry, I will bring her to you. When the weather is milder, I will come with her. Do not risk incurring cruel punishment on account of your anxiety to see her. You must wait for her, as you wait for the rising of a star, of the evening star. She will appear to you all of a sudden, exactly as the evening star, which is not there one moment, and a moment later it shines in the sky. And you must consider that even now she is lavishing her gifts of love on you. Goodbye, everybody. May my peace protect you from the harshness of him who torments you. Goodbye, Jonah. Do not cry. You have waited for so many years with patient faith. I now promise you a very short wait. Do not weep. I will not leave you alone. Your kindness wiped my tears when I was a newborn baby. Is mine not sufficient to wipe yours? Yes, but you're going away, and I have to remain here. Jonah, my friend, do not make me go away depressed because I cannot comfort you. I'm not crying, my lord, but how will I be able to live without seeing you, now that I know that you're alive? Jesus caresses the forlorn old man once again, and then goes away. But standing on the edge of the miserable threshing floor, Jesus stretches his arms out and blesses the country. He then departs. What have you done, master?
asked Simon, who has noticed the unusual gesture. I put a seal on everything, that no demon may damage things, and thus cause trouble to those wretched people. I could do no more. Master, let us walk on a little faster. I would like to tell you something which I do not want the others to hear. They move farther away from the group, and Simon begins to speak. I wanted to tell you that Lazarus has instructions to use my money to assist all those who apply to him in Jesus' name. Could we not free Jonah? That man is worn out, and his only joy is to be with you. Let us give him that. What is his work worth here? If instead he were free, he would be your disciple in this beautiful yet desolate plain. The richest people in Israel own fertile estates here, and they exploit them with cruel usury, exacting 100-fold profit from their workers. I have known that for years. You will not be able to stop here long, because the sect of the Pharisees rules over the country, and I do not think it will ever be friendly to you. These oppressed and hopeless workers are the most unhappy people in Israel. You heard it yourself. Not even at Passover have they peace, neither can they pray, whilst their severe masters, with solemn gestures and affected exhibitions, take prominent positions in front of all the people. At least they will have the joy of knowing that you exist, and of listening to your words, which will be repeated to them by one who will not alter one single letter. If you are agreeable, master, please say so, and Lazarus will do the necessary. Simon, I knew why you gave all your property away. The thoughts of men are known to me, and I loved you also because of that. By making Jonah happy, you make Jesus happy. Oh, how it torments me to see good people suffer. My situation of a poor man, despised by the world, afflicts me only because of that. If Judas heard me, he would say, "But are you not the word of God? Give the order, and these stones will become gold and bread for the poor people." He would repeat the Satan's snare. I am anxious to satisfy people's hunger, but not the way Judas would like. You are not yet sufficiently mature to grasp the depths of what I want to say. But I will tell you, if God saw to everything, he would rob his friends. He would deprive them of the chance of being merciful and fulfilling the commandment of love. My friends must possess this mark of God in common with him, the holy mercy consisting in deeds and words, and the unhappiness of other people gives my friends the opportunity to practice it. Have you understood what I mean? Your thought is a deep one. I will ponder your words, and I humble myself as I see how dull-minded I am, and how great God is, who wants us to be gifted with all his most sweet attributes, so that he may call us his children. God is revealed to me in his manifold perfections by every ray of light with which you illuminate my heart. Day by day, like one proceeding in an unknown place. The knowledge of the immense thing which is the perfection, which wants to call us his children, is progressing in me. And I seem to be climbing like an eagle, or to be diving like a fish into two endless depths, such as sky and the sea. And I climb higher and higher, and dive deeper and deeper. But I never touch the end. But what is, therefore, God? God is the unattainable perfection. God is the perfect beauty. God is the infinite power. God is the incomprehensible essence. God is the unsurpassable bounty. God is the indestructible mercy. God is the immeasurable wisdom. God is the love that became God. He is the love. He is the love. You say that the more you know God in his perfection, the higher you seem to climb, and the deeper to dive into two endless depths of shadeless blue. But when you understand what is the love that became God, you will no longer climb or dive into the blue, but into a blazing vortex, and you will be drawn towards a beatitude, which will be death and life for you. You will possess God with a perfect possession, when, by your will, you succeed in understanding and deserving him. You will then be fixed in his perfection. Oh Lord! Simon is overwhelmed. There is silence. They reach the road. Jesus stops, waiting for the others. When they are all together again, Levi kneels down. I should be leaving, Master, but your servant asks you a favor. Take me to your mother. This man is an orphan like me. Do not deny me what you give him, that I may see the face of a mother. Come. What is asked in my mother's name, I grant in my mother's name. Jesus is by himself. He is walking fast among the thick olive trees laden with small fruits, which are already well shaped. The sun, although almost setting, is blazing down in the grey-green dome of the precious peaceful trees, but it does not penetrate the tangle of branches beyond providing for a few tiny bright islets of light. The main road, on the other hand, embedded in two banks, is a dusty, blazing, dazzling ribbon. Jesus proceeds smiling. He reaches a cliff and smiles even more happily. There is Nazareth. Its panorama seems to be flickering. Such is the heat of the blazing sun. Jesus goes down even faster. He reaches the road now, without minding the sun. He is walking so fast that he seems to be flying. He has protected his head with his mantle, which blows at his sides and behind him. The road is deserted and silent as far as the nearest house. Now and again, the voices of a child or a woman can be heard from the inside of a house or a kitchen garden, the trees of which extend their branches over the road. Jesus avails himself of such shady spots to avoid the merciless sunshine. He turns into a half-shaded road. There are some women gathered round a cool well. Almost every one of them salutes him, welcoming him in their shrill voices. Peace to you all, but please be silent. I want to give my mother a surprise.
Her sister-in-law has just gone away with a pitcher of cool water, but she's coming back. They are left without any water. The spring is either dry or the water is absorbed by the parched land before reaching your garden. We don't know. That's what Mary of Alphaeus was saying. There she is. She's coming.
The mother of Judas and James is coming, carrying an amphora on her head, and another one in her hand. She does not see Jesus at once. She's shouting,
I will be quicker this way. Mary is very sad because her flowers are dying of thirst. They are the ones planted by Joseph and Jesus, and it breaks her heart to see them withering. But now that she sees me,
says Jesus, appearing from behind the group of women.
Oh, my Jesus! Blessed you are! I'll go and tell.
No, I will go. Give me the amphoras.
The door is half shut. Mary's in the garden. Oh, how happy she will be! She was speaking of you also this morning. But why come in this heat? You are all perspiration. Are you alone?
No, with friends. But I have come ahead of them to see my mother first. And Judas?
He is at Capernaum. He often goes there.
Mary does not say anything else, but she smiles while drying Jesus' wet face with her veil. The pitchers are ready. Jesus takes two. He ties one at each end of his belt, which he throws across his shoulder, and takes the third one in his hand. He walks away, turns round a corner, reaches the house, pushes the door, enters the little room which seems dark in comparison with the bright sunshine outside. He slowly lifts the curtain protecting the door of the garden, and he watches. Mary is standing near a rose bush with her back to the house and is pitying the parched plant. Jesus lays the pitcher on the floor, and the copper tinkles against the stone.
Are you here already, Mary?
Says his mother without turning around.
Come, come, look at this rose, and these poor lilies. They will all die if we do not assist them. Bring also some small canes to hold up this falling stalk.
I will bring you everything, mother. Mary springs round. She remains for a moment with her eyes wide open. Then with a cry she runs with outstretched arms towards the son, who has already opened his arms and is waiting for her with the most loving smile.
Oh, my son!
Mother dear! Their embrace is a long and loving one, and Mary is so happy that she does not feel how hot is Jesus. But then she notices it. Why, son, did you come at this time of the day? You are purple red and are perspiring like a sodden sponge. Come inside, that I may dry and refresh you. I will bring you a fresh tunic and clean sandals. My son, why go about in this heat? The plants are dying because of the heat, and you, my flower, are going about. It was to come to you as soon as possible, mother. Oh, my dear, are you thirsty? You must be. I will now prepare. Yes, I am thirsty for your kisses, mother, and for your caresses. Let me stay like this, with my head on your shoulder, as when I was a little boy. Oh, mother, how I missed you. Tell me to come, son, and I will. What did you lack because of my absence? The food you like, clean clothes, a well-made bed. Oh, my joy, tell me what you lacked. Your servant, my lord, will endeavour to provide. Nothing but you. Jesus goes into the house, hand in hand with his mother. He sits on the chest near the wall, embraces Mary, who is in front of him, resting his head on her heart and kissing her now and again. Now he stares at her. Let me look at you, to my heart's content, holy mother of mine. Your tunic first. It is not good for you to remain so damp. Come. Jesus obeys. When he comes back wearing a fresh-looking tunic, they resume their sweet conversation. I have come with my disciples and friends, but I left them in Melchor's wood. They will come tomorrow at dawn. I could not wait any longer. My mother," and he kisses her hands. "Mary of Alphaeus has gone away to leave us alone. She also understands how anxious I was to be with you. Tomorrow you will attend to my friends and I to the Nazarenes. But this evening, you are my friend and I am yours. I brought you, oh mother, I found the shepherds of Bethlehem and I brought you 2 of them. They are orphans and you are the mother of all men and more so of orphans. And I brought you also one who needs you to control himself, and another one who is a just man and has suffered so much. And then John. And I brought you the recollections of Elias, Isaac, Tobias, now called Matthew, John and Simeon. Jonah is the most unhappy of them all. I will take you to him, I promised him. I will continue to look for the others. Samuel and Joseph are resting in the peace of God." "Were you at Bethlehem?" "Yes, mother. I took there the disciples who were with me, and I brought you these little flowers that were growing near the stones of the threshold." "Oh!" Mary takes the withered stems and kisses them. "And what about Anne?" "She died in Herod's slaughter. Oh, poor woman, she was so fond of you." "The Bethlehemites suffered a lot, but they have not been fair to the shepherds. But they have suffered a lot." "But they were good to you then?" "Yes, and that is why they are to be pitied. Satan is jealous of their past kindness and urges them to do evil things. I was also at Hebron, the shepherds persecuted." "Oh, to that extent?" "Yes, they were helped by Zacharias, who got them jobs and food, even if their masters were hard people. But they are just souls, and they turned their persecutions and wounds into merits of true holiness. I gathered them together. I cured Isaac, and I gave my name to a little boy. At Jutta, where Isaac was languishing, and where he came back to life again, there is now an innocent group called Mary, Joseph, and Josiah." "Oh, your name!" "And yours, and the name of the Just One. And at Kerioth, the fatherland of a disciple, a faithful Israelite died resting on my heart, out of joy having found me. And then, how many things I have to tell you, my perfect friend, sweet mother. But first of all, I beg you, I ask you to have so much mercy on those who will be coming tomorrow. Listen, they love me, but they are not perfect. You, teacher of virtue, O mother, help me to make them good. I would like to save them all." Jesus has slipped at Mary's feet. She now appears in her motherly majesty. "My son, what do you want your poor mother to do better than you do?" "To sanctify them. Your virtue sanctifies. I brought them here deliberately, mother. One day I will say to you, 'Come,' because it will then be urgent to sanctify souls, that I may find them willing to be redeemed. And I will not be able by myself. Your silence will be as eloquent as my words. Your purity will assist my power. Your presence will keep Satan away. And your son, mother, will feel stronger, knowing that you are near him. You will come, will you not, my sweet mother?" "Jesus, dear son, I have a feeling that you are not happy. What is the matter? Creature of my heart, was the world hostile to you? No? It is a relief to believe it. But oh, yes, I will come, wherever you wish, as and when you wish, even now, in this blazing sunshine, or by night, in cold or wet weather. You want me? Here I am. No, not now, but one day. How sweet is our home, and your caresses. Let me sleep thus, with my head on your knees. I am so tired. I am still your little son. And Jesus really falls asleep, tired and exhausted, sitting on the mat, his head on the lap of his mother, who happily caresses his hair.